Wow, I don't even have to say anything and everything becomes quiet. In any case, I would like to welcome you in my role of director of the Kemper Art Museum. We had a wonderful kick-off of the symposium last night with a wonderful lecture and conversation. So, Tony Griffin, thank you so much for getting us started. And I would like to thank all of you for joining us today as we continue and deepen the conversation about St. Louis, the afterlife of its modern architecture and urban planning practices, and the ways of how to move into a more just future, considering both past and present. The exhibition, curated by Eric Mumford and Michael Willis, congratulations to both of you. The exhibition Design Agendas Modern Architecture in St. Louis circa 1930 to 1970 is the first of its kind to examine the history of modern architecture in St. Louis within the context of modern urban planning and racial segregation. In many ways, this history, presented through more than 300 objects and ephemeral materials, presents a microhistory of sorts that is representative of the modern built development of many cities in the United States. In St. Louis, like elsewhere, the enthusiasm for architectural innovation coincided with a time period that witnessed major foreign and domestic transformations, such as the Great Depression, the New Deal, the entry of the United States into World War II, and its ascendance to world power, the so-called Great Migration, and the Civil Rights era. In the exhibition, the work of important architects such as Frank Lloyd Wright, Eero Saarinen, Erich Mendelsohn, Fumihiko Maki, and Charles Fleming are connected to the many erasures St. Louis witnessed: the Arch Grounds, Mill Creek Valley, Port Igo, and Laclede Town, to name some examples. The exhibition concludes with some more recent moments of urban reconstruction, and in that sense, I hope it lays the ground for this day-long symposium. Before I turn this over to the organizers and speakers, I would also like to invite all of you, specifically those based in St. Louis, to join us on November the 15th at 12 p.m. for a concert with George Sams, renowned trumpeter and former member of the Black Artist Group, a collective of musicians and other artists known for free jazz and experimental theater, whose headquarters once were in Laclede Town. This event, like so many others, are free and open to the public. And then on November 16th, early like today at 9 a.m., we invite you to join us for Complexity by Design, a bus tour in collaboration with the Missouri Historical Society to see St. Louis tours that will go in the field, so to speak, to explore the city's built environment and key sites of the exhibition. That too is free. And please also check our calendar. We have many drop-in public tours, many of them provided by and led by student educators of the entire university, actually. Some of them are in English, others in Mandarin or Spanish. So please visit the website for more dates and details. Lastly, we are very grateful for the generous support provided by the William T. Kemper Foundation, WashU Center for the Study of Race, Ethnicity, and Equity, and WashU's 10-year strategic vision, Here and Next, which supports research, education, and patient care, to establish WashU in St. Louis as global hubs for transformative solutions to the present's most deepest social challenges. Finally, I would like to recognize our symposium coordinators, Meredith Lehman and the museum's head of learning and engagement, and Matthew Bernstein, associate director of the Office of Socially Engaged Practice and a senior lecturer in the Sam Fox School. Without them, we would not be here today, to make it short. So thank you for all your work, and we are very much looking forward to a wonderful day that hopefully is thought-provoking and will lead to more. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Design Agendas Public Symposium. As Sabine said, my name is Meredith Lehman, and I'm the head of learning and engagement at the Kemper Art Museum. If I haven't had the chance to connect with you and talk with you, please come find me throughout the day. I'm joined by co-organizer Matt Bernstein, who is the associate director in the Office for Socially Engaged Practice in the Sam Fox School of Design and Visual Arts, and we're going to be your MCs for the day. In between each panel, Matt will talk a little bit more about the logistics, but we have some breaks scheduled, but we'd love to connect with you all to get to know you a little bit. To share a little bit about the intention for the symposium and for today, this is really meant to be a convening, offering a civic space for dialogue with a multiplicity of perspectives and practices as we hear from our panelists today and also from you during the Q&A. We're really grateful for Tony Griffin, who opened up the conversation last night. And we're going to continue that conversation today to be thinking about how planning and design tools can be used to build a just city, specifically within the context of St. Louis. So that's sort of our broad topic for today. And this event would not be possible without the very valuable feedback of community members who helped guide the development of programming around the exhibition, as well as the local and national panelists who are here today to share about their work and to facilitate a discussion with all of us. So thank you to everyone who is participating. And I also just want to call out that there's so many staff, and many of whom are here in this room, who were integral in making this 2-day symposium possible. So thank you to everyone who gave their time, effort, and energy to pull this off. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say before I turn it over to Matt. I think that's it. Matt's going to share a little bit about logistics. You'll hear from us throughout the day, but I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Meredith. Good morning. Glad you all are here. It's 9 a.m. I'm encouraged by 50 plus people here at 9 a.m. to continue the conversation. I think that speaks volumes about the sort of necessary way that we can talk about this work and think about what's next. And really, again, as Meredith underscored, this is meant to be a conversation that continues on. So there are some feedback cards that we provided. Hopefully you got them when you walked in. It's also being videotaped so we can record this and share it back. So it'll be made public on the Kemper Art Museum website. So we're interested in this being a beginning or a continuation, not really a beginning. But a couple of fine points for today. Logistics. Bio break behind the green wall. There's a bathroom here. Also on the first floor, exactly in the same place. So if you're downstairs having coffee and tea, you can find restrooms that way. Point of contact, if you need anything, find Meredith or I, or there's lots of other staff around, but just if you need anything quickly, the two of us are here. Coffee and tea will be downstairs. I hope that you stay through the panels, because there will also be lunch at 12:30. And we'll build in breaks to have informal conversations. So we know that there's going to be a lot of content, a lot of discussion, and we hope that you engage with the panelists. I know that they're prepared to have conversations not only amongst themselves, but between you all and them. So it's exciting that there are so many friendly faces, new faces, colleagues, and the sorts here. So again, thank you all for being here. And before we turn it over to Patty and the panelists, I just want to return to a couple of remarks that Tony underscored, maybe just to reset the tone again, and thinking about the sort of 3 emphasis points of intention, remaining remaining steadfast in thinking about imagination and narratives and inclusion so that we make sure that we are all able to question the status quo. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Patty, professor in the Sam Fox School, who's leading the Municipal Agendas What's Happening Now panel. And she's going to introduce the panelists, but just a little bit about Patty for those of you who don't know her. She's an urban and architectural designer, author, and educator. Was actually my professor when I came here, which is wonderful. And her most recent book, Radical Atlas, if you haven't seen it, it's also in the Kemper Museum. I encourage you to pick it up. But her research focuses on mapping, privatization, St. Louis, and spatial justice. An excellent person to kick us off this weekend. So with that, turn it over to Patty and the panel.
We just talk. Okay. And this one. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I will just start right in. We have our three panelists. I just wanted to say a few lines to frame how I was thinking we should approach this kind of panel. So now we're about to talk about municipal agendas. And how do we go from what's over here in the museum and the idea of agendas and design and planning in St. Louis to today? And I think a very important framework that we should that we could use as our basis is this reality of a very different landscape that we work in today. The work on the walls over there is primarily a story of a stronger federal top-down kind of relationship to planning, if you will. We can talk about agendas that were brought by, animated individuals. The sort of, Harlan Bartholomew plan, so the idea of strong planning through different means now arguably is kind of broken up. We had a time of more privatization in this country after the very public sort of top-down mid-century planning, and funding shifted to local governments. The Community Development Block Grant being one of the notable programs where there are still government agencies giving out big money, but it sort of channels to nonprofits now. So I just want to kind of set the scene today with a landscape of a rather fragmented landscape today of a lot of nonprofits that are working with each other, maybe overlapping each other. Is something I want to kind of understand a little bit more, is how exactly we coordinate and where our agenda is coming from today in this reality. The other context to mention is St. Louis, I think, like American cities all over, is starting to reckon with its past. And there is a growing acknowledgement. And I think there's also some momentum in our city today. And we'll see a couple different projects from each of our panelists that are introducing the kinds of work that's tied into some of these, some of the big things happening are the Green Line, the Brick Line, the Green Line being the new possible transit line, thinking of Metrolink expansion, thinking of the Greenway, and of course some federal money, the RAMS money. I don't know if we're going to talk about that necessarily. Okay, so our panelists, we're going to hear first from Brian Phillips. He is Assistant Vice Chancellor and Executive Director at the WashU Medical Center, which is a redevelopment corporation. It's been around a long time. After that, we'll hear from Sarah Arnosky, who is vice president at Greater St. Louis, Inc., which is an economic development organization. And then Miriam Keller, city planning executive at the St. Louis Planning and Urban Design Agency. So two nonprofit, quasi-public-private agencies and public sector. And I think this will be a nice way to try to figure out what is our municipal agenda and who's leading it and how does this work. So I'll hand it over to Brian, and the controls are here. Oh, I should have flipped it. Yeah. So.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Thank you again for allowing me to share kind of our story of where we've been. I represent a unique partnership called the Washington University Medical Center, which is not someplace where you go get health care, but actually a not-for-profit real estate agency that focuses on two main goals. It was formed back in 1962 between the Washington University School of Medicine and its affiliated medical campus partners to first serve as an internal real estate planning agency so that they could jointly look at campus expansion instead of competing with one another, to serve as a joint services agency. And then about 10 years later, a second mission was added in terms of neighborhood stabilization of the neighborhoods surrounding the campuses. And so, let's move it. A little bit of, at the high level of what we do today is it's five different areas. We try to identify and form neighborhood partnerships because we believe in working holistically with the communities surrounding us. While we may be a big resource provider, we don't want to be perceived as the leader. We want to be perceived as one of the helpers in the areas. We try to provide technical assistance to our partners and to the communities that we serve. In some cases, we have to step in where resources are not there. And so one of those functions are sometimes in pre-development and acquisition. People ask me what I do. I sometimes say, we do the things that other people can until they can do them, and then we do something else. And so pre-development and acquisition is one of those functions. And then we try to identify stabilization projects with our partners, as well as show support for our community partners. So a little bit of a background. A lot of people, surprisingly, are unaware of kind of our history. Back in 1962, the medical school, which was the main educational partner over on the campus, was in the middle of several different hospitals. So Missouri Baptist was there, Shriners was there, Central Institute for the Deaf was there, Children's Hospital was there, Jewish Hospital, and so on and so forth. And at the time, St. Louis was beginning to feel the effects of mass suburbanization and white flight. And a lot of city institutions were in the process of moving out of the city, including all of the institutions at the medical center. So over a period of about 10-year time, the different institutions started to plot out their next course. So we all know and are familiar with the big Mercy complex out on Ballas Road. St. John's Hospitals used to be a part of the medical center. We've also seen the Shriners Hospital move back into the city recently from Lindbergh and I-64. That was going to be the campus, the new campus of the Washington University Medical Center back in the 60s. Until Chancellor Danforth, or at the time Dean Danforth, stepped in and said, as we see our partners leave, is there a way that we can stay in the city? And if we're going to do that, then we need to do more than just focus on the campus, but we need to focus on the communities that are surrounding us. And that's how our modern function was formed. And so in the 70s, the medical center formed a for-profit Chapter 353 redevelopment corporation called the Washington University Medical Center Redevelopment Corporation. And just at a very high level, Chapter 353s are authorized at the city and state level. They have quasi-governmental powers such as eminent domain. They can give out tax abatement. They can control zoning and things of that nature. And we use that tool primarily in the Central West End neighborhood, which at the time had started to experience an extreme level of disinvestment, depopulation, and things of that nature. So that's just a brief of how we got there. As I said, we work with a number of neighborhood partners in our daily work, and I'm not going to list all of those, but we primarily focus on two service areas. So we have our what we call our focus neighborhoods, which are the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to the medical center, Central West End to the north, Forest Park Southeast to the south, and then we with the Central West End, just some brief, here's the geography of it, a little bit of the demographics of the Central West End. It's now the largest neighborhood in the city of St. Louis of all of the 79 neighborhoods. Forest Park, in the background there, as you can see, back in the 60s, it experienced a huge amount of decline, a lot of disinvestment. And our goal there was really like, it was kind of like the house is on fire. This is the neighborhood that the medical center is literally located in. And at the time, we were seeing mass abandonment. We were seeing most of the single family houses being converted to rooming houses. We saw the commercial quarter decline. And so the immediate work of the Redevelopment Corporation was to try to put the neighborhood back to what it was. It had been developed as kind of the management class neighborhood of the city, with lots of large single-family homes, and of course the private streets and with the big mansions and things of that nature. And so our strategy was mostly at that level was property acquisition, because there was no one to step in to start aggregating large amounts of land, and to start to restore some of the basic services from installing public improvements, such as upgrading the streets, partnering with the city when we could, and begin to strengthen the commercial areas, and then focus on neighborhood security. And the results, I think, were quite remarkable in terms of the transformation of the neighborhood. Even though by the 1980s we started to see probably the biggest results of our work there in terms of neighborhood security, we started to see private investment, and we continue to invest in security, beautification, neighborhood, and economic development. In the late 90s, we began a process to start looking at, well, how could the neighborhood grow? Once we had it stabilized, we had certain parts of the neighborhood that continued to be stubbornly underdeveloped. And one of the challenges that we had is that, and Miriam, I'm not sure she's going to talk about it, is that, most of the zoning in the city had not been updated. And so anytime that there was private development that needed to occur, developers would have to come in, take the chance, acquire the property, and see if they could get a development through. And the neighborhood itself and our neighborhood partners that we work with, they were stuck in the position of always being in a reactive mode. So someone buys a parcel, and all of a sudden they have to organize to say, do they like it or not? And so one of the things that we, along with our neighborhood partner at the time, which was the Central West End Midtown Development Corporation, was to come up with the idea of implementing a tool that was beginning to be used called form-based planning, in which you go through and you create a zoning overlay in a neighborhood, and you can tell the developers, this is what we want in terms of use, this is what we want in terms of materials, this is what we want in terms of how a piece of property, especially if it's new construction, is sited on a site. That gave to the developers a certain level of certainty, and to the neighborhood what it gave was they didn't have to rush and constantly try and figure out, are they going to support a project or not. This process took us about a 2.5-year period of time, talking with neighborhoods, going block by block by block by block to decide what uses were appropriate in individual neighborhoods, what, everything from height limitations to use limitations. And that's really accelerated. If you think about the section of the neighborhood that's between Sarah Avenue and Vanderveer Avenue, which probably 20 years ago was an industrial area, it's been totally transformed. And I contribute that to the form-based plan code. And so here's just a couple of transformation pictures. I'll just breeze through those pretty quickly. And then going into Forest Park Southeast. Our journey in Forest Park Southeast was very different than our journey in the Central West End. In the Central West End, we were really focused on physical things, and we were focused on trying to rebuild the community to what it was. In Forest Park Southeast, this is a neighborhood that really didn't start to see significant decline until the late 80s and the early 90s. And it was unique in that it was a working class neighborhood. It wasn't the Central West End. It wasn't the management class neighborhood, and but it suffered from some of the same declines that the Central West End went through. But in our approach there, as soon as we went in the mid 90s, the very first thing that we heard from our neighborhood partner down there was that this can't be about just improving this neighborhood for new people to come into it. We want a neighborhood that we can continue to live in and to grow with that. And to that end, we had to transform our entire approach as to working with neighborhoods. And so we leaned in first with engaging the neighborhood in neighborhood planning and came up with them with 5 areas that they wanted to work on. The neighborhood at the time had about 30 different small not-for-profits. Some of them had no staff. Some of them had 1.5 staff members and things of that nature. And this is a neighborhood of only about 4,000 people at the time. And so they wanted some cooperation amongst the human and social service agencies. And so one of the things that we stood up and staffed was a human service coordinating committee to get them to introduce themselves to one another, to see if there were common goals that they can work on together, and to be able to advance with one another. The other thing that they wanted was a high priority was around affordable housing, both rental and for sale housing. So that became one of the pillars. And of course, they wanted upgrades around security, public improvements, and things of that nature. And the final pillar was creating a neighborhood plan that would help guide the neighborhood. Once again, they didn't want to be reactive to development pressures that were coming into the neighborhood. And so those were the 5 things that we worked with our neighborhood partners on. So breeze through that really quick. So that was about a 5-year process between 1996 and 2001. And that gave us a basis to begin to work with different neighborhood groups in order to build up the systems that were needed and that were strategically missing from the neighborhood. So we went in that 5-year from having 5 different neighborhood organizations to 1 neighborhood organization. When I started at Wumcruck in 1996, and at the time there were 5 different neighborhood organizations. Nobody used the term Forest Park Southeast. It was all the old names, from Rankin East to Gibson Heights to Adams Grove to New Boyle, and none of them talked to one another. We spent about 1.5 years just convening those 5 groups together into the Forest Park Southeast Neighborhood Association, spending 2 and 3 nights a week just saying, what is it that you want to see? How do you want to lead this effort? And so on and so forth. The other things that we were trying to do at the same time was try to bring resources from the outside. So one of the odd things that I thought, and that my colleagues thought, was that this neighborhood sits right across the freeway from our largest medical center. Yet many of the neighborhood residents kept telling us they didn't have access to health care. They didn't feel comfortable going to the medical center. And so that just didn't make any sense to us. There was a small neighborhood clinic called Family Care Health Center that was in a 3,000 square foot center block building that was providing some minimal services there. And one of the things that we were able to come up through the coordinating committee was to partner the healthcare center with the School of Medicine. And so that ended up creating a partnership for a free Saturday health clinic for adults, where an attending physician and 3rd and 4th year medical students came down to the neighborhood, worked with the clinic operators to create a free Saturday clinic. And the benefits there was that the objective was to get people who had not come into the clinic, get them connected into the healthcare center, to get them a primary care physician at Family Care. The objective was not to get them into the medical center, but to get them to healthcare services that were right there available in the neighborhood. We used that foundational approach, which was very different than what we did in the Central West End, to kind of advance what you now see in Forest Park Southeast. And the results, I think, have been pretty remarkable. A lot of people, when they look at the Forest Park Southeast Grove area, they see a development boom. But what they don't see is that there's over 400 units of affordable housing, in a neighborhood that only had 2,000 housing units, and they're indistinguishable from the market rate units. What they don't see is that the first 50 houses that got built between 1996 and 2001 sold for around 89,000 to people that were at 80% of median area income. Those houses now are worth $300,000. That's transformational to a household economic status and a ladder that they were able to obtain. And that's been the approach ever since, in terms of try to develop in place. And the unique thing about it is that directly to the south of us, at the very same time that we were working on this project, the Missouri Botanical Garden was working on the McCreetown project. And it was I can tell you as a professional, it was an interesting experience to watch the comparison contrast in the way those two neighborhoods developed. And so I know my colleagues want to talk. And so I do have this presentation, and we can give it to you, but these were just some of the transformations that you see in the neighborhood and some of the stuff that we invested in. So I'm going to stop because I'm taking too long.
More slideshow for the interim. Okay.
So we're up to now. We just completed an additional 168 units, with at least half of those being affordable. In total, we're now up to probably about 809.
Great. Thanks, Brian. So my name is Sarah Arnosky, I'm the Vice President at Greater St. Louis, Inc. And for those of you that are not familiar with Greater St. Louis, Inc., we are an alliance of business and civic leaders working together to create jobs, expand inclusive economic growth, and improve St. Louis's global competitiveness. We actually were founded, so to speak, in 2021, so a relatively new organization, but we come from a robust history because we came from the consolidation of what was our CGA that became St. Louis Regional Chamber, Civic Progress, Arch to Park, Alliance STL, and Downtown St. Louis Inc. So kind of similarly to what Brian alluded to, where the neighborhood groups were coming together to reorganize to really make sure that they could move their neighborhood forward. That's really what our organization does. We came together to reorganize to move the region forward. And so we really focus on not just the city, but really the metro at large on both the Missouri and Illinois side. And you'll see kind of captured on this slide kind of our 4 guiding pillars that are reflected in the STL 2030 jobs plan. And the work that I really focus on is the piece that's underlined there, which is revitalizing the urban core. So that's really what I'm going to focus on in my remarks today, but knowing that as an organization, we do a lot more than that. And really, our organization is built on the thesis that you have to have a strong downtown in order to have a strong city, in order to have a strong metro. It is our cultural center. It is the place where people gather for sports, for parades, for protests. It's where we foster our sense of identity, and we have a sort of local pride that comes from our downtown. And it's also the economic hub. You can see some of the stats there, right? And I think importantly, 20% of the city's general revenue, that's the money that's paying for street pavings, for tree plantings, for trash pickup, comes from downtown. And so in order to continue to have that as a resource to then be used across the city, downtown has to remain strong. It's also a concentrated area of wages and jobs. And so really trying to, again, cultivate that for the broader effort. And so as we think about downtown, and as I went through the exhibit yesterday, the urban core experienced a lot of land clearance between 1930 and 1970, and those attempts for urban renewal which then as hundreds of thousands of people were leaving the city of St. Louis. So what we have left was a city that was built for 150,000 people that now has 300,000 people. And that's a really hard solution to solve for, and that's what we're grappling with today. And, you know, downtown since then, throughout then, has had its ups and downs, and, you know, the pandemic didn't do downtowns any favor. So we're really, again, kind of picking ourselves back up in different ways. And I do think, though, that there is a moment in time where there's an energy coalescing both on the private and public side that's really focusing on downtown, strengthening downtown as a mechanism to not just strengthen downtown, but to strengthen the city and strengthen the region. And so that's where we really have started to partner with the city in multiple ways, and I'll get into some of that later, to really prioritize downtown as a part of a broader strategy. You know, leaning into the famous saying that you can't be a suburb to nowhere. And so I'm going to highlight some of the work that we've been doing, you know, in partnership with the mayor and SLDC to make downtown safe, vibrant, and beautiful. This was a press conference that was held back in May, bringing together various partners saying, this is our commitment moving forward. Here's some of the things that we need to accomplish together. And so I'm going to capture some of that. The first are two big properties. You may recognize them right off of the pictures, but you'll see the left there, that's the Railway Exchange Building, and on the right, that's the Millennium Hotel. Those are two significant buildings in downtown that have been vacant for over a decade that are detracting from the potential of our community. And so the mayor charged the group to say, we got to do something about this. And I'm glad to say that the Railway Exchange is undergoing eminent domain right now. It was held by a property owner who continued to let it dissolve and deteriorate, and so it really needed some kind of intervention to move it forward. And then on the other side, the Millennium Hotel, that is one that is now under control by the Gateway Arch Park Foundation. That's the philanthropic partner for the Arch Grounds. And that will be, you know, moving forward because, again, as a part of these redevelopments, site control is the first step. What's to come, I think that's where the community gets re-engaged and how these sites can really make sure that they are a resource for the community. But some more to come on that. But I think significant steps have been made recently. The other thing that we've been working on is those are the big sites. What about the little sites? We know there are other vacancies and underutilized spaces in the commercial corridors of downtown. And so Greater St. Louis Inc. and SLDC have partnered on a retail incentive program that was launched this summer that has had some really great initial success. And it really offers grant opportunities anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000 to do some of the work that you see here, TI, a pop-up program, Inside Out. How do we, again, start to energize the streetscape from what also is happening inside? And so we've been able to, right now there's already 3 awards announced. Levels Nigerian restaurant, which is phenomenal. If you haven't been, you need to go. If you want something spicy, they can do that for you. Whip It Goods, which is a skincare company. Again, we're sort of doing pop-up vendors. This is her first brick and mortar. And then the other one that was announced, is the Passport. So Port Decisions, which is a pop-up bar, and they wanted a brick and mortar. So they took this opportunity with additional funds to then have a brick and mortar bar called the Passport, also phenomenal. All 3 of those are Black-owned businesses. These are not exclusively for businesses owned by people of color, but we've been very intentional in the outreach to make sure that folks know that this is an opportunity for them. The other piece that is becoming exciting for downtown is becoming more connected. And so again, I know it's alluded to in the exhibit, the streetcar was a major pathway or had a mode of transportation throughout the city. But once the streetcar left, it left really wide streets. And so now we're trying to navigate what that looks like from a multimodal perspective. And so you'll see kind of captured here, and it's a little tough to see with the colors, but is a new network that's emerging that makes it more multimodal, makes it more pedestrian and bike friendly in particular. And so 7th Street is under construction. Tucker's cycle track will begin in the spring. Broadway is going to get a lane reduction. 4th Street's going to get a cycle track. Shoto's going to get a real protected cycle track that isn't just one that shares with the cars. And of course, the Brick Line Greenway that's coming online, plus more. And so I think this is really starting to shift how we prioritize, how we use land from a transportation perspective. And I'm really excited to see where that goes. And then this next piece is the Gateway Mall. So this is sort of a overlooked corridor, right, in our downtown, but it has the potential to be that connective social center for our community. We already have assets in there like Keener Plaza, City Garden, Soldiers Memorial, Brickline Greenway is going to come along adjacent to it. But how do we really take this to the next level and make it a world-class promenade that it can be? And there's been a lot of really great recent dialogue around this that we've been a part of. And I think there's some energy and some interest in some investment to really continue some of those strong elements and make this something special for downtown and for the city. Oh, that's why. I was like, why'd that look funny? So again, kind of capturing, and I can't, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, anchoring the Gateway Mall. You have the arch on one side, and then the City Park Stadium on the other, and so that's really an opportunity to kind of connect that all the way through. Of course, public art. And this is just a sampling. Downtown has lots of great art, but there's so much opportunity for more. This is one that we particularly worked on. If you take the highway, if you take 4064, the 6th Street exit, this was a building that was on the corner that was sort of your welcome to downtown, was not very inviting. And so this was a building where we worked with the property owner to say, hey, let's do something pretty cool here to help reframe the entrance to downtown on that particular exit. And so William LaChance is the artist on this piece here, and I think it just has wonderful bright of pop of color, matches my dress today. But again, the RAC has been playing a key role in putting murals around the city, and so there's lots of continued interest, particularly in transforming some of those kind of uglier facades that we have around downtown. And of course, activations. This is in events and programming. This is something that GSL is really starting to fill the gap in. We have wonderful partners in downtown that do a lot of this, but we know that really bustling downtowns have something every day. Well, we're not quite there yet. We're really trying to do our part to make sure we're filling some of those gaps. Everything from street festivals like City Social to Thursday night happy hours, where we had downtown summer nights in Keener Plaza. We showed movies. There's food trucks every Wednesdays with live bands. Like, there's always something going on. And actually, if you go to downtownstl.org, we do have a whole calendar of things that are always happening. I'm always pleasantly surprised. I think most people are too. All the things that are happening downtown once you just peel back one layer. A lot of times, that's all nice, but it's unsafe. All that doesn't matter if I don't feel safe. And that's something we acknowledge, but also struggle with. But and there's a reality, and then there's a perception to it, and that's something where we want to honor the real experiences that people have had, while also acknowledging the tremendous amount of work that is being done. The mayor shared their year-end data from SLMPD saying that violent crime in 2023 dropped 22%, homicides dropped 21%. And that doesn't mean that more can't be done to keep people safe. And so we're, as an organization, trying to figure out what is our role in that space. Again, we're not the police, and we're not service providers directly, but some of the business community came together and said, hey, many other cities around the country have what are called public safety ambassadors. And that was also something that was called out in the Design Downtown Plan, which is the comprehensive neighborhood plan for downtown, saying you need an ambassador program. So I brought together private funds to launch it. It was launched at the end of September, so this is a relatively new program. But these are unarmed, extra eyes and ears, folks who are around downtown and downtown west that really act as a deterrent and also a reporter of bad behavior. They also offer safe walks and restaurant recommendations, and they have just been like a really great friendly face in downtown. If you've been downtown, hopefully you've seen them. They're now everywhere. And that was something that, again, has just helped to build what that safety network looks like for downtown. And then lastly, just to speak to, again, if our municipal agendas, one of the prompts was, what are we looking at moving forward? Patty mentioned the RAM settlement. This is something that GSL has been advocating for through the public engagement process, is to have a portion of those RAMS dollars be spent in downtown, but also disinvested neighborhood. It's a both and, because recognizing that only investing in downtown is not going to move the entire city forward, but we need to do a both and identifying the disinvested neighborhood as identified by the SLDC's Economic Justice Action Plan. So those areas in bright yellow and bright green are the ones that are the EJ1 and EJ2. But the idea is to take those dollars and invest them in infrastructure, high impact anchor real estate projects, housing, retail incentives, and again, in all the areas identified. And the idea is that if you invest the funds this way, it can also be used to leverage more grants. So it wouldn't just be limited to the $230 million. You'd have opportunities to apply for federal grants for transportation, for housing, et cetera, to then make that even more significant, to then have even more significant impact in St. Louis. And so that's more to come on that, I'm sure. That's kind of where that's at so far. Our comms team is amazing. If you're interested in knowing more about what we do, you will get more emails and more notifications than you may care for, but they are really good and really informative. So do encourage you to find out, or to scan the QR code or just check us out at Greater St. Louis Inc.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Miriam. Just want to acknowledge a lot of former professors of mine from St. Louis and elsewhere in this room. So just starting with a thank you all. I hope I don't disappoint anybody. So I'm Miriam with the City of St. Louis Planning and Urban Design Agency. I actually want to start with something that I think everybody in this room knows and understands, but what a lot of members of the public may not think about every day, which is that kind of the world around us is the product of decisions and policies. And we can shape those things. There are a million constraints, of course, economic and political and legal and otherwise, but these are things that are within our capacity to shape and guide. And I view our job as planners, including at the city's Planning and Urban Design Agency, to ask whether the things we see in our built environment are meeting our needs, and if they're not, kind of figure out how to make that work better. So I am with the City of St. Louis Planning and Urban Design Agency, and we're a city department established in 1999. There's kind of a history of how and where planning has occurred in the city over the decades. And I'm, just to be clear, a newer team member to the city, to PDA, it's, our acronym. And I don't know all of this history as deeply as many of my colleagues, but established in 1999, and we do lots of different things with the mission to plan for the future of the city's built environment. So citywide and neighborhood planning, environment, the sustainability office is within the Planning and Urban Design Agency, complete streets and mobility, the cultural resources office, which is responsible for kind of historic preservation administration, also just cultural resources, identification and celebration in the city. We partner with the zoning section of the building division on zoning policy. And we also have a mapping and graphics division to help us kind of communicate all of this complex information to the public. We're doing a lot right now. I'm going to talk about the thing I know best, not because it's most important, but because I thought I could do it most justice. But generally, we're organized with our initiatives right now with kind of citywide and general planning, kind of broad brush strokes on kind of how different parts of the city should fit together, kind of the kind of citywide constitution, if you will, for what we're trying to achieve. But another really important initiative we have is neighborhood planning, and that is kind of working arm in arm with community members and community groups to develop much more detailed and kind of action-oriented plans and visions for their community. There are 3 areas actually where we are launching or have launched neighborhood plans in the city, covering, I guess that's 8 neighborhoods, and then we're partnering with the St. Louis Development Corporation, which is kind of continuing work in the neighborhoods around the future NGA campus on making sure that those communities have a true meaningful voice in shaping the future of their neighborhoods. But the non-planning divisions of PDA are doing a lot too, kind of trying to start the project of, pardon the oxymoron here, but modernizing some historic preservation policy, updating the city's sustainability plan right now, and also the city's a participant in the Bloomberg American Sustainable Cities Initiative, which is going to add significant capacity to the city to advance environmental justice initiatives in the city. So I'll be talking about the strategic land use plan update, again, because it's what I know best and can speak to best, but I think the neighborhood planning program of the department is really important as well. So, strategic land use plan, what is this and what is this about? This land use plan is kind of a core central element and right now the only citywide element of the city's comprehensive plan. And that comprehensive plan is, you can think of it kind of as a constitution for how we should be making decisions and setting policies, and particularly land use policies, like anything to do with zoning, how we use the city's redevelopment tools to improve conditions in the city for people. Another way of putting it is, we shouldn't be making decisions about these really important things willy-nilly. We should be thinking about them and making decisions in direct reference to a long-term vision, kind of grounded in data and thoughtful planning and reality, but also grounded in community values, which we'll have, as you'll see, discovered through kind of authentic, I hope and believe, authentic engagement with the community to define those values and those goals. So the strategic land use plan is kind of this core central element of this comprehensive plan that I'd say we're kind of like building out right now. The city's also, like I mentioned, updating the city's sustainability plan and creating the first in decades citywide transportation and mobility plan. Kind of a big deal, pretty exciting. You might be more excited to hear about that than the strategic land use plan, because pedestrian safety and how we move through the city is just such an important topic. This is not the first plan the city's had. As you know, in the exhibit and through your own knowledge and experience, St. Louis has a legacy of plans, good and bad and everything in between. And I'm not going to belabor this point here, but I'll just say that in every presentation that we have about the strategic land use plan, every time we start a conversation with the community about future values for land use, we ground it in this history, because I'm just very well aware how much harm and trauma certain past planning decisions have created for people with us today or their families and so on. So I think it's just really important to acknowledge the history that has led us to where we are. But, we are, I should talk about then the more recent history. The city did create, after kind of decades of having a foggy, don't we have a real land use plan? The city did create in 2005 a citywide strategic land use plan. That was a big step forward. And we're just about 20 years after that, kind of updating it in some new ways, and it's been an exciting process. So what exactly is land use, and who cares? Land use isn't everything, to be clear. Like I mentioned, kind of our transportation infrastructure is very important. It's a very big deal. Land use is not going to solve safety issues in the city. It's not going to solve education needs that people in the city have, but it really does matter. And here are just a few examples. How we use land directly impacts people's access to and affordability of housing options in the city. It does impact people's health and their ability to enjoy a healthy environment and safely walk through their community. It can impact somebody's sense of belonging and kind of how they feel as they look at what's around them. Do they feel represented? Do they feel like they're part of change? It has a lot to do with how we kind of protect our historic resources and repurpose them in many cases. It deals with, where small businesses are in the city, and it does also impact, I wrote here, our ability to attract new residents, but I think it also has a very important bearing on retaining residents and making the city a place that is livable and where people can choose to stay because they have what they need to stay. We have been describing the strategic land use plan at kind of a very broad level in terms of these like 5 qualities, you can call them. So one is that the sloop is like yours, that we didn't just make this up behind closed doors. This is the product of many, many, many conversations with many, many, many different people. The sloop is urban. It really does, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, it does kind of lean into our history as an urban walkable place and kind of has an underlying attitude of trying to rebuild and restore the walkability and kind of mixed use and dynamism that our city was built to have, and that exists in many parts of the city today, and expanding those qualities to more parts of the city. The sloop is, to be clear, it's an aspirational plan, but I think grounded in some sense of reality about the real challenges of climate change and how flooding and heat are going to impact our city's future, and grounded in some of the market realities and economic constraints in the city. Those things are real. The sloop is strategic, I guess, in its nature, that it makes some choices about what ought to go where and why. And the sloop is implementable, and I'll return to this in a little bit, but it has many policies and we call them allied policy recommendations, kind of designed to provide a clear picture to how to actualize many of the ideas in the strategic land use plan. And the city has kind of set itself up here to take the step of updating entirely the city's zoning code to make sure that the rules for how we use land match the goals, because right now that's not the case. So the sloop is yours. We really, engagement in a citywide planning effort is imperfect, to say the least, but we did reach out to many, many people in many, many different ways. And also I'll give our kind of the engagement team within the consulting team that we're partnering with a lot of credit for making kind of designing activities to make land use relatable. It can sound kind of esoteric and what are you even talking about? But there were a lot of activities that were kind of fun and that were designed to help us understand, what do people really appreciate about St. Louis? What is the potential people see in St. Louis? And then what would it look like to people if we were to actually actualize that potential? So to really hear from people what matters and why early on. That was the first phase, what matters and why. And then as kind of components of the plan started to be developed, we kept coming back to hey, did we hear you right? Did we hear you right? And I'll tell you, often we didn't the first time. So I'm glad we came back and asked people again to make sure that we did hear them right. It's been a very iterative process. It's felt at times risky that maybe we're sharing things before they're fully baked or totally ready. But so far, I'm glad we have, because I think that has led to more, transparency might be a word, but just kind of authentic curiosity about what have we missed? Please help us make sure that this reflects the values and goals that you have. So the sloop is urban. This ties back to, I guess, how I started, which is that the city we have today is in many ways the product of kind of successful implementation of that 1947 comprehensive plan, which said, hey, these major corridors, they should be more like highways. And a lot of these parts of our city that aren't fully built out yet, we should make them more like suburbs, because that's where we're worried people are going to be wanting to move. That's not entirely what's happened, of course. We're still an urban place, but the transformation of some of our corridors into more auto-oriented and less walkable places, I think, is very visible to me and to many, many people that we've spoken with. And again, this isn't a value that we've projected onto people. This is something that people continually raised when we would ask what was important to them and about the potential they saw in St. Louis. Just here are a few quotes. So most cities don't have the rich built environment that we do. Like, this is an incredible asset. We need to lean into that. The best way to attract residents to St. Louis is by being a walkable urban place where we build and rebuild in a way that provides people meaningful access to transit and real options about how to get around. We do have the infrastructure bones in place to do this right. So, we have a lot to build on. And, just to put a picture on that, we do have a lot of beautiful, walkable places that are doing, quote unquote, well today, in the sense that they are occupied by people, that they're vibrant, that people spend time in them. And then there are places that are struggling with vacancy, with kind of perceptions or realities of safety concerns, but where people still are and people still love these places. And so, we have, things going well and things where we have the bones in place, we have the history to kind of restore in a way, and a ton of potential. And then I just thought this was interesting. A couple of weeks ago in the paper, did anybody see the story about, other kind of suburbs in the region are rebuilding these places? And I guess I share this to say, if anybody can do this right, it's like the city, I hope. And I think it demonstrates that there is demand for walkable mixed-use places. And so it's all kind of feeds into why that's kind of an underwriting value in the strategic land use plan. We have a lot of drawings like this that the team has created. Here's kind of a prototypical type of place in the city. I'm sure you recognize, maybe one historic building on a corner and then 3 others eroded by some combination of gas stations and other auto-oriented development or drive-throughs. And, it's not, we're not suggesting there's density everywhere, to be clear, but, we are trying to envision kind of transparent ground floors and places where people will walk and kind of have the types of interaction with their neighbors and kind of an expression of their culture and identity through the built environment that, when we say urban, I think that's what we mean, a built environment that fosters that interaction and also kind of walkable convenience to what people need. So there's a lot more behind this kind of framework plan, is what we're calling the sort of diagrammatic plan of the city. I'm not going to belabor it. And then we also have a much more detailed version, almost at a parcel by parcel level, applying these different designations, which each indicate kind of generally what we are trying to encourage and discourage in different types of places in the city. We have mapped that all across the city. And then I'll pause here that kind of the big idea is for this framework plan and detailed plan then to be implemented through a new zoning code and updates to our zoning map, because I think big picture, like I mentioned, I think the opportunity is to move away from, I think Brian described it well, we kind of have a reactive mode maybe in how communities engage with development and redevelopment proposals. And I think that is problematic in many ways. And I think the hope, or at least desire and work of the planning department, is to try to engage community voice on the front end so we can set policies that kind of ensure that community goals and the outcomes people see reflect what they have stated as their desire and preference. Yes, of course, kind of negotiated with all sorts of constraints, but again, that goals should shape policy, not that people should have to react every time, because I think that has not led, number one, to the best outcomes for people, and number two, it's led to a real kind of erosion of trust with community. And I think there's a better way to do it. So I hope that if we're able to successfully update the city zoning code, that will have taken a good step in the right direction.
Thank you. I think it's clear that we have a lot of activity, a lot of layers of agendas. I'm going to try to wrap this back into the idea of design agendas. And what does that mean now? I think if we could make a map of what each of you were just describing, we would have sort of efforts downtown and stemming out from that, certain sites and Central West End and Forest Park Southeast. And one thing I'm thinking about is this overlay of geographies that each we have you guys here, but clearly another 50 to 100 nonprofits working around the city also, all either drilling down in a particular neighborhood or working on a particular system or effort that crosses neighborhoods. And so just to kind of maybe think about this a little bit more, if you were a resident living in a neighborhood that, say, was at the edge of an area where your organization was working and maybe touches on where your organization is working, and then, of course, part of the city's efforts, which are more maybe evenly blanketing the entire area. So what would you, and let's say you wanted to talk more about one of the proposals, or you were worried about one of the proposals, who do you go to? So this sets up the problem of accountability, I guess, when we have so many different organizations working on efforts on the ground. I imagine they all come to you, right? Because you're the city and that's the public agency. But it's just to sort of play out, you know, how do we operate in today's environment given the different efforts?
Sure, I can take a quick shot at that. You know, across the city, there's a bunch of different models for how how this happens. In some neighborhoods, it's the neighborhood association, a very organic and typically very reactive type of mode. Somebody buys a piece of property, they make a proposal, the neighborhood finds out about it through either the alderman, and then the neighborhood meetings begin. And so sometimes that involves them inviting the developers in for for question and answer sessions and things of that nature, which it eventually leads to some level of negotiation. And I've watched those types of things play out in various neighborhoods across the city, and that could take, sometimes a year to work through that negotiated model. There are more structured systems that we also see in the city where neighborhoods have what's called development review committees that have positioned themselves to be the spokespeople for the neighborhoods as development proposals come in, and these things they range from everything from very informal to a very formal application process. I know in Forest Park Southeast and in the Central West End, we were a part of helping them to create a very formalized process of a development review committee where, committee members are selected based on both expertise, geography in the neighborhood, what's their stakeholder status, are they a resident, are they a property owner, are they a homeowner, are they a renter, what geography they come in from the neighborhood, because trying to create a level of balance so that all constituencies are represented, and then creating a framework or a set of rules for how they vet projects that come by them. So, for instance, in Forest Park Southeast, projects are vetted against the form-based plan code. So you already are able to drill down to what type of variances that developer is seeking. If they're doing what it says in the code that they can do, they obviously don't need the feedback. But often, projects come and they want some level of variation, so that creates that level of framework.
Yeah, I'll just echo. I think our alders are a really great resource. We work closely with all of the elected officials that work in downtown. And I spoke mostly to downtown, but our organization does do work outside of downtown, particularly as it relates to kind of advancing industries. So the Build Back Better grant that we were part of the winning team for the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation Center in the North Side, a lot of the neighborhood planning that's going around that, we've played a role in. But I think how does someone address their concern or their support, or I think our electeds are great because we do, at least for our side, have a great relationship. But I also, social media is a real thing too, right? We get all kinds of things, whether it's a direct comment on a post or a direct message. I think we try to be intentional about being responsive to people that do reach out.
Yeah, maybe there are two parts of the question. It's like, where do people go? And then, like, who are the people? I think one of the challenging realities is like there are a lot of places to go. There's this whole web of bureaucracy. It's like, is this a Board of Adjustment thing? Is this a rezoning thing at the Planning Commission? Is this an LCRA thing? It's like normal people like do not know all of these terms I just said and what they mean in different contexts. So I think it is the city's obligation to make these things more transparent and the information around them more readily available. And I don't think we're there yet, but we're working on it. And then the other side of the coin is like, who represents the voice of the community? That is contested. Is it the elected official? I think that's kind of been our MO. Is it the neighborhood association? Different neighborhood associations, people feel that they may more or less kind of fully represent the community. So I don't have the answer other than to say, I think from the city's point of view, it's been a little bit of a struggle to kind of formalize a policy that both like kind of recognizes groups without creating inadvertently like an exclusionary, because by recognizing somebody, you're not recognizing somebody else. and so it's tough because neighborhoods are not monoliths. People have different perspectives.
And there's also gaps between where concentrated efforts or layers of efforts are happening. And I imagine that falls to the city because the city has everybody to take care of. So lots of nested layers at different scales of capacities and representation, right? And sort of levels of accountability. I want to know, so design agendas, and we saw if we look in the past, there's clearly a fear around the idea of a strong agenda and maybe even design and the power of design. And I wonder, what is the role of design today in today's agendas? So if you think of each of your organizations and the urban agendas you're working on, what is the role of design? And is it, how do you overcome the sort of fear of planning that we're operating in?
This will be an incomplete answer for sure, but I think by planning with people so that plans aren't imposed on people, but are the product of like very thoughtful, very engaged deliberation alongside community members. And by saying that, I don't mean like plans should be a wish list, because I don't think that does people a service. I think plans should be like a thoughtful, like, here is what is desirable and here is what is possible, and like really honing in on that overlap in the Venn diagram and like making that happen. I think plans should push the envelope into like, well, who's to say what is or isn't possible? Plans should play that role. And I think there is a danger in planning or kind of calling for things that are very, 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 very unlikely to happen. I think that can erode trust in its own way. So I guess that was one thought. And then the other is, I guess in kind of my lane or our lane right now. It's like really leaning into the role of regulation in good design outcomes. That doesn't sound cool or sexy at all, but like that is a power that the public sector has, and I think we got to make the most of it um, in service of achieving community desired outcomes and goals.
I think you said with people, and I also think there's an element of like for people, especially when we're thinking about some of these kind of dense urban areas where we saw, from the Sloop experience and the feedback, like people want walkable spaces that where people can gather and build community. I think again, I was looking at the Pruitt Igoe part of the exhibit, and it talked about how there was this idea of building a vertical neighborhood where you had floors that were designated for like community gathering that were just not used that way because you need to be able to create spaces at the street level where they feel safe, where there's something to do, there's something to look at, there's something to enjoy. And I think from a design perspective, that's where we have to really focus, especially as we're kind of correcting some of the I'm going to call them mistakes of the past and how we've used design to where we are.
I guess the only thing that I would add is that design and use are always going to be at the forefront. That's what brings the people out. That's what gets the juices going. That's where most of the arguments occur. And I think it becomes incumbent upon successful areas, depending on if it's at the local level, the municipal level, or whatever, is to try and create frameworks so that you can move through that decision making, move through that negotiation. I know that's what we kind of try to focus on, is try to create the type of missing pieces of community infrastructure that's needed to have those conversations.
Great. So I'm going to ask one more question and then we'll open it up to the audience. And do so to still have a break, right? Am I okay, Matt? Okay, so to me, there is one more agenda that is probably the most important agenda that we haven't really talked about yet, which is the need for energy transition that has to happen at municipal, state, federal. I mean, it's a huge can of worms that I'm bringing up, but we haven't, you've mentioned sustainability and the city sustainability plan, but when we think about the existential crisis and the need for a massive agenda to bring forward this kind of needed change, who will do it? How is that going to happen, or why have we not brought that yet to the table? Because I think we could all agree that is looming and necessary. And clearly we're focused on a social agenda and reparative, and there's a lot to do. So this is not a critique of what all of the existing efforts are, but there's a clear, to me, elephant in the room, and I'm just wondering who in our landscape, current landscape, how does that happen?
I have no idea, but I would say that more than likely we're going to have to eat the elephant one bite at a time. I think everybody's going to have to play their role as to how they can bring and change their practices. For instance, in this urban environment, how do we get more people out of the cars, under the feet, on the transit, on the bikes? How do we build in sustainable building practices? How do we make room, especially in a historic city like St. Louis, for alternative energy generation? You just go to a preservation board meeting and listen to the arguments over, I want to put solar panels on my 1897 house, and the arguments that would get there. And I think until we begin to resolve those types of things, and I think it's going to be all of us one bite at a time.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, the question of who is really hard. What's a little bit easier to imagine? I mean, I think something we've got is like urban places are on balance, like more energy efficient. So we've got that going for us. I think other dimensions of the challenge, though, that we spend a lot of time in our office thinking about are like the cat's kind of out of the bag a little bit on climate change in terms of extreme heat and how that's going to impact St. Louis, how that is impacting St. Louis and people's health, and also major flooding events. And a lot of people live in flood prone areas, and that is like a very wicked problem to think about because the two goals, or the, I think, two goals the city should have are like protect people and protect the wealth and stability and kind of belonging and sense of place that they have built in many neighborhoods over time. Those things can sometimes be in conflict. And so the sloop has really tried to grapple with this and kind of pushed and pulled. And I think we've offered some framework and decided a lot of those conversations are best had in the neighborhood planning level because we're not going to tell anybody to do anything in a citywide like that. But like there are these real realities and risks that we have to contend with and plan for. And the level of kind of resources, federal or otherwise, we have to adapt are, I don't think we should plan on them ever meeting the scale of the need. So we need to be very smart and strategic.
I don't know that I have much more. I go on another tangent, so we'll keep them moving.
So let's, are there any questions in the audience?
Yeah. Do we need mics? Hold on.
Just, I don't know, for the recording maybe.
And I'm going to put Miriam on the spot for a second. So we have a new director of sustainability at the city, and we have an office of sustainability, and we have an RFP out, I believe, for a new sustainability plan. So can you just talk to how those efforts might respond to Patty's question?
Yeah, sustainability plan actually underway. So RFP responded to, team selected. It started, there's actually, I think, still open a community advisory committee application for, great, yeah, awesome. Well, I have no sway, but I'm very glad you, awesome, that's great, because I think it's like, we shouldn't be doing these things without like community members guiding the conversation or at least keeping the city on the rails. I don't think I can speak fully to the scope of that, but it is updating the city's greenhouse gas inventory to kind of get a clear picture of where we are in terms of our greenhouse gas impact. And I think that the gist of it is trying to arrive at a plan that builds on the 2013 plan, which was very comprehensive, very thorough, very detailed. And in this process, arrive at like a very action-oriented, very prioritized set of strategies so that it's very clear what the city should do first, second, third, and why, and with what resources and who's responsible. So we keep, or really get some traction on this. So I'm not an expert in building energy performance or all sorts of things that plan will get into, but that is underway under the leadership of Alicia Russell, who's the city's new sustainability director.
Thank you for your presentations. They were fantastic. I guess my question is to all three of you, and that is, to what degree are your ideas and things that you presented, your projects, dependent on growth? And what happens if the growth doesn't happen?
I can start. So our efforts are all intended to create growth. And so it's not necessarily dependent on, at least to start. I think, when we're thinking particularly about job creation, that's another piece that we're thinking about is, it's called Supply STL, but it's how do we help ensure that we are sourcing local businesses for when we're looking for procurement, whether that's for direct services or for manufacturing, and trying to make those connections between big and small, and again to help some of the smaller entities grow from a job perspective. I think the other piece is a little bit of when I look at the transportation changes, we are correcting for the lack of growth in a lot of ways, right? Again, some of those streets are oversized, and so we're correcting for the number of cars that go up and down Broadway and downtown when it's particularly non-Cardinals games, right? And so I think there may be, hopefully, maybe one day there'll be a moment where, like, actually, maybe we do need that extra lane, or hopefully not, because we'll have figured out other modes of transportation to folks to leverage, right? But I think, but I think that's the idea, right? Is that there's a little bit of, we want to meet the community or meet the needs of where we're at realistically, while also trying to figure out ways to stimulate growth.
I guess for us, we're in a bit of a unique situation in that the way that we look at the growth is that we're one of the growth generators in terms of our employment at the medical campus. I think we fluctuate between being the second or third largest concentration of employment in the region. And so ours has been more focused on how do we take advantage of that growth that we have and have an impact in the communities that directly surround us. So can we capture some of that growth versus we have new employees coming in and our employment numbers are going up? Can we encourage more of them to stay within a certain range of the campus?
Yeah, I think within the land use plan, this is something we've talked a lot about as a team. I think the attitude of the land use plan is growth would be good, as long not full stop, but generally, like, the city would benefit from more people, and the land use plan seeks to shape how that growth occurs so that it results in better outcomes in the built environment, but also better outcomes for people who are here today. So growth, and a component of that being also retaining people who are here in the city and who we know are many people continuing to make a choice to leave because many parts of the city are just not delivering the way they need to in terms of safety, quality housing, access to services and amenities. So I think fixing some of those problems, many of the ways Sarah was and Brian are speaking to, I think retention is as much a component of growth as is attraction. Two more quick points. But the sloop will not create growth on its own. Like, we're under no illusions that it can do that, but it will shape change wherever that change occurs in a way that would create better outcomes for current and future residents. And then I think another thing we haven't talked about is that some of the good news in terms of population change in the city, in terms of kind of where there is, I think, potential and kind of signs of growth, are in kind of people new to America, immigrants coming to the city. And in the strategic land use plan process, we had a couple of detailed focus groups to, like, try to understand the experiences of people who are not just new to St. Louis, but new to the country, and how is the city working for them, and how can we make it work better for them, as well as all the people who are here with us today, or who we might be trying to compete against, whatever, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Boston, to attract and retain. So yeah, I think SLOOP not dependent on growth, but designed to kind of shape change in a way that maximizes benefits for people.
I was just going to add to, I think, to what Miriam just mentioned, if folks didn't see, St. Louis did have the largest increase in immigrant population of all the largest metros in the country. So while not like on a pure number basis, but on a percentage basis, it was the largest. So I think, again, there's definitely momentum headed in that direction from a growth perspective.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up a little bit on Bruce's question and be more specific. And I'm glad you brought up the population thing, but I'm part of the Mosaic project. Those numbers aren't going to sway anything for a long time. Those are great numbers, but 14,000 or whatever the number is, when you talk about 7 decades or whatever we were, 800, 900,000 to what we are now. So that's the, so that's the reality. As much as we do all this planning about growth, yes, that's of course the goal of every. I kind of compare this to things I'm observing, and you gave some good images in the county. So we know we had and we still do had a ridiculous number of municipalities that over the course of time, it's whittled down a little bit because you just kind of wonder, you can't justify yourself being a little municipality with governance and police and all that. They just don't have the population base. And then you see the little thing you said about Chesterfield. That's easy. They're all scattered about. Now they can make a place. And, you know, that's actually an easy thing to do if you have that population base and draw from a certain radius. I was taken by the photo of Baden, which, you know, I drive by occasionally because I have to go out that direction. So Baden's just one of many, many, many. And, you know, those little neighborhoods or main streets, if you will, happened when we were thriving, when we had growth, when we needed to shift. Different groups wanted to live here or there. That was, I think, traditionally German or something like that. So if we're talking about now and this topic of agenda in St. Louis, like, do we need to have the hard conversation, whether it's in the zoning plan or something, that some of these places, based on their population, and there's no offense to the residents, I'm not trying to say this as a comment to the residents, but it's just not going to survive unless, I mean, what else can happen to these little places? You know, they don't have the luxury of the WashU Medical Development Corporation there with a solid core. So what happens to these other places that we must say, that Main Street ain't going to happen and be, I mean, even if you renovated everything, there's no support there. So what can we do as a region to kind of either help these areas or say there needs to be some other way of consolidation or something? I'm just throwing this out there because I just see this, and knowing the population goals, it ain't going to happen that we're going to have hundreds of thousands of people and then we spread them out in our city to then help each of these little neighborhoods, because that's just a number that doesn't happen in the history of, you know, movement, except for.
I just want to add to that. In addition to what you're posing, we still are operating on a lot of the same tools. And so that's just something I want to add to the question, and maybe it speaks back to, is there an imagination to draw on Tony's kind of call last night that might help with that?
This is one of my favorite topics, and I don't necessarily 100% agree with you on that, in that part of what you're seeing in places like Baton or in some of our abandoned commercial districts is a lack of community infrastructure. Because yes, we are spread out and we don't have the population to bring them all back, but we have the population to bring a good chunk of them back. St. Louis the city itself is grossly under-retailed. A lot of our citizens cross the county border just for basic goods and services. So that's an opportunity. To get to Patty's point, not only have we been using the same tools, we've been using the same systems. There's nobody that wakes up in the city of St. Louis every day and says, what's happening in the Baton commercial district? And that's a systems issue because we've chosen not to allocate our resources in that manner. As opposed to, and you see the vacancy that's happened in Baton, and there's nobody there working every day. Go to downtown Maplewood. If they had that same level of vacancies, it would be a house on fire moment and all hands on deck. We've chosen not to put those systems in place in those various and allocate those resources. And it's not just, when I say we, it's not the individual we, like a mayor's administration or some type of nefarious deal. It's just the system that we chose to, you know, we put our public resources into bigger projects. And I'm a firm believer, if we start to look at some of those commercial districts and how we can fill in some of the missing gaps in goods and services and experiences, I'm with Marion. we're the city. We should be able to do this much better than Chesterfield because we're already ahead of them. We already have the historic structures. We already have the spaces and the layouts that are there. There's just no resources that are there on a daily basis that's waking up. And so a lot of people make the same assumption. Oh, you don't have a Washington University Medical Center. Neither does South Grand. Neither does Cherokee Street. But somehow there's people down there that wake up every day, and their systems are more modern systems. They put in neighborhood special taxing districts, so they'll have the resources to wake up every day. They'll put in neighborhood community improvement districts, so that somebody's waking up every day to focus on that, and that's really the secret sauce. Not whether or not there's an anchor there or not.
I have one last.
One more. Sorry,
Right here.
where is that coming from? Oh, okay.
To what extent are the plans for downtown St. Louis and urban planning generally for St. Louis dependent on an expansion of the tax base? In other words, to what extent is the limited tax base of St. Louis City limiting the scope of what can be done or will be done? And is there any way for the city of St. Louis to get access to the broader tax base of St. Louis County? I'm not talking about a merger, but just some way in which the lack of a tax base in St. Louis can be alleviated in whether special tax districts for certain things or whatnot, in the context of what everybody wants to do for the city of St. Louis.
I probably don't have as detailed, or well, not to presume anything about your comment, but I do think a conversation about like what a successful regionalism looks like for St. Louis is one we need to keep having, and how we are fiscally structured as a region. Like there are structural incentives in place for municipalities to compete against each other and compete against the city, and there's no control on sprawl, and all of that is problematic. And I don't know that it's getting anybody the results people want, but for maybe a few kind of sort of self-protected enclaves where people are living in a more kind of, well, whatever. I do think kind of a regional land use or fiscal conversation is one that I'm not aware ever being a big conversation in the public debate, and there's not a clear venue for that. So I don't know how to address that, but I think
Maybe
that
WashU.
Maybe what the
And do
a
something.
convener.
There was one more.
Well, and I want to let Sarah.
All right.
One more question back here.
We got one here, and then we're gonna
We
take
need
a
to
small
break.
But yeah, so one more.
It's both a question and a comment. So I've heard your plans. This is all great information that you've presented today. What I did not hear was where the youth voice is in some of your plans, and I'm just curious to know where the youth, because we talk about the brain drain in St. Louis, people leaving, what's happening with the young people, and have you thought about that? And then the other comment I had is regarding neighborhoods and preservation. There's a whole plan for neighborhoods being able to tap into tax credits. But if without education around the benefits of tax credits, they don't know that it exists. So that's something I have a question about as well.
I guess I'll take it in reverse. So on the education part, that's part of the missing community infrastructure that we don't have on the ground. There's nobody at the neighborhood level necessarily assigned everywhere to go out and educate those neighborhood organizations about those types of decisions. You know, we have a huge challenge up in North St. Louis in which the response to crime, or the response to the perception of crime and decay, had been to tear down the buildings, to get the buildings out of the way. Well, if you get the buildings out of the way, then you no longer have access to the historic tax credits. And so then you miss out on that economic benefit. And because there's nobody there informing them, because of the way our system is very parochial, automatic level, at one level, the neighborhood level, and it's kind of not the educate. I know in our area, one of the things that we try to do in both our primary service neighborhoods, which are Forest Park Southeast and the Central West End, but also in our secondary neighborhoods that are along Delmar, is to begin to try to educate the neighborhood leaders on the benefits of the various economic development tools. To answer your question on where do youth play, I'm a firm believer that, youth are stakeholders just like everyone else. And so as you're going through planning processes, you have to create spaces for them to participate, not spaces for after you've done the plan, well, let's go get the youth position. If they're not at the table, what do they say? If you're not at the table, then you're on the table being consumed. So
I think we need to wrap up so that we have a break. But I want to thank you all. That was super interesting and detailed. I think we have a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Coming back together, we're going to get ready to start our second panel, which is Civic Architecture, Roles and Presence of Public Architecture in St. Louis. And this panel is going to explore how architects and designers responded to the shortcomings of public architectural projects and the work of key architects in St. Louis that we see in the exhibition Design Agendas, Modern Architecture in St. Louis, 1930 to 1970, including, importantly, the work of Charles Fleming. And I know Shantel will be speaking to that during the panel. But I'm going to hand it over now to our moderator, Professor, Eric Mumford, who is the Rebecca and John Voiles Professor of Architecture in the Sam Fox School here at WashU, and is also one of the co-curators of the exhibition. So if you haven't had a chance to see the show yet, you'll get a sense of some of the works and topics explored in that exhibition. And of course, that's up through January as well. So you can always come back if you're local to St. Louis and see the show. But with that, I'll hand it over to Eric.
Thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Meredith, and thanks also to Matt Bernstein for organizing this great symposium. I'm really encouraged so far, both by the really exciting lecture last night and by the discussion this morning. So this session is more historical, and I'm going to very briefly talk through some of the planning history that's also mostly in the exhibition. So this is maybe the more depressing part of the whole thing. And then, I know many of you know some of this history of the 1947 plan and all the massive clearances and so on, although part of the intent of the exhibition was also to still credit the quality of the architecture that was produced during that period. Things like the Arch, for example, and many other works which are in the exhibition downstairs. What I wanted to do today is really just set some of the context for all of that. St. Louis has a very long history, as many of you know. This site has been inhabited for thousands of years at the confluence of the Missouri, Mississippi, and Illinois rivers. There's lots and lots of layers of history here that are really quite interesting in many ways. And certainly one of the things that I think that can distract us by focusing too much on the mid-20th century is all those earlier interesting layers. And so I just want to say that up front, that we're not trying to, in a way, denigrate or diminish the previous history, much of which has produced the walkable city that we were just hearing about this morning. And that if you look at the plan of 1903 there, made at the time of the 1904 World's Fair, you'll see most of the built-up area was not only just within the city limits, but even the southwest part of the city was not yet built up. And so it was a pretty dense streetcar-based city, very rail-based city. Rail was key to its growth in the 19th century. The Eads Bridge in 1874, a landmark of engineering, brought the railroad across the river. And after that, the industries, the major industries of St. Louis, developed very densely in and around the riverfront. And so that produced both an environment of tremendous density, a lot of mass transit of all kinds, but also problems with pollution, with overcrowding, lack of sanitation, a lot of the issues that planners then tried to address in the 20th century. There was this huge concern, not all of it illegitimate, with sanitation and with the problems of density, which can be hard for us to understand today now that we're used to having indoor plumbing, and a smoke ordinance was passed in the late 1930s that eliminated a lot of the burning of coal smoke, which regularly put much of the city under a huge pall of darkness for much of the day. So those are part of the reasons why planning started to have such a following here. Beginning in 1907, one of the first regional plans of an American city produced by a private group. This was not a city plan, but was produced by the Civic League. So it's a part of the whole social structure of St. Louis at that time, where elite families, many of whom were moving to the West End private streets and then eventually on out into St. Louis County, were also very much concerned about the civic environment in which they lived. So that had many positive aspects. The public school system developed during that period, the 1904 fair, many of the parks across the city. And at the same time, there was a very strong impetus towards segregation, that this was the same period that the Great Migration was beginning, many African Americans moving here from the Deep South. The city was under 10% black before 1910. In the 19-teens, the population started to grow greatly. A lot of people found themselves only able to find housing in certain neighborhoods in the city, the Mill Creek Valley being one of those, the area between downtown and Midtown, just east of the St. Louis University campus. It was an area along with the Ville in North St. Louis, which is where much of the African American population were the only places where they were really allowed to live, that there was a segregation ordinance that was passed and then found to be unconstitutional on property rights grounds in the 19-teens. But many of the premises of that segregation ordinance continued and were basically enforced by the real estate board down to the 1940s at least. And so that shaped a lot of the 20th century history of the city. It's not entirely coincidental that the Grand Boulevard in the 1907 plan that was proposed to connect downtown, part of which became the Great Gateway Mall, to Forest Park, actually would have passed through the Mill Creek Valley, clearing a lot of the areas which were just beginning to be inhabited by African Americans. And so lots of conflict around planning, around zoning, around exclusion, racial and basically economic exclusion emerging here in the 20th century. And so that's the kind of prehistory of a lot of the planning in the 20th century. It was not at all something brought in by Europeans in the 1930s. There was already a strong discourse developed by people like Harlan Bartholomew around planning, around the need basically to sanitize the city, to make the city more traffic friendly, and very much advocating for zoning as a tool of doing that, much of it favoring single family residential in the most recently built up areas, which tended to be those areas in what became the Central Corridor, the area west from the Central West End, extending out into Clayton, Ladue, and beyond, where in 1937 the federal government began to issue mortgage insurance to protect property values. A lot of that involved rating neighborhoods for risk. The riskiest neighborhoods were typically African American neighborhoods or older neighborhoods close to downtown, which were shown as red on these maps. And then the least risky neighborhoods were the newly built neighborhoods in the Central Corridor. And so all of that establishing patterns really that went beyond planning that are still in some ways very much operative today in shaping the metropolitan area. So that's the whole bigger context of which there's now a lot of planning history. If you're interested, the catalog for the exhibition has endnotes to some of the many sources on this material. But there's also the whole aspect of architecture developing here. This is also the period of some great works of modern architecture, Harris Armstrong, work of various other figures, some of whom's work then becomes important in the 1950s. It's also the period of the Gateway Arch, what becomes the Gateway Arch in 1935. The waterfront was declared a National Historic Site as part of the New Deal, and it was really an effort to create jobs during the Great Depression, very successful effort in many ways, and also changed the politics of St. Louis during that period. It's the first time that it became predominantly a democratic city was during the New Deal in the 1930s. That was the period also then when it was decided to establish a monument to Thomas Jefferson and westward expansion on the old waterfront, which was substantially emptied out at that point. Much of it had been built in the 19th century in relation to the steamboat trade. As the steamboats declined in the 19th century and the rail lines became more important, the whole area became vacant. And in 1907, it was seen as a kind of eyesore that probably should be cleared. and rebuilt. Finally, in the 1930s, there seemed to be an opportunity to do that. The federal money was allocated for what became the Jefferson National Expansion Memorial, and then in 1939, 1940, the entire site was cleared. Many historic buildings are removed, about 200 buildings actually taken down in that process. It was not a massive clearance of people. There were about 200 people living on the site, most of them involved in the riverfront industries, but it was really the first step toward what became the massive clearances found throughout the city in the 1950s and 60s. We all know in 1948, Eero Saarinen's design for a 630-foot tall stainless steel arch was selected as the winning entry. That was not built until the 1960s. There were lots of issues about acquiring the land. Finally, additional federal money allocated in the late 50s to do that. But the arch, as it now stands, a kind of early indicator of this direction of modern architecture here in the 1940s and 50s. And many other great works, many of which are in the exhibition. Erich Mendelsohn, the German emigre architect who had fled Hitler's Germany, his first work in the United States, a synagogue here in University City, former B'nai Amunah. Today, the Center for Contemporary Arts, repurposed as an arts center and dance center in the 1980s, still very successful here today. So lots of other examples. I'm not going to go through all of them in this brief presentation, so as we have time for the other speakers, but Minoru Yamasaki's airport, also extremely important work of engineering, one of the largest thin shell concrete structures in the world when it was begun in the 1950s. Yamasaki's assistant on the project, he was a Detroit-based Japanese-American architect. His assistant on the project was Gio Obata, who then went on to found the firm HOK here in 1956, which for a time was the world's largest architecture firm. So all that's happening in the same context as Harlan Bartholomew's 1947 plan, which, as we've been hearing, called for clearing a lot of the city, rebuilding it with new highways, many of which were then built, often deliberately clearing African-American neighborhoods, a whole strategy really of trying to transform the city into something very different from what it had become in the pre-war years. A lot of the model for the housing was actually Robert Moses's New York, the city planning construction coordinator who, beginning in the 1940s, had begun to rebuild large sections of New York City with high-rise elevator housing. Moses himself distanced himself from modernist planning, rejected the ideas of Le Corbusier, while at the same time massively transforming much of New York City, often in a racially segregated way, but at the same time providing thousands of housing units for returning veterans, making it possible for many people to remain in the city who otherwise would have been moving to the suburbs. So a very ambiguous legacy, still debated in New York City, and kind of the model here for St. Louis for a period in the 1940s and 50s. And that's the same context then as Pruitt-Igoe, which we'll be hearing more about from Michael Willis, who actually lived there as a child, and the whole context really of what this newspaper, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, called Progress or Decay, a multi-week series in the paper calling for a new bond issue, which was eventually passed in the mid-1950s to transform the city, not only with high-rise housing and highways, but with a whole lot of other public works, new schools, parks, sewer lines, a lot of the infrastructure that's still in place in the city, the result of the 1950s bond issue passed under the administration of Mayor Tucker. That's also the same period here where modern architecture appears on campus. Fumihiko Maki, a Japanese-American architect who studied at Harvard and then came here as a junior faculty member in the mid-50s. His first building of his long career, which continued until earlier this year in Tokyo, was Steinberg Hall here on campus. Another remarkable work of engineering, a folded plate concrete structure, innovative structure from that period. The structural engineering was assisted by the then Dean of Architecture, Joe Passanow. But as, and I'll now not go on any further, but only kind of interesting architectural works here. This was, of course, also the period of the emerging civil rights movement, the recognition that the segregated patterns of St. Louis were deeply unjust, and the period where finally in the mid-1960s there started to be more black elected officials, and at least the beginnings of desegregation in a lot of various areas. Many of the conflicts about that continuing well past the 60s, and in some cases, of course, right down to the present. One other project, just at kind of the end of this period in the early 70s, Buckminster Fuller, the visionary architect engineer, proposing at the behest of Katherine Dunham, the modern dancer, African-American modern dancer, who had established a dance center while she was teaching at Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville in East St. Louis. She was very concerned about the condition of East St. Louis. It was also a segregated city that was rapidly losing its white population as well as its industry in the 1960s. And she asked Fuller to propose a kind of visionary project for the future. And so he proposed a massive dome under which there would be hundreds of housing units as well as industry and recreational spaces. It would never have any climactic issues because it was completely enclosed, and it would be built by people living in the community. It never happened, but a number of WashU faculty and students worked on the project with Fuller, and it was still in some ways alive down into the 1990s. When finally, I think everybody kind of gave up on the idea. So that sort of concludes the main work in the exhibition. Michael will now, I think, talk a little bit more about some of these specific projects and his own experience there. Okay. I'll just quickly introduce. Michael is a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, member of the National Association of Minority Architects. He founded Michael Willis Associates Architects in the Bay Area in California in 1988. Before that, he had worked for Charles Fleming, who we'll be hearing about in the panel today. He also is a WashU alum, with getting his undergraduate degree here in 1973, his Master of Architecture in 1976, and his Master of Social Work also in 1976. And he's taught here repeatedly over the years, most recently in 2022. His firm has created master plans for mixed income affordable housing projects in San Francisco, Oakland, Portland, and post-Katrina New Orleans. And he's also done extensive planning studies both here and across the country. He's also a very accomplished architect of infrastructure, having worked on the International Terminal at the San Francisco Airport, Terminal 2 at the Oakland International Airport, and numerous BART stations in the San Francisco area. He's also has a lot of expertise in designing water treatment plants, which he has done across the country. So welcome, Michael.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for that. It sounds like you're talking about 2 or 3 people. Yes, my hometown. I wanted to talk about this aspect of public housing from a personal perspective. Yes, I did live in Pruitt-Igoe, and now we were the first residents of our apartment in 1956 or so, and it was brand new. And as an architecture student in 1972, with some colleagues of mine, we went to the site to see it get blown up and destroyed. I didn't think about it at the time, but it kept coming up as a subject of what was it about that that particular project that, although it was based on these ideas of worker and social housing that we've seen examples of all over the world, mostly Europe. But what was it about it that made this one fail? I've had lots of time to think about this, and there are a few aspects that stay with me. So I've gone to these other places around the world to look at other examples of this social housing. Stuttgart has one that I was particularly focused on, the Weissenhof Siedlung, and it's still operational. There it is. It's still operational. It had all of the usual suspects as architects designing some aspect of the Siedlung, but it's still a neighborhood. It's still operational. It's still connected to the transportation system, open space, walkable. And to me, of the many many failures of Pruitt-Igoe, the one that I focus on the most is that it was cut off from the rest of the city grid. Yes, the site was cleared and the streets stopped at the borders. Yeah, the street stopped at the borders, and it was not the same thing as the developments we're seeing in Europe, and um, even when the Cold War was happening and Berlin was split into East Berlin and West Berlin, I visited those similar sort of architectural aspects of big block housing in the Soviet zone, but they were still connected to everything else that the rest of the neighborhoods were connected to. So it was not just the way they looked; it was how they were connected to their communities. And when Pruitt-Igoe was built, Pruitt was for the black families, and Igoe was in the smaller complex. The Igoe was for white families, and I even met decades later a kid, a white kid, who was there at the same time, but he calls it Igoe Pruitt. That's sort of funny. So when it became possible for black or white families to go out to the suburbs with the freeway and the federal home loan association, which those federal loans were not available to blacks, strangely enough. So when the white families left Pruitt-Igoe, it became all black. And the management of those properties transferred from a federal hand to the local one. It just started to fail to the point where see, I was about 5 when we moved there, and I was 9 when we moved out. It was starting to deteriorate. And so those aspects of, we're talking about urban space and urban connections in some of the other conversations. And this was built on a kind of an idea of the streets would be in the sky, the streets in the sky, which did not work. And but as a kid, all the kids, white kids, black kids, we're all playing in the playground. Nobody knew about the segregation and all that. We were just all kids in the playground. We went to the movies in the basement where some parents would run movies, cartoons, and we walked to school up the street, Blewett School, past the Crundon Branch Library, which is also in the exhibition. But when it started to fail, we just moved someplace else. There were 8 of us, parents, 6 kids. But it was only after I got involved in my profession that I began to go back and think about, well, what made this fail, and other developments built on maybe the same conceptual idea survive. And so this idea of the idea of Pruitt-Igoe as a concept, big rectangular blocks, and similar to what we're seeing in European examples. Well, the same architects, Helmuth, Yamasaki, and Lineweber. Gio was working there, Obata, but with the addition of Harris Armstrong, designed a project, and within a few years of the within a few years of the original Pruitt-Igoe, designed Plaza Square. And what's the difference? Well, with Harris Armstrong's joining the project as an architect, there was color added, balconies, elevators stopped on every floor instead of skip-stop elevators, which is what Pruitt-Igoe had. Yeah, you can read so much about this. I would say that outside of Shakespeare and the Bible, there have been more books written on Pruitt-Igoe and why it failed than I'm going to have time to talk about here. But there are films about it. The Pruitt-Igoe myth. You can certainly get a lot of detail about why it didn't work. But look at Plaza Square. Less dense, packed in the city, surrounded by existing buildings, across the street from Union Station, across the other side of the St. Louis Public Library. It's still in the city grid. It's still there now. That's part of the field guide that we have for the Design Agendas exhibition. You can go see it. It's still there. So was it just an architectural failure, or was it an intentional reduction of those things that would make it a place that anybody would want to live, simply because of who it was designed for? So I think as I studied this more and more, and I've seen this as an example when I've back to Berlin, and I was at the International Building, IBA, and I go to an exhibition in a hall where the wall was still up. The exhibition hall, the Martin Gropiusbau, weißt du? And I walk in, and there was a 20-foot mural of Pruitt-Igoe being blown up, and I thought, this is never going to leave me. So, but later as we got involved in my own practice in designing housing, started to really look at those things that make housing work in any neighborhood. And as you heard in the earlier panel this morning, we developed a way of communicating with the community about what should be built in their neighborhoods. It's a whole process. And so after school, I went to work for a local architect, Spector, Royce, and Trivers. They were professors here. Andy Trivers was not a professor here, but he was one of the founders. And then later that year, I went to work for my mentor, Charles Fleming, who you'll hear about a lot more. He's one of the rare black architects in the country. At that time, maybe 1% of all registered architects in the country were black. Right now, it's 2-ish.3%. Woo, a big bump. But his work is still here, still impactful, and he always designed at the highest level. And even in the communities where you'll see an example of his comprehensive health center in North St. Louis at Belt and what was then Easton, Martin Luther King now, still the strongest architectural building on the site. And in 1982, he asked me to go to San Francisco to open his San Francisco office. And I learned how to make a practice based on what I saw in our practice here in St. Louis. And then in 1988, I opened my own practice. And using the lessons that I learned from Charles, I grew my own firm from myself to about 50 people when I retired, and it's still going on without me. How, I will never know. But no, it's the firm's doing fine, and offices in Portland and San Francisco. So what I liked about this exhibition is that you get a chance to see those elements of architecture that were critical to St. Louis. You can still go see some of these wonderful pieces, and take the field guide and go yourself to see them and see how they work and see how they inform you of what architecture, modern architecture, should be today. So I will be here for questions and answers, but thank you.
Maybe I should introduce myself.
Just wait. Shantel Blakely, some of you may know, taught here a few years ago as assistant professor. She's an architectural historian and architect. She's now assistant professor at Rice University in Houston. And she's currently working on a book on the Italian architect Marco Zanuso, Appartamento Aperto at Home with Marco Zanuso with MIT Press. She's also begun working since her time here on a book on Charles Fleming, which is what she'll be speaking about here today. I think that turn it over to Shantel.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for the invitation. It's really great to be back here and see a few former students and former colleagues. I miss you. Congratulations to the curators on the exhibition, which is really impressive. And thanks to Meredith and the team for the logistical organization of the conference. I'd also just like to acknowledge Charles Fleming, who died this past summer. I was really glad to have the chance to meet him in 2019 and grateful to him for speaking with me in several interviews about his career and his projects, including the one that I'll present today. I'm actually not going to talk so much about him. I'm going to try to tell you about this project, although it's research that's still ongoing, so it's a bit, there are some gaps, and the images, there aren't as many images as I would like to have, but hopefully I'll be able to present this relatively clearly. But if you haven't heard about Charles Fleming, I encourage you to look at the entire wall that was devoted to him in the exhibition, which is really beautiful tribute. The Arthur J. Kennedy Skilled Training Center was a manifestation of a particular political climate that existed for a brief moment in the late 1960s, involving partnerships between Washington and cities across the U.S. For its architect, Charles Fleming, it was an early instance of the service-oriented design practice that he would continue to develop in various practice projects until the 1990s. But the Skilled Training Center was not just an architecture project, it was also a project in institutional design, and it had many authors. Owing to its public nature, it was the subject of more newspaper articles than any of Charles Fleming's other projects. The building no longer exists, but by reviewing these articles and a set of photographs in Fleming's archive, we can begin to get a glimpse of what this project was. So my talk will briefly trace its life cycle, and at the end I'll explain why I think it marks a significant milestone in the history of modern architecture in the broadest sense, as well as in the history of St. Louis architecture and St. Louis more broadly. My timeline of the Skilled Training Center begins with an introduction to its mastermind and driving force, the local businessman Arthur J. Kennedy. Born in 1916, trained as an engineer at Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, Kennedy ran a highly successful sheet metal fabrication company in the St. Louis area. He made air conditioning ducts. In the early 60s, Kennedy sought to address the chronic failure of black workers to receive construction jobs in the St. Louis area. As a member of the NAACP, he raised public awareness of discriminatory admissions practices at Rankin Technical College. With the exposure of bias, Rankin faced the potential loss of accreditation for its apprenticeship programs. As a result, it admitted its first 3 black students in 1963. So news of Rankin integrating. In 1965, Mayor Alphonse Cervantes appointed Kennedy as the head of the city's welfare agency. Kennedy continued to think about the problem of how to expand access to education and to qualification for people seeking work in the trades. Around the same time, the Department of Housing and Urban Development was established by President Lyndon Johnson. So that's January 1966. But it had been discussed under the John F. Kennedy administration. It finally happened in '66. Among the first initiatives of this new cabinet department was a program called Model Cities. And I saw it on Tony's timeline last night. It was conceived by President Johnson's Model Cities Task Force, which included housing expert Catherine Bauer Worcester and MIT professor Robert C. Wood, among other people. Their charge was to figure out how to address poverty, limited education, physical decay of structures, poor infrastructure, insufficient housing, and the inability of Black Americans in particular to move out of densely populated, under-resourced urban neighborhoods. The task force called for government funding for scores of new programs to be executed in selected cities across the country. Calls for proposals would be issued. Cities would propose promising and novel approaches, and the agency would choose the ones to pursue. In 1968, Mayor Cervantes appointed Arthur J. Kennedy to the Model City Agency, an office in City Hall that had been set up expressly to coordinate proposals for the federal program. During his first year in that role, Kennedy proposed 22 programs. These included model housing projects, support for health care workers, adult education, legal defense, emergency loans, hot meals for elderly residents, anti-crime programs, and summer jobs for youth, among others. The entire package had to be approved by the Board of Aldermen, and the input of neighborhood residents was also solicited as part of the process. There were hearings. So this was a case of the methodology that does sort of ask the public. It was actually quite contentious because there were people desired to be personally beneficiaries to get contracts from the Model Cities project, rather than thinking of the sort of greater good, which is where Kennedy had his attention was focused. So it was contentious, but they did get the funding. The Skill Training Center was the largest and most complex of the proposals. It was funded at $1,200,000, which was a lot of money at that time. It was a new kind of institution that would combine a vocational and technical school with an in-house employment agency. So it wasn't just strictly a school. And they actually referred to the students as clients. Its instructors were union-certified tradesmen whose mentorship would qualify its student apprentices to work in roles such as facilities management, auto repair, metalworking, and other trades. The people who were selected from the program were selected from nearby high schools. The Skills Training Center was built not far from Vashon High School. The many-sided nature of this institution was reflected in its funding structure. While it was partly funded by Model Cities, its Employment Services Division was supported by funds from the Manpower Program and the Department of Labor, which had actually existed since the 50s at least, and was concerned to make sure that the U.S. had an adequate labor force. The project also involved the Board of Education. The Skill Training Center site was at 2825 North Market Street. So just opposite Gateman Square Park. It was 2 miles east of Rankin Technical College and 1 mile south of Fairgrounds Park, but a quarter of a mile to the northwest of the site of the Pruitt-Igoe Apartments, which would be demolished in 1972. The site of the Skill Training Center, previously occupied by the Hussman Refrigeration Company, was vacant in 1968. But it sat in a 4 square mile area that was part of a master plan that had been prepared for the city by a private consulting firm, calling for industrial development, but also community involvement, tax incentives, and focus on entrepreneurial opportunities for Black city residents, favoring companies that would provide on-the-job training. Here are a couple of images of 2 other projects, sort of as an aside. The Courtney Healthcare Center and Carr Central, also not far from the site of the Skill Training Center. They were in that same region of North St. Louis that was targeted for sort of attention. And they all opened in 1975. When the Skill Training Center opened, it was hailed as a major achievement. The opening ceremony was attended by the mayor, John Pelker, at that time. Cervantes had, his term had ended in 1973. The building was then, a year later, rededicated and named the Arthur J. Kennedy Skilled Training Center in a ceremony that featured a speech by Dr. John B. Irvin, who was head of University College here at Washington University at the time. And in the audience, I believe, I can see Charles Fleming sitting there near the front row. The architect of the Skilled Training Center project, Charles Fleming, had started his practice after earning his building certificate from University College in 1960 and completing a few projects in the St. Louis area. By 1970, he was the only Black licensed architect in St. Louis, and in that capacity, he had established an extensive network with connections in the architecture world, the Black community, and city government. At the time, he was also one half of Jenkins Fleming, a partnership with the architect Carrie Jenkins, who was based in Los Angeles. Fleming oversaw the firm's St. Louis projects. A set of photographs here's a picture of Charles Fleming and some of his early projects from the 1960s, including Mount Esther Baptist Church, a very small church in a residential area on Greer Avenue. Gateway Bank, which was the first, one of the first Black-owned banks in the city, had been a project that was conceived during the bank protests in the early 1960s. And its sign was a little arch, a little replica of the St. Louis Arch. Another project also sadly demolished was his clinic in Kinloch for a Dr. Horde. And the Parks Chapel AME Church still exists today in Webster Groves, North Webster, which was an African-American enclave in Webster Groves. The building itself, we can start to understand it a little bit from photographs in the architect's archive. I don't have a floor plan yet, so a certain amount is has to be conjectured. It was a single-story building. Its massing appeared as a collection of different sized volumes that extended in a staggering line along North Market Street, so parallel to the street. This is a view of the corner. That right-hand view is from almost at Glasgow Avenue, which was the west-bounding street. Actually, is at the parking lot at Glasgow Ave, looking east along North Market. That's the view of the same area, but from down in that little courtyard. The art critic George S. McHugh mentioned this building in his book, The Building Art in St. Louis, 1981. He wrote that the building's plan seemed to be translated directly into its elevations and volumes, which made the overall massing an expression of the spaces inside. In the partly sunken space that resulted from the slope of the site, Fleming placed a public outdoor space along the perimeter of the building, which was part paved and part covered with grass, with a series of planters near the building. So you can't really see, you can see the planters on the left side, and this low flat area and a strip of grass. The low walls were suitable for seating. So this was a sort of place where you could apparently sit and eat your lunch, perhaps, take a break, or maybe neighbors could pass by and be accommodated in that little area. Fleming also took care to put plenty of lighting around the area, the building, with lamp posts at regular intervals. The materials here included a textured gray concrete block in the walls, a blue-gray sheet metal roof, and vertically oriented rectangles of recessed glass. The standing seam metal roof was lightweight steel, was was built on a lightweight steel construction with steel columns, and it wrapped down onto the upper part of the wall. The perimeter formed by the wall, which was not load-bearing, was offset several inches outward from the edge of the roof, and between the two was a sort of slanted strip of glass that was occasionally interrupted by a vertical window. I have an interior view of that, which you can see what I mean a little bit more easily. Near the entrance, the sign was a freestanding blue-gray pillar that said Skilled Training Center in black letters on an illuminated translucent white panel. These are two views of classrooms. On the left, sort of photographed unfinished, and I should add these slides were from the firm archive, so they were just sort of in progress documents of the work that they were doing. On the right, you can see one of the classrooms that was used to teach people framing. So you can see they were building actual one-to-one scale framing walls inside the classroom. The sort of finish of the building was sort of what might look like a kind of standard serviceable institutional building. It had plenty of space and new equipment. This view shows a long administrative counter under a drop ceiling, and another view, an image that we'll see later, shows an array of typewriters in a classroom that was used for clerical instruction. And these seem like generic details, but one has to remember that this was kind of unprecedented to have this kind of resource for this community. More pictures of the classroom spaces, someone learning welding, and then another workshop with the array of machines. And you can see the window, the glare is not too bad. On the right slide, you can see a strip of glowing white and then a kind of vertical. That was how the windows appeared from the inside. More views of students. To light the interior, he also used hanging fluorescent lights. Most of the light was from the daylight from the windows. The underside of the roof columns and roof joists are clearly visible in some classrooms. And Fleming said in an interview that he thought about how letting the students see how the building was put together would help to teach them about construction. After several years of operation, newspapers reported on the school's closing, which finally occurred in 1984 after several years of desperate attempts to keep it going. Among the reasons that are cited were a decline in the number of eligible clients for the program as St. Louis was losing population. But the Model Cities program had ended when Lyndon Johnson left office, even before the school opened, and the funding sources that had sustained the program had run out. The last students spoke to reporters about the life-changing opportunities that the Skills Training Center had provided. On the lower right, you can see a picture of Ivory Lofton, the school's director, who had also been a teacher at Vashon High School. 12 years after the school closed, the Skills Training Center building was still standing, but its last remnants were slated to be torn down. In October 1996, a newspaper reported that the local alderwoman and a local activist were staging a protest by camping out in front of the building. Clearly, the building was not in great shape. Sheets of metal roofing had been stripped off, and the steel structural members are visible. At the time, the building was frequented by trespassers whose activities were seen as a threat to local residents and businesses. Still, Alderwoman Velma Bailey and activist Cleo Willis sat on the cracked pavement in front of the building and appealed to City Hall to save it and restore its former function. The Skilled Center had been brought to life by the intervention of exceptional individuals working with the city and federal governments, and it must have seemed logical that its fate would rest in the hands of another individual. They believed that the mayor at the time, Freeman Bosley, had the power to intervene. But apparently it was too late. Even if the mayor had wanted to intervene, he didn't have the means to do so. Instead of supporting Bailey's proposal to save the building, he accepted a bid by a nearby business owner to purchase the site and demolish the building. Today, the site is well maintained but completely cleared, covered with a layer of sod. No trace remains of the skill training center except old curb cuts in the sidewalk. In the newspaper's photograph of Bailey and Willis, while the building behind them is a ruin, the sign that announces the name of the Arthur J. Kennedy Skill Training Center is visibly intact. One can't know for sure why its illuminated glass panels were not broken, as the windows on the building were, but I wonder if it reflects the value that the building held for those who lived nearby. In a city known for its general and systematic failure to meet the needs of the African American community, in the Yateman district and across the city, the Skill Training Center had been an exception and a model. It's not hard to understand how, even as a ruin, the building still stood for a moment that had shattered assumptions about what was possible. So why do I think this is important for the history of architecture? Around 1970, modern architecture was sort of criticized as having, particularly in the United States, having lost touch with any sort of social project, like the Weissenhof Siedlung, and having turned toward purely selfish personal projects that were form-oriented instead. And yet, I think this is an example where architecture and really form, when you think about the style and the aesthetics of this object, the building, was really both part of, it came out of an architecture discourse, because Fleming, having been educated here at WashU, by graduates who had studied with, some of the Europeans who had come through and who collaborated with local St. Louis modern architects as well, he was steeped in this culture. And yet he was part of a social project. He wasn't an architect who was leading this project. He was part of the team. And this type of project tends to be overlooked when we write the history of architecture. But I think that to add this project, to describe it and to put it into the literature might help us to think differently about the value of modern architecture. And maybe just to see more examples, because St. Louis had Charles Fleming, probably other cities had other architects who were doing work and were not noticed because of the kind of work that they did and the kind of interest that history had. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantel. Our next speaker is Bonnie McDonald, the CEO and president of Landmarks Illinois. She has led Landmarks in Illinois for the last 12 years, and her policy work is to incentivize preservation, which has led to over $6 billion in investment in existing buildings and over 30,000 new jobs created. She was awarded the James Marston Fitch Charitable Foundation Mid-Career Fellowship in 2020. She's also chaired the board of the National Preservation Partners Network, a national nonprofit representing preservation organizations, and she currently serves as an appointee to the State of Illinois Route 66 Centennial Commission and the National Council on Public History Labor Task Force. In 2020, she was also the co-chair of the Chicago Monuments Project Advisory Committee to help lead a 2-year truth and racial reckoning process around the city's problematic artworks. And she also in 2022 received the AIA Chicago Distinguished Service Award. She holds a master's in preservation planning from Cornell University and other degrees from the University of Minnesota. So welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And while I take a moment to also, if I can reiterate what Shantel said, I want to invite those who are standing in the back. I was standing for a while. If you want to come forward, you're welcome to take a chair. This is a community. Everybody's welcome. And I just want to say thank you again and congratulate Michael and Eric on the exhibition. I haven't been able to see it yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. So I'm speaking just with some context that I've had around our conversations and reading about the exhibition. But also thank you so much to Meredith and Matt for their excellent logistical work. This takes a village to put these things together. So Shantel, can I borrow that for a moment? I have a few slides to explain a little more about why I am here today. And I think about what I would like to contribute to this panel, everyone, as the through line of what we've heard today. So I think what makes this exhibition and this symposium remarkable to me is that we're talking about people. When we often talk about architectural history and we talk about architecture, it's oftentimes about the design. It's about designing for people, but not designing with people oftentimes. It's not the humane aspects of architecture, the humanity, the people who we are talking about and talking with. So when Michael was speaking about community-centric design, this is the through line from getting to context, which Eric provided us, the designing of these places for people to who lived in the places, how they experienced it, and the community that was built there. And then also hearing about Charles Fleming, and I think about John Matusami in Chicago, who is a similar story. And the work of the community that we saw, activists who were having a sit-in to protect a place that they felt was important. So that's what I want to talk about today, is how some of us are in preservation are trying to think differently about place and why place matters so much to people. And so I have a couple of slides today, but then we want to get to your questions and have hopefully a robust discussion about this. So the first slide I have up is, it's interesting, we've talked about Minoru Yamasaki, because I wanted to start with a slide about Manzanar. So some may know the story of Manzanar. Manzanar was one of several concentration camps that the United States created to essentially incarcerate, to force people of Japanese American descent, the Issei and Nisei, first generation immigrants, and their children into these camps out of racial fear during World War II. And what's interesting, why I put this in place, is because it's so similar to talking about public housing in the United States. Now, how do I connect these things? It's because the importance of talking about what place means to people is also about healing. It's a process of listening to stories, about learning and being educated, about active listening about how people experience place, why it means something to them, and that preservation should be about that. As we talk about place, it's really a place that can be healing. Even the most difficult and as you said, complex narratives, if we think about the layering of stories, sometimes those complicated histories can actually be sites of conscience, as we call them. Places where people come every year, like Manzanar. There is a pilgrimage every year by the descendants of those who were incarcerated at Manzanar to have a healing process and to share the story. Because what's left of Manzanar is what you see there, basically. There's a monument to it. And so you can't take your children to see where your parents were necessarily incarcerated, but this is a place to continue to have their memory, where their memory can live on. So that is the exploration I've been having in preservation. I've been doing this work for about 25 years, really deeply being embedded in people's lives and having them invite you in to talk about the places that are important to them and understanding that deeply so that you can be of service to people. Oftentimes that is not where preservation begins, though. What I was taught at Cornell University 20 years ago was that we're here to determine the period of significance of something and why, if it has enough what we call integrity, and that is what makes it special. And, after listening and learning and being in community with people, that is not how we should be doing preservation, I would say. So I just put up, we've already talked about these large-scale urban renewal projects, which some were providing very needed safe, affordable housing. We still need that. The way that it was done, and I show you here, this is the Robert Taylor homes on the south side of Chicago, and the Dan Ryan Expressway, which was essentially, burned through an entire neighborhood and destroyed blocks and blocks of the south side of Bronzeville. This is the story across the entire United States, of course, of the interstate highway. But what I wanted to put out here was that these were massive projects where people felt that they were benevolent. right? That we thought that we were doing something good for someone else. And what was missing was that deep conversation, deep listening with communities about what they wanted, how they wanted it to be. And so we still are suffering from the trauma of generational displacement of people because we carry that in our own DNA. And I can talk separately in your questions about how we know this to be true, but we carry trauma with us in our DNA, and we can pass it down to our future generations. Now, what does that have to do with preservation? Okay, so I just want to say that that preservation needs to be about not the bricks and mortar. It needs to be about people's lives. You know, we have and build places because people live in them, and the city is a living place. It is a living, breathing organism that continues to change, that needs to change, and we, in some of the preservation field, don't believe we should be creating cities that are museums. We should be creating cities that are serving people's needs today, and hopefully the built environment that we have can do that in ways that are adaptable, adaptive reuse, for example. In the previous conversation, we were talking about certain neighborhoods in the city of St. Louis and how there's this incredible built environment that we have the opportunity to reuse, but the resources aren't there to do that. So, you know, how do we as preservationists make those resources more available, more accessible? So that's the work. A number of us are breaking down these systems, these policies, and even the entire philosophy of preservation to think entirely differently about how we do the work. So that is why I am here. Is thankfully this conversation is getting out. Which is good, and architectural historians, really many disciplines in the humanities are doing this. Libraries, for example, architects, of course, are rethinking how we do our practice areas. But preservation really needs to do this because we've been part of essentially the systemic policies that have been unjust in how they've been applied in people's communities. So the relevancy guidebook is the essentially the end product of 4 years of research that I did as part of this James Marston Fitch fellowship that I was very fortunate to receive. And it is essentially a book that identifies how we need to change preservation to ensure that we're actually doing the work of saving places with people, not for people, essentially, although we still work for people as well. And it has 8 opportunity areas that have been identified by a crowdsourced group of people in preservation. So I'm just showing you some of the photos of those that I had the privilege to speak with. So my project was actually going out and interviewing 130 people over a period of 2 years who were both inside and outside of this practice area of, you know, helping people save places that matter to them, and that we had the wisdom within our own environment of what we needed to do. It just, somebody needed to bring it all together, and so a number of people entrusted me with their stories, entrusted me with their ideas to bring this forward. And this has been distributed. It's a digital resource that has these 8 essays about these opportunity areas that you see in front of you. Of course, preservation has to be part of the climate solution, as was talked about in the last panel. It's about mental and physical health, things that people don't think about with historic preservation. So we're trying to change that idea of why place really matters and what it can be, how it can be part of a solution for what is challenging people. Really, again, connected to this exhibit, which is how people's lives were impacted by being not only displaced once, but then put back into a community, building community in the public housing, and then being displaced again, like in Chicago with the plan for transformation that was a wholesale demolition of the communities in public housing. So this is available, the resource is available to you. It's on our website at landmarks.org. It's free, it's a free download. I hope you'll go and check out some of these ideas that may seem a little out there to you, but they do connect. So I just wanted to bring forward 2 examples of this, what can be this idea of how we make the practice of saving places more accessible and also more self-determinative, because it really needs to be about people determining what's important to them in their community. So these are 2 examples from Chicago. There are those all across the country in our territories and our tribal communities. So I spoke with people at every level of preservation. And this is Tanika Lewis-Johnson. I hope you will go and check out her work. She's done 3 projects that are absolutely incredible. example, the first being called the Folded Map Project. The second is called Inequity for Sale, and that's what's represented here. And now she's moved on to her third project in the Inglewood neighborhood of Chicago called Unblocked Chicago. And all of this is about, essentially this project in particular is related to unfair housing practices. So the Federal Home Loan Bank, which was mentioned, would not loan to anybody in that redlined community. So there were unfair practices called the land sale contracts, which you can learn about, where essentially Black families were allowed, to think that they were buying a home when they weren't. They were essentially renting it, and then the owner could kick them out if they missed one payment. So you can learn more about that here. So Tanika did research with Duke University. They identified the diminution in Black wealth in Chicago based on this practice. It was $4 billion of missing wealth because of these unfair land use practices and financial practices. And she wanted to essentially create a historic district. So that's how this relates. She wanted to create a historic district that essentially identified this practice, memorialized it as something shameful that we could use as a site of conscience, and have a discussion about why we are never going to return to this period of unjust and racially biased housing practices. And she was told that they didn't qualify, essentially, for landmarking in the city of Chicago. So what she did is she created her own landmarkers, which I think is fabulous. That's what you see here. And our organization has a grant program. We help to fund one of the landmarkers. You see her in front of it, where she's just plopping a landmark right in front of the homes to identify what happened, the truth about history, which is what we need to be telling in preservation. So please go look at Tanika Lewis Johnson and Inequity for Sale, this incredible project. The second is just to say that when I was asked to be here, it was about some of this work that the Relevancy Guidebook covered about how do we make preservation a practice that is more accessible and where people feel welcome and that they belong, because it has been an exclusive practice for a long time. So one way that we do that is by recognizing people are already doing this work. It's not that it's not being done. There have been people preserving communities in our cities for 100 years. Many who could not leave our cities, they made do with what they had, and that was their home, that was their community. So recognizing that this work has been happening, it just has been a sort of official group of people who haven't recognized it. So there's just being humble and respectful that preservation has been done. And this is one community that we've been proud to work with that's been doing this work. This is Altgeld Gardens in Philip Murray Homes, which is, again, a public housing community that's still there. It was not destroyed. And it is in the far south side of Chicago. It was also post-World War II housing. Unfortunately, it was built, though, on toxic land. So this was essentially the toxic waste dump of the south side, and the homes were put right on top of it. So this is where, unfortunately, the highest rates of cancer in the city are in this community. And a nonprofit was founded by a woman named Hazel Johnson in the 1970s to fight through environmental justice. And she's called, in fact, the mother of environmental justice. You can look up Hazel Johnson. Her daughter now runs this organization, and not only do they talk about environmental justice, but they talk about public housing preservation, which is a key to ensuring that we have safe, affordable housing, is retaining public housing and naturally occurring affordable housing. So we've been proud to work with them because they've identified a number of vacant buildings on the site as places that they want to preserve. And so in being asked to come in with resources, it's about a mutually beneficial, it's not extractive practices in preservation. So you can go and look at this. There have been several success stories where the community has actually been able to buy back or buy for the first time these buildings, and they're going to turn them into what they want, which is a community center. And then this is going to hopefully someday be a grocery store, because they're in a grocery desert, a pharmacy desert in these communities, transit desert, etc. So people for community recovery, but success stories in preservation that we'd love to talk about today. So again, the through line of this is the human story, the people story, and why places are so meaningful because they're carriers of people's story, places of pride, places that connect us and that we can learn from, and hopefully continue to connect us in the future. So thank you so much.
Well, thanks to all of you for these extraordinary presentations. And now I think we have a little bit of time, not a huge amount, for questions from the audience. So I'm going to open it up to, yeah.
Thank you. I can't help but think about how much of this is about capacity building. And hearing about the skill center makes me think of Poro College, where, if you weren't able to give or learn how to take care of things and your hair and go be a beautician. Anyway, it makes me think though about current minority and women-owned business set-asides and capacity building through that program, which has recently changed hands in the city of St. Louis. And as an owner of a women-owned practice, I have, often receive those comments about, well, I have to give 5% of my contract to you, or I have to give 25 to the MBE, et cetera. It's really frustrating. And I wonder if you could speak to capacity building for design professionals, particularly architects, landscape architects, engineers, and how that relates to the design agendas of erasure in this previous context.
For me, yeah, I certainly, my practice grew up during that time of having to, for public work, having to, companies having to designate a certain percentage to minority-owned businesses, to women-owned businesses, and a lot of the architects that I knew at the time, my cohort, stuck with that model. Shrugged their shoulders and said, well, that's what it is. I took another path. I decided to concentrate on infrastructure in which we were the majority player, even if we were a small business, working with environmental engineers. So I got out of that 5%, 25% market and started doing work in areas that you couldn't do without: water infrastructure. So I made it my business not to be dependent on whether or not somebody was going to give me that 5% or 25%. I just didn't do it.
One thing, maybe this is relevant, one thing that Charles Fleming was known for was working with, because he started practicing during the era of segregation, certain contractors and engineering firms would not work with him. So he ended up working often with African American contractors. And sometimes these were not like sort of people who were accustomed to like bidding on city contracts, so he would have to coach them. So he helped to, in a sense, make these other professionals around him. And he also did projects that made use of these trades. So like if you look at the Parks Chapel Church, there's a really prominent use of brick and also landscaping. A very famous contractor in the Black community, Leon Burke, was a landscaper, and he did like the grading for the highway. So you hear about like, the design of the McDonald Douglas Center, but the guy who did the grading around the building, in this case, was an African American. So I guess that's to say, before capacity building, maybe there was these very informal networks where people sort of helped build each other up.
And that's what I did learn from Charles. He was doing these major public projects all across the country, and so when I started my own firm, that was the lesson that I got from him. Just start doing this work. And he also worked with people that he went to school with, Black developers. And so they would buy the school that they were forced to go to in Webster Groves, turn the building into senior housing and the play fields into housing. And he was involved with working with, Charles was working with developers who had the task of relocating houses out of the path of the interstate and creating new neighborhoods for it. So I think you don't have to live with the 5%.
I think maybe one more question.
Yeah.
We have more
thanks
time.
for sharing
Yep.
these perspectives. There's a could you there's a wonderful exhibit in the next building away of there's a wonderful exhibit of all kinds of buildings or structures, I should say, across the way, and it was kind of maybe talked more about in the opening panel discussion. How do you resolve, or how do you confront, or how do you determine, or how do you decide how to move forward with the structures that we have today? I'm not criticizing what we have today at all. I think there's a lot of merit to our built environment as it exists today, but how would you kind of confront those facilities and either adapt or reuse them, or kind of move that discussion forward? Because I don't, like there's a church 2 blocks from here that was in the news yesterday about the notion that it's going to be demolished. Maybe given the proposal coming forward, it makes logical sense, but what sort of a discussion, or how would you kind of proceed?
Well, I heard preservation, so that's I think that's me. I'll try to take that question from a macroscopic view, perhaps, that in the scope of our built environment, that we oftentimes do not see the idea of reuse coming first. So I think the question is how to help that discussion along. And because we can do serial interventions, but we have 110 million buildings in the United States. 100 million of them are single family homes. So the idea of doing a serial work, we need to try to find ways to scale that conversation, at least to change the perspective on reusing what we have. And that is really about taking, I argue it's about taking, at least in the preservation field, the idea of this material being the reason for what we do and making it about people's lives. So making it less precious. For example, in the last panel, it was talked about going to the preservation board and having a debate about whether we should have solar panels on historic buildings. That should not be a debate in my mind. We are in a climate crisis, and we should be showing that existing buildings are reusable and we can make them more energy efficient and comfortable for the people who live there and safer for the environment, and a contributor to going hopefully net zero in the future. So I think it's changing the conversation, what I hope. Instead of preservation being about the doorknob or the window, or should we put panels, it should be, let's do everything we possibly can to make them sustainable and livable and safe for people. So hopefully this project is changing the mindset of preservationists, but it's not there. We need to be intersectional, right? The architects in 2030 seeing existing buildings as the solution, thinking about planning and changing mindsets at the planning departments, and also key is the decision makers. How do we change the hearts and minds of elected officials at the same time? So I hope it's just about changing the conversation about what reuse means, and that it's not precious. It's an imperative.
Great. Any more questions? Yeah.
When we've talked about buildings this morning, we are talking strictly about architecture. I am an architect. I love buildings. But in the case of Pruitt-Igoe, in the case of several other buildings, and I'm going to lump in Laclede Town, even though it was under construction, oftentimes I think so many of the problems are really in the management or lack of management. They're in the maintenance and lack of maintenance. And somehow when history's written, that's not included. It's like, oh, it's the building. Let's look at why the building failed. But we can look at all the Ittner schools that St. Louis is lucky to have. There's nothing wrong with those schools, but the school system is failing. And it's not because the buildings are bad. So how do we factor in the human maintenance and management, ongoing daily management of buildings?
I'm glad you mentioned Laclede Town, because that was absolutely a much better place to live. It was more like a village, 2 and 3 story houses, shops, pubs, laundry, general store, and its failure was more in the line of maintenance, not the building design, and continual upkeep. Pruitt-Igoe definitely had design. There were some failures in design that, and also, sure, later on maintenance, but there were some aspects to the design that made it more susceptible to crashing than, let's say, Laclede, which was more, more of a matter of not maintaining it. So it's gone too. But I think just a couple of aspects here. This idea of adaptive reuse, which should be in the absolute front of mind for how we think about reusing buildings. You can go see an adaptive reuse done by Andrea Palladio in the 1770s. That was an adaptive reuse. We didn't just invent this. This is, but the idea of figuring out, not just in order to do something that is current, we got to wipe the slate clean. You don't. So how to think about adaptive reuse. And the other aspect that I'm getting and reminding, thanks for reminding me about working with Charles, is the way of looking at a problem from a higher perspective, and not listening to no as the answer, but figuring out how to do it and getting people trained up for it, and finding a way to get buildings built that were formerly in a black-only neighborhood, but now there are ways that you could acquire it and then turn it into something that people want to live in even after segregation goes away. So this is an ongoing story. And I hope that you see it that way, and the idea of how to respond to environmental change rather than, oh, we can't put a panel on this. I think that's the part that keeps me energized about what we're doing in our profession, in our education, is let it spark your creativity to figure out how, not whether.
One more question, Bruce.
Bonnie, you mentioned that they didn't teach that to you at Cornell, but a question for the panel. Any advice for a design school like us?
That was 20 some years ago. So I just want to say it's probably gotten better since then. Advice, I would say, I think about I was a professor as well, and the aspect of listening to our students, that this is a dialogue, it's conversation. I think the most interesting courses are when we listen, we have an exchange of ideas, because the ideas are out there. It's if we are observant in our communities and we're looking at what's happening, there's so much knowledge and wisdom in people based on just their own lived experience. So if we respect lived experience, we should do that across the board. Young people, our elders, and hopefully the idea of, I'm speaking to the professors now that we need to do more, well, not more, but we need to listen as much as we lecture.
But I'm an architectural historian, so I'm probably the one who would tell you not to put a solar panel on your building, or at least we would.
But there's some place on the site that you can put a solar panel.
I think we need both, because, I'm listening and I hear you when you say people have lived experience and we need to respect that. My father loves bacon, right? But you cannot eat bacon every day, right? But if we listen to him, it would be bacon, butter, And I think this also, I'm kind of being facetious, but I really appreciated Patty's question at the end of the first panel, which was sort of like, well, what happens when we need to get everybody mobilized toward this important thing that's important for us all that not everybody's not going to want to do. And I think some of the pandemic experiences brought up that issue. So, and I didn't bring it up again because I don't think I have the answer. But I do think we need to find a way of keeping everything on the table, like keeping everything in the conversation. So acknowledging lived experiences, but also bringing that knowledge that, you know, as experts we have, that, you know, there are reasons why we do things in certain ways, and being able to have a dialogue and a conversation. That's the best I think we can do at the moment until someone comes up with a way of cutting through, you know, resistance and differences of opinion and so forth.
And to Tony's point of yesterday, is that realize that we have to set a pretty messy table and allow your imagination to look at all of these messy situations and figure out the way forward. So you won't get the magic answer, but you get a process of how you look at that messy table and find the solution that is mutually beneficial to everybody sitting around it.
Great. Well, on that note, thanks to all of you and to this great audience.
I think we can say good afternoon now. We've been saying good morning, but good afternoon. Welcome back to the second half of the panel discussions. It's going to be a really great afternoon. I'm looking forward to the conversations that we're going to continue. We're going to build off a little of, if you were here for the second panel, Bonnie was talking a lot about preservations, and that's we're going to be focusing a little bit more on that with our third panel of the day, which is preservations, centering culture, memory, and identity. And that's really going to be looking at how we can use the tools and sort of expand the tools of preservation to include people, community, events, and other ephemeral moments, and what kinds of archives should be developed to have a co-authored account of the built environment. So maybe if you're able to stay for this panel and the next panel, sort of be thinking about this more broadly, because the next panel is going to be thinking about sort of extending that conversation to think about moving away or shifting away from top-down approaches, which has been something that's been touched on a little bit throughout last night and today. But I want to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, who will introduce our speakers. So our moderator is Heidi Kolk, who is a cultural historian in the Sam Fox School and a faculty member with appointments both in the American Culture Studies program and in the Sam Fox School here at WashU. And Heidi will introduce our speakers.
Okay. Is it on? Can you hear me? Yay. Okay, I'm so glad to be here. This panel is, as Meredith was saying, is going to explore preservation, how preservation can elevate human lives and cultural experiences, diverse identities, and place specific memories in urban contexts, St. Louis in particular, obviously. Really, we're talking about preservations, plural, multiple kinds, different modes, including some that may yet be emerging, right? New, more creative modes of preservation. And in particular, I just want to say we're going to consider how that preservation work might what it might make possible, and what it must do when it comes in the wake of what we know has been a profoundly disruptive urban renewal agenda in our city. So I'm going to start. First, let me introduce our panelists. I'm very lucky to be joined today by Vivian Gibson, a St. Louis native and author of The Last Children of Mill Creek, a memoir that I'm teaching right now in class, that has served a vital role in narrating the vibrant community world that was Mill Creek Valley.
Gwen Moore, curator of urban landscape and community identity at the Missouri History Museum, where she has influentially reanimated submerged elements of St. Louis's history and is now at work on a major exhibition on Mill Creek Valley, which we'll hear more about. And finally, Rashad Dorsey, a lecturer in the architecture school at Clemson. Tony mentioned last night that he's done probing new work on Pruitt-Igoe, offering a reconsideration of its design as it intersects with Black domestic life and experience, which can inform both public memory and preservation, I would assume, but also speculative urban futures. So, okay, without further ado, I've chosen to begin with a quote from Black Studies professor and WashU alum, George Lipsitz, from this little book that he wrote called Sidewalks in St. Louis, which I think all design and architecture students should have to read. On the topic at hand in this panel, he wrote, "Renovation and urban renewal in St. Louis took aim at the treasured legacy of the past. But however destructive these policies have been, however insidious their influence on the physical form and political culture of the city, they have not succeeded in purging the past from St. Louis." It's a really kind of hopeful message that George Lipsitz sends in that book, which is now, 30 years old at least. But if we accept this paradoxical reality that Lipsitz is describing as our premise, that the design agendas of urban renewal and modern planning have been catastrophically harmful, not just physically and socially, but politically, psychologically, inflicting harm on our city, on communities of color, and on generations of St. Louisans ever since, and advancing degrading narratives, impoverished urban imaginaries. The past has, despite all of that, the past has not been wholly purged. This treasured legacy is still with us, and it might still be more fully known and reclaimed as part of collective memory and identity. What would it look like to pursue preservation which is mindful of this duality, not cowed by it? I find it sometimes difficult to do the work that I do without despair, but not be cowed by it, and to seek new forms of historical imagination, as Tony was describing last night. This work would require us to interrogate the origins of denigrating narratives, some toxic ideas about progress and decay, which we heard about earlier, which have had an outsized impact in St. Louis. Narratives and ideas that have themselves not been purged and are sometimes reconstituted in pursuit of new design agendas. But we can confront these histories, these violent and violating practices of design, some of the demeaning stories, which Lipsitz describes as part of a white spatial imaginary with its own long legacies, some of the characteristics of which Tony touched on last night. Voracious appetites for land and control of urban space, a willingness to pursue extractive economic practices to achieve such control, jealousy of shared assets, and a commitment to the bourgeois fantasy of pure open spaces, individual homeownership, possessive investment in whiteness, as Lipsitz puts it. But also, as Eric noted earlier this morning, that agenda has been informed by other kinds of agendas, precursor agendas, we might say, that are distinct from the ones I just described, but have flowed into it and informed it. And those precursor agendas are something we are obligated to try to understand as well. So I've included this map, which I just sped past. This map evokes the expansive nature of urban renewal agendas in St. Louis that have been made possible through this massive infusion of federal dollars, but also local funds and energy, local decision making. The yellow boxes, I don't presume you can actually see them from where you're sitting, but I put yellow boxes in there to show the footprints of Mill Creek Valley and Pruitt-Igoe, which the panelists will be addressing. The former Mill Creek Valley, a bustling 20,000 resident district just beyond the Civic Center that became a kind of planning fixation, also a kind of scapegoat for all that was wrong with the ailing, aging city. A remarkably diverse community, really a set of communities nestled together, defined as by observers, outside observers, as a singular zone of decay. And this was despite what seemed to city and business leaders as incontrovertible evidence of its decline. Sorry, I just messed that up. They presumed this despite or because of what they saw as incontrovertible evidence of decline, that it was past the point of no return. It was irredeemable. Mill Creek Valley, however, was in fact a treasured place, a place worthy of preservation. It's 450 acres, it's 839 businesses, it's 42 churches, it's 46 restaurants. Its distinctive mix of industrial, commercial, and residential structures, a kind of jumble, which hasn't really ever resolved, even since it was erased, that could not transcend the facts of its longer history, but a jumble that 20,000 people had made into a thriving and distinctive community. That community had storied arts and cultural institutions whose vitality and social impacts, whose central role in the public life of the city are worthy of preservation. Institutions like Vashon High School, locus of important civic and educational work, establishments like the Grand Central Hotel, a former home to Catholic nuns, which after its life as a predominantly white space became a site of Black community resistance. What would it look like to expand our definition of preservation to include such sites and histories? That is, erased places, places that are no longer there, but not just as lost places or stolen assets, and instead as treasured legacies. What new kinds of preservation might we pursue to capture these social and cultural histories and the acts of caretaking and resistance that took place in these communities? I want to add one more question to that, which is a question that designer Walter Hood has posed in his influential book, Black Landscapes Matter. It's on the screen there. How do we articulate and promote the acceptance and reconciliation of the cultural atrocities that accompany the American experiment? His answer is that it's up to us as architects, designers, artists, historians, students of urban life, activists and citizens to help America, quote, remember through collective speech, writings, art, music, architecture, and landscapes. And then he goes on to say, this is a sort of declarative final statement or near the end of his opening essay in the book. Here is a call for new expressions that force reconciliation. Instead of being reactive, we should be proactive, preserving, conserving, and making more landscapes that are for us. Black landscapes that are resilient and forward-looking. Black landscapes that tell alternative stories and forge a new language for landscapes as a whole. Black landscapes that build on our local knowledge, a knowledge that attests to creativity and passion for inclusion. So those are evocative, ambitious goals, expressions of the sort of urgent moral project of preservation and design. And so I hope we can explore them together. And I have a strong sense that our panelists have lots to say on the subject from their own experience. So we'll get started. Vivian, do you want to start us off?
Vivian Gibson. I published a book about 5 years ago. I retired in 2015 and decided that I could do whatever I wanted to do. So I joined a creative writing workshop to just write some stories about my childhood for my children. I was going to go to Kinko's and just kind of run it off and distribute it. But in this writing workshop, there was a lot of interest about my family, but more about the community I wrote about. Many of the people in the workshop had never heard of Mill Creek, which I'd never even thought. I wasn't really writing about Mill Creek. I was writing about my family who lived in Mill Creek. But when the book was finally published, because someone sent some of my stories to a publisher, I realized that there was a serious interest in that community. And since 2020, I've been talking about Mill Creek. I'm really a little surprised to be here talking about preservation when I was writing a book about my family and my friends and my school and my church. But it was a community that W.E.B. Du Bois described as behind the veil, that people didn't know about for various reasons. People who were around at that time knew about it, should have known about it, but didn't. It was in the center of downtown. The center of Mill Creek was Market Street. You had to take Market Street to go to City Hall, to go to Famous Bar. We didn't have any malls. All the stores were downtown. So it all, to this day, it surprises me that people don't know about it. But people do. Glad to know you're teaching it. But I am happy to be able to talk about, to tell that story and in my way, preserve that memory. It's very hard to do when there's very little left. And that's a point of confusion for people who read the book. They read the book and they think they're going to go to Jefferson and Market and see the People's Finance Building. And it's not there. Somehow it's very hard for people to understand that erasure means no more. And so I'm hoping we'll be able to shed some light on what it's like to remember and to tell stories and to preserve the memory of a place that doesn't exist anymore.
Just one question for you before we move to Gwen. Did you want to say something about the oral histories, or are you going to get to those?
Beyond the book, some of you may be aware that a good third of that Mill Creek urban renewal footprint is now the campus of St. Louis University. So I'm working with the African American Studies Department to do a few things. Well, I should say the university to do a few things. Of the 42 churches that we spoke about earlier, only one still exists, and it's a beautiful church. It was a very important church to that community. It now belongs to St. Louis University. It's called Berea. It was called Berea Presbyterian Church. It now has a Latin name. And I don't even, yeah. Yeah, thanks. So I'm asking the university to change that name of that church, that former church. It's now used as a conference center, a name that reflects the Mill Creek community. I'm also asking them, the university, to create a course for the students on that campus to let them know about where their school, where they are in that space, in that place, and what it used to be. And finally, I'm working on a oral history project where I'm interviewing former residents whom are all in their 70s, 80s, and 90s at this point. I'm sad to say one person on my list had passed away by the time I called him for an interview. So there's a sense of urgency to get these narratives, these interviews done. And so that's my other way to preserve this memory. Those are the ways.
Okay, my name is Gwen Moore, and I'm a curator at the Missouri Historical Society. And really for the last, as long as I've been at the Missouri Historical Society working as a curator, let me just say that my area of interest is African American history, local African American history here in St. Louis. And it wasn't an official part of my duties, but I made it an official part of my duties to study Mill Creek. And the reason I wanted to study Mill Creek, the whole time I've been there, I've been studying Mill Creek didn't have any idea that I would actually do anything with it, just out of an interest and a curiosity about why this happened. My family was from Mill Creek, by the way. So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to study this community, because I could never understand as a child why we had to move. And we were one of the last families to leave because my parents were not just going to give their house away. They owned their house and they were coming in and, eminent domain. They didn't want to give you anything for the house. But anyway, so I was studying this community for a long time and just sort of squirreling the data away as I collected it. And then finally, just a few years ago, I was asked to do an exhibit on segregation. And I said, this is my opportunity. And I said, well, I want to focus on Mill Creek. I want to focus on a segregated community. I want to focus on a segregated community that was destroyed. And this kind of speaks to your whole issue about preservation. Because as a curator, my primary job is to collect objects, 3D objects, photographs, moving images, documents that would help tell the story. In my case, the story of African Americans in the city of St. Louis. The problem is that these items have not been collected. And we're sort of in the midst of a collecting initiative now. Too many years too late, I might add, but at least we're doing the right thing now. And the whole thing about Mill Creek is that when this community was destroyed, practically nothing was collected. You're talking about, 5,000 buildings? You're talking about 20,000 people? You're talking about, you mentioned the churches, the schools. We still have Vashon, but those schools were destroyed and nothing was kept. So as a curator who's charged with doing exhibits, I have to have something to tell the story with. And I always tell them at the Missouri Historical Society, I don't care if we don't have anything, we're telling the story. We're going to have to get creative, and we're going to tell this story. So we had practically nothing from Mill Creek, nothing. But we had to tell this story anyway. And this speaks to preservation. We have to start valuing people and valuing their experiences and valuing their circumstances and valuing what they have. And when you value what somebody has, you will collect what they have. And that's the way you are remembered. H.W. Brand said, if you want to be remembered, you better save your letters, you better save your objects, you better save your everything, because that's what historians deal with. They deal with things that they can touch and see and feel and read. And if those things aren't there, it's very hard to interpret that experience or even to let people know about that experience. So my major challenge in doing this exhibit was to try and get things that would help to tell this story of this community that was destroyed when there wasn't much left out there to get. And I like to say that I see Lois Connolly sitting over there, and I want to give her a shout out, as well as Calvin Riley, who have done a tremendous job in collecting the things that tell the story of African Americans here in St. Louis. And at the time, it's really interesting because this neighborhood initially, not all of it, but most of Mill Creek started off as a wealthy white neighborhood. So you had these architectural gems. You had these beautiful homes, that had marble fireplaces and oak pocket doors and all of this very fancy buildings, because some of the wealthiest people in St. Louis lived in this area. And of course, when they decided that they wanted to move farther west because they wanted to get away from the encroaching immigration, the encroaching black people, the encroaching noise, the encroaching industry, everything that makes life not as pleasant for wealthy white people, they moved further west, as they continue to do, moving further west. And so in their breach, because this was also the time of the Great Migration, more blacks were coming into the city, more immigrants were coming into the city, and they had to have some place to live. And this place was being abandoned. So this is where black people moved. So it would start off as a black and immigrant community after the white people had left it. Most of the white people had left it. But, even at the time, I'm going to tell you, when Mill Creek was being destroyed, people realized the significance of this area. The American Institute of Architects, for example, recommended that certain buildings be saved. Now they say it's just a recommendation. You do what you want to do, but these buildings should be saved. One of them was Union Memorial Church, which had been a Jewish temple before. They did recommend the Berea be saved, which was the only thing that was saved that they recommended. And even the director of the Missouri Historical Society at the time, his name was Ravensway, wrote a piece in our bulletin in which he said, this is a shame that this is being done. He said there's been no architectural survey to determine which building should be saved and which building should be gone. So, this should not happen. We are destroying our history. Now, he wasn't that concerned with the black folks there. He was concerned with these historic buildings, these architecturally significant buildings that he thought were important, and he thought that they should be saved. But the point is, they were not saved. And I think it speaks to something that's not just about tearing down buildings. It's about, as you said, erasure, erasing a culture, erasing a history, erasing any segment of that community, because everybody was uprooted and cast to the four corners of St. Louis. Still, not the four corners, because still this was a period of segregation. And there were certain places that blacks could live and could not live. And like I always say, white people told us where we could live, and they told us where we couldn't live. And that, unfortunately, I think resonates even today. So, okay.
All right. So first off, I want to thank Gwen and Vivian and Heidi for allowing me to be up here with you all. I feel like I'm the outsider in this space, but I'm kind of going to tell the story as someone who isn't from St. Louis, but who came here for a couple of years and got to witness some of the same things that I witnessed growing up in the rural South, in terms of just the segregation of the city and some of the just oppressions that still happens to the black body within this urban setting. So for me, I grew up in rural South Carolina, and I experienced Klan rallies. I experienced the Klan burning crosses in my all predominantly black high school to put fear in our community. And then coming here, I thought I was going to be kind of liberated into this urban realm and think about and have that kind of ultimate freedom of being out of that gaze of the Confederate South. And so this thesis kind of represents me engaging with a history around Pruitt-Igoe, and engaging with the site of erasure, and using it as, when it's taught in architectural school, you always hear the negatives of Pruitt-Igoe. And so I wanted to use this as an opportunity to talk about the positives, the celebratory nature of black domesticity and what we need to be doing to reimagine those spaces. And so my thesis is titled Homecoming, Coming Home, and I'm going to read because Tony made me write a lot, and so she was my thesis advisor. And so it's better if I just read from this thing. All right, so homecoming represents the act of being unimaginably free. It represents the rebuilding of a foundation which is not built on racism. Homecoming is the removal of the gateway, the ultimate contestation of myths, the memorialization of memory, the celebration of blackness, the creation of a new vernacular. The temporary act of homecoming ultimately gets replaced with the permanent act of coming home. And that's that quote, sorry. So to start this thesis, I did a series of what I called space, body, and cultural practice drawings. They are like this histography of looking at black spaces through time, through class, through space, with that engage with the body, but not only, and also within the built environment. So I began to search for traces within liberatory practices with black domesticity, addressing this time period of slavery, post-Reconstruction, urban renewal, and ending with this idea of suburbanization. But this list is incomplete. This is an ongoing effort. And the columns address physical spaces that were created by the built environment, but also the black body. So overall, these drawings allowed me to begin to culturally trace across time, across space, across class, across the body. So for too long, blacks in America have been in a constant state of migration, of being uprooted. Often I think about what it means for blacks to return to the spaces they once inhabited, that they're either forced out of or arguably liberated out of. What does it mean for blacks to return to the plantation, to the bottom, to the slums, to nature, to urban renewal housing projects such as Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis. How would these sites address us? What architectures would be needed to accept and accommodate the Black body? In these sites of marginality, can we create a sense of permanence, one in which nourishes the capacity of resistance, offer radical perspective and possibility to see an alternative future? Can a return to Pruitt-Igoe represent a rebuttal against the system? For Blacks to return to the site, it can represent the ultimate act of homecoming, coming home, in which this time, through Black domestic space making, indicates we are here to stay. And as I mentioned, for me growing up in the rural South and coming and migrating to St. Louis for a couple of years, it was my introduction to urban America. Often I would grow up and imagine what it was like to be urban. A dream to be in a place where I can access and address the world, to finally become a citizen of the world, without the gazes of the Confederate South always staring down at me. For a long time, I believe urban life would be one of ultimate liberation, introduce a world of possibility, a world of inclusion, a world of belonging everywhere. One in which I could be free not only in the domestic sense, but also in the public sense. Urbanity meant opportunity. It meant connecting with an urban culture in which I was longing for. A culture that was removed from the trees that has seen all that is ugly with this nation. A freedom from separate but not really equal. Yet this freedom does not exist, and these same issues that haunted me in rural America still haunts me in urban America. In fact, these issues have spilled into the domestic realm. The site of Pruitt-Igoe creates an opportunity, one in which, through its urban forests, we can begin to nest between these two worlds of urban and rural, colliding these worlds together to liberate how we think about housing. In reframing the narrative of Pruitt-Igoe, I put all its failures, or quote-unquote failures, onto the table. While we can blame it on scale, we can blame it on density, we can blame it on a lack of understanding of family structures and environments. We could blame it on the elements of architecture, such as the skip-stop elevator, the gallery levels. But it is clear to me the worst failing of Pruitt-Igoe is that we haven't learned from Pruitt-Igoe. We still design housing projects instead of communities. Housing in America is still segregated. A lack of basic needs are still not being met. Architects are still ignorant of Black and marginalized spatial requirements. And to me, one of the most destructive and dangerous comments made in regards to modern architecture, the infamous quote that I blacked out and that I refused to read by Charles Jenks, gets at the crux of this issue, which ultimately puts the failure of modern architecture on that of the Black body. And so another thing that is clear for me from the failures of Pruitt-Igoe is that it is possible to return to this site. The site itself is still alive. The trees are standing upright, asking and inviting its people back. Inviting back the 6,895 miners of Pruitt-Igoe. Inviting back the single mother and designing around the Black single mother. Inviting back the elderly. Inviting back multi-generational families. In rethinking this common spaces, I started with the element of a domestic procession. Creating spaces that allow for a spilling of the domestic to create a site of many venues, inviting others into that space. Transforming common spaces such as a hallway, the dining room, the porch, to one of exhibition and engagement, creating a domestic collage-like experience as one moves through it. And also transitioning to that of a tower. The tower has been a typology that rejects the Black body ever since its conception. So I'm beginning with the question of what would a tower look like if it began to accept the Black body, transforming the tower to represent a liberatory act of lifting that veil that Vivian just mentioned, that Du Bois introduced. And finally allowing domestic practices of the Black body to be visible and to be heard. The tower gestures an invitation in regards to the homecoming process. These towers share datum points that break between all buildings to not only create connections and languages between the buildings, but also help erase notions of hierarchy that are typically carried with the towers. And I created these towers around also domestic spaces such as the porch. And I grew up with a single mom, and she would take me to my grandmother's house during the day. My grandma, when I acted bad, she would put me on the porch, and I was in a Black community, and I always felt I'm pretty impelled, like how she was able to trust that I would be safe on that porch, knowing that the community was always watching me. Looking at that of the living room where my late Uncle Bo would dance at my Aunt Josie's house all night long, and we would all celebrate around him and his like enthusiasm and just engagement. Looking at that of the kitchen as well, I would go as a child from house to house, telling my aunts and uncles that I haven't ate, even though I did. So I got like multiple breakfasts, multiple lunches, multiple dinners. Yeah. And just looking at all of these domestic spaces that we take for granted, but in Black culture, they're elevated, they should be celebrated, and there are spaces of special moments that happen within these spaces. And so the tower also creates an engagement with the city beyond the boundaries of the property, speaking to projects in which Michael Brown was murdered in Ferguson, Missouri, inviting this community, who many were displaced to after destruction of Pruitt-Igoe, back to the site. Speaking to that of the Delmar Divide to help stitch and heal the wounds between North St. Louis and South St. Louis. And through these elements and through the simple use of reimagining these common domestic lenses, I wanted to create a space that can begin to, a comprehensive site plan can begin to emerge, and where these towers begin to, in the words of Michael Willis, begin to connect back to the city fabric and also the elements of the city. And Pruitt-Igoe remains alive. And this is a video, so hopefully the sound plays.
Wow. Okay, thank you all very much. Wonder if we could think together about the project of preservation in this expanded way that you've begun to sort of suggest. If we think of preservation as animating stories and objects, right? Kind of collecting objects and stories and then animating them in new ways in the context maybe of an exhibition or a film. What would you suggest in the way of priorities for doing that kind of work with objects and stories, particularly given the reality that Gwen was describing of having relatively few remnants, or having failed to collect, having neglected to document in that way? what are some strategies or alternatives that you can imagine or that you've sought to advocate for in your own work? Yes. Okay. Do I need to restate the question? Okay. Okay, so if we define preservation as a project that involves animating stories, maybe I'll add sites, significant sites, and artifacts, and prioritizing the work of creative reanimation of those things, and engaging with them to understand the past, but also to meditate on it, to make meaning out of it, that kind of thing. What are some strategies for doing that work when the objects themselves, the sites, and many times even the stories have been erased or they've never been collected to begin with?
Well, I asked the question at the beginning of a lot of my talks. How do you restore an erased community? And you restore it by first telling the story. People need to know that we existed. I have a website that I call Historic Mill Creek. We were here. And I show images of just everyday life in Mill Creek. Teenagers dancing, businesses, my father's quartet, church scenes, that sort of thing. So I've taken on the responsibility to tell the story that nobody knew, or other people don't know. Lots of us know this story. And that's why I decided to do the oral history project, because I have to keep telling it. And when I hear that the book is being taught, that makes me feel good, because that's exactly what I think my mission is to have people think about Mill Creek and seek opportunities to find those few lasting physical artifacts. Gwen talked about not being able to find those things. I was told recently that there was an entire antique community developed around the architectural features of Mill Creek. The fireplaces, the wood burning stoves, the pews from the churches, the stained glass from the churches, that Cherokee and Euclid Avenue, that you could tear down a house one day and the next day go and see the stained glass windows from your church being sold. Gaslight Square, a lot of those restaurants and nightclubs had stained glass windows and pews and things that were right out of Mill Creek. The bricks, I'm really fascinated by bricks and the quality of bricks in St. Louis. I mean, we're known for the quality of our bricks. If you see any pictures of Mill Creek, those bricks were like brick ovens, because we didn't have a lot of good circulation in terms of air circulating, and we had wood burning stoves, and we were having to boil water because we didn't have hot water coming out of the faucets. Can you imagine? It's 110 outside, and we're inside this brick oven of a house boiling water to wash dishes. And but a lot of those features are in people's homes, but bricks there was a period in the 1960s and 70s where houses that were built in West County, in even before West County, the near county, that were used bricks. They tear down a house, they would carefully put those bricks on pallets, take them down to the Mississippi River and send them to Savannah, to New Orleans, to Texas. That's one thing we can do, you can do as architects, as students of architecture. Think about recycling those bricks. And instead of putting these porous brick faces on buildings, recycle the actual bricks into buildings for poor people, working class people. I think that's if I see that trend, I'm going to take credit for it. Yeah. But those are the things we have to do. We have to tell the stories. We have to let people know that we were there and that we had institutions, we had churches, we had respect for our elders, for education, for church. It was a full-blown community, and somehow that was missed or has been missed by the rest of society, that we were there and thriving.
Yeah, I can chime in on this question as well. I think I agree. I feel like the starting point is looking at first person accounts and trying to cover as much as we can as fast as possible. So the work that Vivian and Gwen are doing is critical, and we have to do whatever we can to help them expedite and gather all those stories necessary, because unfortunately once people passed and once these memories aren't preserved, that's it. And so when it gets into, like, as you saw with my thesis, I wanted to take it from a perspective of really thinking through, like, what Toni Morrison writes about, which is this idea of imagining through fiction, but imagining in a very much a real way. And so creating precedents in a way that weren't really, you don't look at an architectural canon, and using the sites of my ancestors to inspire architecture from. And so that's where, how I began with the thesis. It was not about looking at the traditional architectural canonized works of precedence, but looking at my work to precedence through my lineage of being a Black person in America. And so I think as architects, we could do that. We can begin to think about what types of spaces can begin to even spark conversations around containing more memory, more history, and ultimately housing possibly those stories that are collected and celebrated on.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of those objects, those papers, those photographs, those moving images, they're gone, unfortunately. But there's still some things out there. Like I mentioned, Lois Conley and the work that she's been doing for 30-something years plus, collecting stuff, going out there, doing the hard work at the Missouri Historical Society. One of the things that I have to do is we have to get the trust of the community, and we have to let them know that we value their experiences, we value their histories. Because for so long we have not bothered to collect. And that doesn't just mean collecting from the past. We need to collect from people today. People today have stories to tell, just like people 50 years ago had stories to tell. And I don't want to get to the point 30, 40, 50 years from now, we're saying, oh boy, we didn't collect from Black people because we didn't value their experiences. That's not as much of a problem now as it was in the past, but I can still see that. I live in North St. Louis, and this is a devalued community. And the people that live there are devalued. And nobody's coming into my community. I do try and collect from my community, but nobody's coming into my community trying to collect things. So I think that there are things out there. A lot of it's gone, but it is incumbent upon us to collect as much as we can, because it's going to be difficult to tell those stories. Now, and particularly when you're talking about African American history, and I'm going to reference Mill Creek particularly, because a story was being told about Mill Creek. Negative. It wasn't told by us. It was told by the people, and I call them city fathers, and I say they were fathers, they were men. They wanted to portray this community in a bad light. And all they published, if you go back and read the newspapers, the Post-Dispatch, the Globe Democrat, the Star Times, it was a steady drumbeat. It was almost every single day something negative, not just about the buildings, but about the people. And I can see that same thing happening today, unfortunately, with people in North St. Louis, because I live there. But we have to value people. We have to value their experiences. And if we value those people, value their experiences, value their who they are. We will value what they have. We've got lots of stuff in the History Museum from wealthy white people. No shortage of that. But those are the people that we value. When they started the Missouri Historical Society, the men said they wanted to tell the story of the men that made St. Louis, the people that made St. Louis. So they didn't have black, they didn't collect from African Americans, they didn't collect from immigrants, they didn't collect that much from women, as a matter of fact, or workers. And that's where we have holes in our collection from those groups that at the time were marginalized. Now, I always say, I'll give them credit. They did specifically say they wanted to collect from the indigenous population, the Native Americans, but it's the way they collected. That's, of course, got us in a lot of trouble now because we collected things we shouldn't have collected. And in fact, we're in the process of trying to repatriate a lot of the things that we collected back to the Native Americans because we didn't get them in the right way. And that's the other thing. You have to get things in the right way. So you have to have people willing to donate to you. You just can't go in and take what you want. When they destroyed Mill Creek, the city actually gave people, you had to get permission to go into those buildings and take things because they realized there were valuable things in there. They realized that there were a lot of things, architectural gems, and there were things that people wanted. And the city did say, okay, we'll give you permission. In fact, one of the few artifacts that we got was from a gentleman who was an architectural student at St. Louis University. I'm sorry, Washington University, not St. Louis. St. Louis University is a lot on our minds now because of their role in Mill Creek. And they asked for permission. They want to go into Temple Israel, which was one of these architectural gems, and they wanted to get the windows. It has since become a black church called Union Memorial, and the city did not give them permission to do that. So these students went in and took the windows anyway because they realized their value and they didn't want them to get poached because there were a lot of poachers going in getting stuff. And then when he found out that we were doing this exhibit, he contacted me and said, I think I have something you might be interested in. And of course, he knew it came. He didn't know exactly where he got them from, but we were able to do some research and found out they came from Temple of Israel. But he knew that they were important. And he knew that they were invaluable. So that is one of the few things in our collection that we were able to get that will represent Mill Creek. Out of all those 5,000 buildings, that's it.
Okay, I have one more question and then we can open it up maybe. So this is kind of an urban planning question. We've had a lot of conversation thus far about new priorities that planners and designers might pursue as they do their work in cities like St. Louis. The question I want to ask is, how might preservation become an active part of the planning process, and animate the work, an active kind of value in urban planning from the start, rather than in this kind of ad hoc way after the fact, or when a building is threatened or is about to come down.
Well, I think as students, we need to start with the students. I think every class of every student of architecture, of urban planning, should go north of Del Mar. There should be regular tours there to see what it is like. Mill Creek was part of a redlining situation where we were segregated, relegated to a certain community. When they tore Mill Creek down, the red line just went in another direction. It went north of Del Mar to city limits, maybe over to Natural Bridge, Kings Highway. And white people were living there. But they knew, the powers that be, those fathers, those real estate brokers and bankers and insurance people knew that as soon as one or two black families moved in, they knew that those spaces would open up because white people would flee. And when we moved from Mill Creek, we moved west toward the city limits, north of Del Mar. And I tell you, in 6 months, what was a mixed neighborhood when we moved in was a black neighborhood 6 months later. So they knew exactly what they were doing. And redlining led to disinvestment to and that sort of thing. And so now that community is like a slow burn of Mill Creek. Mill Creek, you know, they came in with headache balls and knocked it down in I guess 6 months or so. Uh, this has been going on since 1960, and it's the same thing. Every block has it's like a snag-a-tooth. It has like a house here, a vacant lot, cleared vacant lots because the bricks were important. But I think that as students and as preservationists, you need to see what can happen, how it's happening in real time, and think about how that can not happen in that way, and how you can impact these communities before you have to look back and say, oh, look what happened.
To answer that question too, I had an amazing conversation with Bonnie, who just presented in the last panel, and we were talking about the idea that preservation and all of these disciplines, we need to stop being siloed and kind of work together to come up with, make that a priority. And so I think not solely letting it land on the historian or the writer or the architect or the historic preservationist. How can we all come to the table and, quoting Tony again, put it all on the table to make that table as messy as possible, so that all stories are on that table to be preserved, and so that we can take what's on that table and make something of it, and make sure it doesn't get disrupted or destroyed or mistold or misunderstood. And so, yeah, for me to answer that question, I think it's about collectively using all of our disciplines, all of our interests, the community as well, to make sure that we're all using the opportunity, the idea of preservation the right way, and integrate it into every part of how we practice and how we think about it.
Well, you know, my title, it's a very long title at the Missouri Historical Society. It doesn't, when people ask me what it means, I say, well, I don't know. But, you know, it's the curator of urban landscape and community identity. And in fact, there was a title that was given to me. And when I said, is that a euphemism for black? Because usually urban, you know, is interpreted as meaning black people. But I am interested in the urban landscape. And that's not just buildings, but people. And a building just reflects the person. I'm interested in the things that people have. I'm interested in their houses. I'm interested in their photographs. I'm interested in their stories. And before I was the curator of urban landscape and community identity, I was the oral historian at the Missouri Historical Society. So I'm always interested in capturing their stories, because that's one way, as Vivian says, that you're going to preserve this history once it's gone. But I want to say, first of all, you have to connect with the community. You have to have the community's confidence. You have to let the community know that you're concerned about them. You know, it's fine to go into North St. Louis, you know, and in fact, because I live in North St. Louis, and people were talking about taking a tour, and I was saying, well, I don't come there and gawk. I mean, that's not what, we don't need people to come and gawk at us and look at us like, oh, isn't this terrible, the way these poor people live. And first of all, let me say, North St. Louis is a big place. It's, you know, St. Louis is what, 67.8 miles, something like that. North St. Louis is 22 miles. That's a third of the city of St. Louis. And it's diverse. Some of it is exactly the way Vivian described it. But there are other places that you would go in and you say, oh, you think maybe you're in the suburbs, because that's the way it looks. So it's a very diverse landscape. And I think you should come, because maybe it would help to destroy those stereotypes that we have of the places where black people live. That was one of the problems that they were so successful in doing with Mill Creek, with those stereotypes. You know, the people were poor, they were criminal, they were trifling, they were no good, they were, yeah. I mean, all these terrible things that they were saying about people in Mill Creek, I see them being said about people in North St. Louis today. Not, the language is a little bit more subtle sometimes, not always, but sometimes. But it's the same thing. So I would say if you want to preserve something, and if you want to preserve the things that are important, not just the people that have money or middle class, bourgeois, but everybody has a story to tell. That's everybody. And one of the things I've gotten very interested in is children, because we neglect their stories so often. And I want to collect more from children to reflect what is life like for children. So I'm not an architect. I'm a curator. And so I'm interested in a lot of things that represent people and the stories that they have to tell and their experiences.
Thank you. Okay, so shall we open it up to questions?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all so much. It's really been a pleasure to share space with you all. My name is Usman, and I actually work with the Greer Museum of Black History, so very close with Ms. Lois Conley. And I'm really interested in delving more into this idea of storytelling, obviously a very long history across many cultures, but obviously institutions like Missouri Historical Society aren't necessarily in North St. Louis. So what are modes by which institutions can be partners with institutions already in those communities? And by extension, are there ways that you can empower the communities themselves to start doing the work of taking ownership of their stories?
Churches, I'm sorry, black churches. There's still black churches on the border of what was Mill Creek. Certainly a lot of those churches from Mill Creek moved to the west and the north, and there's still actually people who moved from Mill Creek with their churches, and they're still there telling those stories. Young people are still there. That's a good place to start, and they know the story of the role of the churches in those communities, because it's not just Sunday morning in most black churches. You know, it's Wednesday night prayer meeting and choir rehearsal and barbecues on Saturdays. Well, maybe I'm going back to Mill Creek. That was what we did. But there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of churches are still the foundations of those communities, of those blocks, of those neighborhoods. They know the people. So I think that certainly is a good place to start.
That was an amazing question too, and I think thinking about that question in the lens of academia and how we as professors, as educators, how we use our platform to educate students, and thinking of ways to like integrate in these communities successfully through our projects and through our teachings, I think is critical, but we have to engage in it the right way. I've been a part of many studios that haven't done it the right way, and you give false hope to these communities that have been forgotten and broken and constantly just abused, with people trying to just use them for research and for knowledge. And so I think, yeah, we need to learn as educators, like we need to learn collectively how we can engage with communities the right way. And I think a part of what I want to do with my teaching is like think about ways of creatively just imagining like what can we offer communities and creating toolkits in a way so that we are more in the backdrop of the solution. We give them our ideas, our tools, and they take ownership of it.
Well, you know, first of all, I think people want their stories told. I would, when I mentioned about if you go to the North St. Louis, you know, we want to avoid the gawking part, but you can't go in as a colonizer either. And sometimes I think people just come in our communities and they leave. They get what they want and they leave, and we never see them again. You have to be invested in that community. You have to be invested in the people. and it's not just going in and looking around and, you know, it made me think of there was the VP, the veil prophet people who are under a lot of fire for their racism. And one of the things that they put out to sort of say, you know, well, we're not so bad. There's a little community center across the street from me, Wesley House, and they said we came in and we put up a mural to show their investment in the community, you know, and then they're gone. So these wealthy white people came, painted a mural on the side of the building, and I haven't seen them since. They didn't do anything else. And that's the kind of thing we don't want. The Missouri Historical Society is not in the community, and that's that they're disadvantaged, but not that they're not just in the community, but you still have to be connected to the community. If you know what I mean, you have to show an investment in the community and an investment in the people. And you have to know the community. You have to know. My sister always says, you know, do they know the people that are the leaders in the community? And leaders doesn't necessarily mean some big politician or something, but those grassroots people that are doing things in the community. Do you know those people? What about just the community people that are on the block? Do you know who they are? But, you know, I've found in my work with the Missouri Historical Society, I do kind of have an advantage because I live in a black community, and I live in a black community that people can relate to because they can understand I live in a community that's disparaged. And so I don't have that burden. And I know the community because I live there. And these are my neighbors and my friends and my relatives. So I don't have that barrier. So that's an advantage. But I'm still representing an institution that people aren't so sure about. And so I still have to overcome that barrier. I have to let them know that you're going to have to trust me, that I'm not going to bring something into this museum that's going to be ignored, because that's what people think. That's the first thing they say. Well, first of all, they say, you want this? I say, oh yeah, it has value. It has historical value. But when you've been neglected and ignored for decades and decades and decades, you think that your things don't have value to a place like the Missouri Historical Society. So that's the first thing I have to overcome. That sort of, oh, you don't really want this. It's not important. Yes, it is important. It tells a story. It tells me something about you. It tells me something about the black community and what was going on at this time. And the other thing is, you're just going to get that and put it in the basement. That's what they've told me, which is in storage, and it'll never see the light of day. And that's the other thing, because you can't promise them it will be in an exhibit. They always say, we can't promise something like that because I don't make those decisions. But I always tell them, I'm going to make sure that this is taken good care of, that it's going to be here in perpetuity. 100 years from now, people will know what it was like to be black in 2024. So I think that's the important thing, that you have to connect with the community, and you have to get the trust of the community, and you have to respect the community.
Hey, Aaron Williams with For the Ville. I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm hearing the word liberatory practices, and when I'm having this conversation, I always get this feeling that we're trying to recover from one form of oppression and we're walking people into another in the way that we preserve things. And when I say that, what I'm questioning is, how do we go about preserving the way, and I'm speaking as a black person right now, how we used to preserve our stories in history. And it was so rooted in people and not things, and making sure that the stories passed down through people. We felt like we didn't have to write it down because we were training up the next griot, right? You had to earn the title of elder or griot, and you literally were a treasure because you were holding stories. So that it didn't have to be written, or so that we didn't have to capture that story through a physical thing. How are we restoring that practice? Because there's such a disconnect. Like, look up there now, right? I would consider you all my senior. And and then there are youth below me. And I see nothing that connects between those generations, the ability to preserve and amplify stories within people through generations. So how do we do that? Because I think that if it's done correctly, then all these other forms of preservation start to happen naturally.
Let me answer that. Like I said, before I was the curator, I was the oral historian, and that was part of my training. I was a doctoral student at Indiana University. I worked with John Botner, who's the foremost oral historian. Then at the History Museum with Jackie Dace and John Wolford, who were oral historians who trained me. And I really, and I know the importance of stories. And especially like Vivian was saying, she's doing an oral history project. I'm doing an oral history. I've been doing oral history for, 20 years, because I recognize the importance of those stories, particularly when you don't have so many other things that could help to tell the story. Those objects are important. They're very important because oral history is part of the story. It's all those things working together, the stories that people tell, and the things that they have help to animate their stories. So it's just as important. Number one, you got to get that testimony. That first person testimony is critical. But then along with that first person testimony, because when I was doing oral history, I would always ask people, do you have anything else that would help me to better tell your story? Do you have photographs? Do you have moving images? Do you have objects? Do you have a church flyer? Do you have an obituary? All of that is important. Do you have a community meeting that you went to? Do you belong to an organization? People don't keep diaries anymore, but some people still have logs. All of those things are important to telling a story. And of course, those first-person testimonies are critical.
Yeah, that's also a great question. Honored that you called me a senior, so that was funny. Oh, yeah. No, but I think it's interesting, and like for me, I know like I'm early on in my career, and I know I have a lot to learn, a lot to absorb, a lot to listen to, and so, but I also felt compelled to tell my story and tell the story that I've grown up with, that I observed, because I think if I don't, who will? And I think we're never too young to tell a story. And so, but I do get what your point of like, how do we make sure we have control of that story so our story doesn't get misused or misrepresented? And this is, to me, going back to Du Bois' point of the veil. And I think we got to control that veil. This is me trying to get really personal, but I think if we have that veil open too much, our narratives, our preservation will get abused. But we have to make sure we're in control, and having folks like Gwen and Vivian and in charge of the curation of preservation and preserving his memory. I'm pretty comfortable with where the hands are in terms of preserving these memories.
Yeah, what they said. But 1 minute, Lois. It's tough because young people almost are tired of stories. They see the stories as negative, and we have to find a way to help them understand what the story is, how it relates to them, and how to build on it. And that's what I try to do when I speak to schools. I speak from students from 7th grade through graduate school. I'm amazed. I speak to book clubs of 70-year-old white women and to urban planners. John Burroughs teaches my book, have been teaching it for the last 3 years to 7th graders over 3 weeks through 2 disciplines. And these are little white children and 1 or 2 black kids sitting in the back, and I can see it on those little black kids' faces like, oh, don't talk about slavery, please. But I try to tell the story in a way that they understand that it's important, it's history, and they have to build on it as knowledge. And the last thing I always say to them is that one day you're going to be in charge, and you need to know how these things happened, how we got here, so that you don't repeat it. So it's a slow process, and the most we can do is talk to our children. Make sure your 12-year-old who's on punishment right now, make him sit down and listen to your story. They may not want to hear it. Nobody said to me, I'm going to tell you these stories so that you can, have them and build on them. I was just nosy. I was that little girl listening to all the grown folks telling, they're shooing me out of the room. I've been naturally curious. So the other thing to do is to nurture that curiosity in your children about what it's like to be who you are and what your parents were. And the story, getting back to the little white kids, they need to know what their ancestors did too. I think that's very, very important. And I let them know. I try not to do it in a way that they'll go home and say, shame on you, Grandpa. But yeah, but that's what I want to think. But anyway, it's a slow process, but we have to know it's important, and we have to do it in some kind of way to support getting these stories told and creating that curiosity.
Just to add to, everyone has a microphone and a recorder on their phone now. It's so easy to tape everything to get these things out. Wish I'd done it for my grandmother. But a question for Dr. Moore. I'm wondering what you think about the North St. Louis grant program that the St. Louis Development Corporation's put out, given its focus on facade improvements, amenities for communities in North St. Louis, and also the difficulty that they're having rolling it out.
I'm sorry. I've been following this story, and I wish we could change the language. I'm so tired of that disinvestment and neglected, and I mean it's the same old negative narrative, and it disturbs me. I've lived there since I was a kid, and I've seen how it happens. That when we moved into this neighborhood, like you said, it was an integrated neighborhood. The white people left. There was a lot of black middle class people there. When we moved there, it was doctors, it was lawyers. In fact, when we moved into this neighborhood, actually the Post-Dispatch had an article in the newspaper about us, about my family, saying, "Oh, they moved from Mill Creek," and they showed our old house, which to me looked pretty good, and our new house, which I didn't think looked that great, but they said we made a good move. So when we got in that neighborhood, people knew we were from Mill Creek. And not only were the white people alarmed, the black people were alarmed. And I always knew about racism. Not that I experienced racism in Mill Creek, but my mother grew up in Mississippi, and she would tell us the stories about, in fact, that's why I say I got interested in history, because she would tell us a story about what it was like growing up in Mississippi. And I always tell people when I was a kid, I knew who Bilbo was because she would tell these stories about Bilbo, who was this racist senator and governor from Mississippi, who actually seriously said, I'm going kind of off key here, digressing, but actually he said, he was serious, deport black people back to Africa. I mean, that's how bad it was in Mississippi. So I knew about that, but I didn't know anything about class discrimination. I had never experienced that because we were all the same in Mill Creek. We have doctors and like those kind of people in Mill Creek, but there wasn't that elitism. So that was shocking to me. And I see the neighborhood, what happened to the neighborhood, which happens to so many neighborhoods. So the white people left, the middle class black people left. It was solidly working class for a while. And those solid working class people left. And people that had less resources, fewer resources moved in, and the neighborhood just kept declining. But nobody was doing anything. So it's not just it was a disinvestment. Nobody was doing anything. Nobody was interested in this community because they weren't interested in the people. Like I always says, it goes back to the people. Who do you value? Do you value me and my experiences? Do you think of me as a person who's worthy? And if that's missing, the buildings don't mean anything to me. It's the people. And and I'm glad that Mayor Jones wants to put some money into this community. And of course, it's not going the way she wanted it to go or the way we wanted it to go. I'm not her advisor, but if I was, I would, and she would listen to me, which she shouldn't, because I'm not in that area. But I would give her some advice from my perspective of somebody that lives there and wants to see the community. And there are people in that community that are doing things. Let me say that we're not just, like I say about Mill Creek. We weren't sitting around crying in our beer because of racism. We were doing things to combat this. And there are people in Mill Creek, no, I'm sorry, there are people in North St. Louis right now in all these communities. And let me say, like I said, North St. Louis is a big place. It's not just one, it's a whole it's a lot of different communities. And people are doing things. And I'd like to see those people in the community that are invested in the community, that are living in the community, I'd like to see them get some support to make their communities better. Because we've already demonstrated we're here to stay. And we want to see this get better. And, I don't have any control over the money. But I'd like to see those groups that are, I know groups that have been working for years trying to rehab houses and bring people back into the community, try to have mixed income, not just gentrify. And that's what I think should happen. But I don't want to say anything about what the Community Development Agency is doing, because all I know is what I read in the newspapers, and I don't trust the Post-Dispatch. Anybody's got money now? Any of that? Nobody's got money now. It's on hold. Yeah, it's on hold until they can reinvestigate, I guess. So no, there's no money yet. But they've got to give it away before what? September 26th. I'll take it too.
I'm going to complicate the situation a bit here. I've traveled around the country, lived in communities around the country, and I pay particular attention to African American communities. But often the stories come from the same places, the black church and established black institutions. And so the stories for people who don't identify with these institutions are often not heard and not amplified. And so I want to share two instances of artists. These were what they call raw artists or primitive artists, self-taught artists, one in the South Carolina Low Country and one in Alabama. And white people went into, well, in one case it was a white man and a white woman that were invited to visit these communities, historic communities. And in the case of South Carolina, they saw a lot of art done by one person, just all around his yard and, whatever tools and material he could get. But the people in the community mocked him because he was outside of the mainstream. And this white woman went in and she saw all of that and she said, "This is brilliant." And and they gave it to her. She paid for it, even though they were giving it to her because they were like just thrown around. But she helped him because the guy was still alive, the artist was still alive. This was in the late 80s. And she helped him to become known. His pieces became collectible. But then the community turned on her, the white woman, because of what she did, that she was taking from the community, even though she had been invited in and other white people had been invited in to help to tell the story of a Gullah Geechee community. And the same thing happened to the guy. He was out of Atlanta. He went to Alabama, and he promoted this raw artist. But he was vilified until his death, maybe a couple of years ago. And so there is this tension. How do you bring value to the stories of communities that are not often heard, but when they are amplified, people are accused of co-opting and taking people's stories. And I mean, in both cases, they gave a lot of value back to the community. They paid for the art. In the case in South Carolina, the woman even opened a gallery in the community run by the community. And in the case of the guy in Atlanta, he gave back a lot to that community and to the pensions and so forth to the people, to the artist until he died. And there were other artists that came out of those situations because now they recognized the value in the art and the works of and the artifacts in the community. But then they were still vilified. And so how do people with good intentions not run the risk of being vilified and of taking, but at the same time they are still helping to tell the stories of the culture and preserve the culture?
Well, it sounds like a question of trust. Black people have been mistreated and misled by white people for a long time. And a single white person coming in said, "Oh, this is pretty. I think you can sell it and I can help you." But how much does that help the community? And how much should we open ourselves up to what we're used to? And I think that's what it sounds like. It's a matter of trust. That's an example of one person and maybe a few people doing well from it. But I think there's a lot of waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for them to disappear when they've gotten. So I think it's a matter of trust, and that's a hard thing to overcome. And I think your example is tough to extend out to an entire community. But that happens all the time. It happens with white artists as well. So it's a matter of the haves and the have-nots and trust and that sort of thing. I think I think about when to kind of build on what Gwen was saying about the community and the people and how to help them with whatever is going to come from the funds that the city's holding in North City. My sister is 88 years old, my oldest sister. She lives in the house that we moved into when we moved out of Mill Creek. She's still in that house. She's there with a son that's in his 60s and not well. And he has a daughter and some grandchildren. The house they're all on fixed incomes. It's an old, beautiful house on the historic registry, as a matter of fact. There are only 100 houses in the country built out of these huge stones that German craftsmen built in the west end of the city. My concern is she's been there. She's been a staple in that community. What are they going to do for someone like her? She can't afford to put a roof on this house. And what's going to happen to it when she goes and maybe her son can't do anything and it's left to his grandchildren who are in their teens and early 20s and don't know how to take care of a house or don't have the funds to do it either. So I think we need to look at those kinds of issues in these communities as well. If someone has been in a house 70 years and it's still living there, I think there should be some special kind of help for that kind of person who really has anchored that community for all this time, and now it's in a position where it might all go away after all of that diligence. I don't know if that was anybody's question, but that's my answer.
Let me just say something real quick. I'm a believer in people telling their own stories, and that doesn't mean that if you're white or Chinese, you can't tell a black story because uh, I would trust, for instance, a Walter Johnson before I would trust a Tim Scott or a Clarence Thomas. So to really convey our stories. But I think, you talked about being sensitive. The person has to be sensitive. And I think if you, I'm going to be perfectly honest, if you're white and you want to tell a black story, I don't care how sensitive you are, I think you better talk to some black people who can give you some guidance and help you to see what the story is about. I personally think I can tell my story better than somebody else. And I think that I'm not going to be trying to tell the story of indigenous people. I probably shouldn't say this, but my oldest sister was very interested in Asian American history. She's black, but those are the stories, those are the things that she wrote about. And I wouldn't tell her, well, you can't do that because you're not Asian American. But I think she had a certain sensitivity. She was able to connect with that community. That community trusted her. That community looked at her work. And I think that's really, really important. I think if you're going to do that, you should have some consultants. Somebody should be reviewing your work. Because you can say things that you don't realize might be offensive, that would be offensive, or not even offensive. But I think that's why, to be perfectly honest, that's why I have the job that I have at the Missouri Historical Society. Because they had a hard time getting a black curator. And for a long time, there weren't black people telling those stories. Doesn't mean that the stories weren't good or they weren't sensitive, but I think it makes sense that the community that you're invested in, the community that you care about, and my experiences, I think I could bring something to that story that maybe somebody else couldn't. And by the same token, I'm not going to be trying to tell somebody else's story. They could probably tell it better than me. It doesn't mean that I can't tell that story. But the whole idea of exploitation, you just want to avoid you don't want to exploit people. And as long as you go in it with, and I know they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but as long as your intentions are good, you are sensitive, you respect that community, you respect those people, you respect their experiences, and you understand it. Now, that's a high bar. If you can meet all of that, go for it. And let me just say one more thing. Just that you should never go in with a white savior or African queen complex. Well, we don't need to be saved. we can save ourselves. And I think sometimes that happens. Their intentions are good. They want to help. They want to do things, but you can't go in with that type of mindset.
So I'm sorry. I just had a series of disjointed comments. Actually, now it's been a minute since I first raised my hand. So, but I think several things that when I started the museum. I'm Lois Conley. I'm the founder of the Griot Museum of Black History, and we've been operating now for about almost 30 years. So, but when I started the museum, we were looked at as an outsider because we had no money, we had no friends, we had no collection. And that was the key. So how were you starting a museum without a collection? But for me, the basis for us starting a museum was not collections, not things, but it was people. It was the human aspect of the importance of the stories that were related to other things. And eventually, of course, obviously, I had some things of my own, and I knew people from I'm also from Mill Creek with my sisters up there. So I also knew some people from Mill Creek and knew some people who had things that became supplementary to the stories. And that's still how we operate. We don't focus on collecting things, but when we know about stories or where things may be important, then we try to go after some of those things. And we've been, to the extent that we're successful at all, it's worked for us. The other thing I think that is important in terms of how do we not get fixated on things, but we get more concentrated on stories. We have to start mentoring. We have to start teaching young people. One of the more important and one of the things that I have hold so close to my heart from I don't know, early time in our existence was young white students coming to the museum and asking the question, is this true or did you all make this up for us? They didn't know these stories. We have to tell those stories, and we have to be authentic in telling them so that people, young people and old people, understand that they are real and that they are important and valuable. Also, I think in terms of collecting, we collect those things that make sense and have relevance to our communities. And if they don't, there's no point in collecting them. Value is not always monetary. It is the extent to which it validates a story. And oftentimes you need a thing to validate a story, but they're not always necessary. But I don't think they can be separate. I think there's always a time where you're looking for how one thing complements the other. And without the two working in tangent, then you're kind of missing something. And finally, and you'll hear, I guess you'll hear more from me in the next session. But finally, I will say that one of the really important things I think in this whole scheme of things is how we as people connect to each other. Because my story is not going to be told. The Chinese story in St. Louis is not going to be told. All of our stories, none of our stories are going to be told if we don't find a way to collectively do this work. All of our stories are important, and they're only as important as we can make them as a community, for a community that is trying to thrive and trying to survive.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Michael Scarborough. I'm a recent graduate here. Thank y'all so much for all you've spoken about. Hearing you, Miss Gwen, and you, Miss Vivian, specifically, I was hit with the weight of kind of responsibility of my family story. So I'm from North Carolina, but grew up in Florida I was in Carolina for 7 years, Florida 18 years. Now I'm here 14 and a half hours away from my home. And I turning 30 soon, so I'm thinking about life in a grander way. And so I'm thinking about my family that I was kind of distanced from. Most of my family was in North Carolina growing up. So there was already that distance. Now that I'm so far away, and I'm a real adult out in the world now, I think about life differently. And hearing y'all, it just gave me this responsibility of oh my God, my family's story, so many stories that I don't know. And not that it's my responsibility to learn them all, but hearing this kind of, hearing each of you, the three ways that you're preserving Black identity and memory, something about that clarified, maybe perhaps I have responsibility for my family for preserving our story. So I guess my question is, and even you, Miss Lois, I guess all of y'all are collecting these oral histories and these stories in different ways, but I guess what are some tips and tools as to how to create a space to where a story can be recounted and collected with people perhaps you're familiar with, but maybe you're not super close to, because these is my family members and I know them, but we don't know each other like that. I might know my family, my friends or whatever. So I guess what are some things that the three of you throughout your years, what are some little tips on either how to get started in this way or how to make that space, if that question makes sense?
What I write about is not, I didn't interview anybody. First of all, I was inspired to start writing when my mother passed away. I was 27 years old and I realized what we had not talked about. So I think talking, having conversations, not interrogating people so that they think you're writing a book. I mean, just know your story. And you can only know your story through conversations. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Um, I didn't jot any of these things down when I was having. Even when I wrote my book and I was writing from the perspective of a child, that gave me some freedom to write about what I saw as a child, how I interpreted it, what I thought I saw, what I thought I understood. And I told that story with the backdrop of what was happening in our society. I had 7 sisters and brothers who were still alive when I was writing that book, and I didn't interview them. Every once in a while, I would try to verify something. Like I had this memory of Miss Little Bit dancing in the backyard, and I was young, so she was just kind of there. She wasn't part of our family. She actually ended up living in our coal shed. Coal shed is a little structure in your backyard where you store things, coal and wood, because we had wood burning stoves. And she was basically a homeless person who like came after dark and slept in our coal shed. And so I asked my sister about it, and she said no, she didn't. She didn't live in our basement. She lived in the coal shed. So my sister's like 5, 6 years older than me. So what a 6-year-old remembers and what a 14-year-old remembers is slightly different. And so sometimes I would get those kinds of things. But I maybe if you have some elderly uh, um, relatives, maybe you will kind of interview them a little. But I think it starts with conversations.
We try. Oh, we just try to present ourselves as a place that is welcoming. You know, it's open. We like to taunt ourselves as being a community facing institution, and which means we want the community to be there. And so we get sometimes we go looking for stories and programs, but very often we are approached to house or to present programs, one of which was HIV/AIDS in the Black community. But people felt comfortable, and that was a safe space to have those conversations. We're recently, I think we just recently got an approach to do an exhibit about freeing Black women who are imprisoned. But you know, those topics they come to us sometimes. Sometimes we seek them out. But I think the fact that we really are making a special effort to present ourselves as that safe space, that place where you can come and have these conversations, where you know we can be a part of what your interest is. We can help nurture that, and we're always looking for ways to do it. So I mean, I think all of us do that in different ways. Some of us with more restrictions depending on who they work for, and some of us with less if they don't work for anybody but themselves. But we all do it in different ways, and I think all of us, when I'm not on that panel, but I think all of us for sure are interested and have a vested interest in creating those spaces. Because if we don't get the opportunity to explore different avenues to talk about different topics other than just the specific, people ask us, why are you doing a story, why are you doing a program on HIV/AIDS? Well, because it affected the Black community, and it's important to us as Black people. So you have to be open and be willing to hear those conversations.
I think we'll take maybe here, and then if there's any last burning questions.
Gwen, so I actually met you about a month ago, working for Yasmin and Mark we were doing preserving MLK at the at the Missouri Historical Society, and I think like oftentimes here at WashU and in architecture school, we often read a lot about Pruitt-Igoe and the Ville and kind of Mill Creek and all these areas, and sometimes it can feel very distant just reading it. And I got to sit down 2 hours every day that week, and I got to hear people's stories from that area. We were recording them, and it's not so much a question, but it's when actually hearing the stories from with their voice and their emotion really made a huge impact, and it really does something clicked in my brain and made it feel so much more real. And I just wanted to kind of appreciate that, and I do think that what you're doing and getting those voices out there is really, really impactful. So.
Just say something real quick. You know, I always tell people everybody's story is important. Everybody has a story. Like I say, everybody has a story to tell. You know? A lot of times I'm just in casual conversations with people and they're telling the most fantastic things about themselves. To me, I get very interested and I say, oh God, you need to write that down. You need to, and I don't like to, I say, well, just, you know, you talked about, you know, oh, he's that guy over there, about, about how everybody had like on your smartphone, you got everything on there. You can film, you can record. I say, just start recording, just start talking and recording. And those things are gold. First person testimony is gold. When I was in grad school, I was trying to get into a period where I wouldn't have to interview anybody because now it's like, if there's anybody alive, you got to talk to them. Because, I mean, you can read all the newspaper articles and all the documents. You can go to the archives. But those stories come alive. And you find out things, you know, I always say, when I was really deep into oral history, and I'd be talking to people, and they would say, at that time, we didn't do videotape. We had like a tape recorder, and they would say, turn that thing off. Now let me tell you a real story. And then and you know, I had to respect that, you know, because they would tell me things that they didn't want to go into history. But I always say, boy, if I could tell the stories that I've heard, boy, would I have a lot to say. But you know, but the point is, even if people tell you what they want you to know, it's valuable because it paints a picture and it puts you in the place. It puts you in that time period, no matter what they're saying, because they're talking about their experiences. They're talking about what life was like when they were growing up. And so you automatically feel that you're there. So that's the real value of that first person testimony. I know we call it oral history, is first person testimony.
I think we're going to wrap it up there so that we have some time for a little bit of a break before our final panel. But there is time downstairs on the first floor to continue the conversation, and we'll reconvene up here at, I'm just checking my time, at 3:30. Yeah, so about 15 minutes. There's still some drinks if you want to get a refreshment, use the restroom. Otherwise, we'll see you at 3:30. But let's thank all of our incredible speakers.
Okay. The conversation continues. And Gwen and Peter are having a lovely one. Sorry to interrupt. All right. Fourth panel. Last but not least, we're going to think about and hear a lot, I'm sure, about participatory futures, thinking about what's next from people who are doing this work in neighborhoods in St. Louis. And I'm excited. I think this will extend the conversation from the last panel. And I'm going to turn it over quickly to Linda Samuels.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, thanks everybody for sticking with us. I don't know when it was last fall when Matt first came to me and we started talking about this idea, and he said, you wrote a book called Infrastructural Optimism. Let's end on optimism. And so I just wanted to start this panel, which I agree is sort of a continuation of the last panel. I feel like we're warmed up. And just say, you know, a brief minute about what is optimism. And the general definition of optimism is the belief in a better future. But if you think about the difference between individual optimism, which is each of us believing in our own future, and collective optimism is the belief that all of our society deserves a better future. And so we are ending with this fourth panel, which is called Participatory Futures, Movement Toward Collective Design Agendas. And in some ways, it's a bookend. The very first panel started with ideas and some terms maybe need to be renegotiated, but we might call them top-down ideas, municipal agendas. And this panel really is looking at how communities come together and either by spearheaded by individuals or by collective momentum or by a lot of grassroots work or by vision to create a different kind of agenda than maybe some of the agendas we see in the exhibition next door. So I'd like to say that this group is really a group of people who built that messy table we've been talking about, or in the process of building that messy table we've been talking about. And so I'm going to hand it over to them. I will just say, again, Linda Samuels, and I am a faculty member here. I teach in architecture and urban design, and I'm the chair of urban design. And thank you all for staying with us. So I'm going to read the introductions of all 4 panelists. And then each panelist is going to take 8 to 10 minutes to talk about some examples of their work, and like the rest of the panels, then we'll have plenty of time for discussion. Lois introduced herself a minute ago. Lois Conley is the founder and executive director of the Griot Museum of Black History, where for the past 27 years, she has led the administrative, fundraising, curatorial, and interpretive functions of this one-of-a-kind North City institution. Conley earned a bachelor's degree in communications and master's degree in education from St. Louis University, as well as a graduate certificate in museum studies from the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Conley was a consultant to the National Park Service's study that documented the National Underground Railroad movement, a member of the Missouri Humanities Council's interpretive planning team, a curatorial consultant for the Royal Tropical Museum in Amsterdam's exhibition on slavery, and for 2 years, the curator for the Urban League for Metropolitan St. Louis's Vaughn Cultural Center. She has received many awards and recognitions for her work. She is an alumna of Leadership of St. Louis, a member of the History Makers National Oral History Database, and a very active community member, co-organizing the St. Louis Place Community Association, co-chairing the Historic Neighborhood History Consulting Committee for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, a curatorial consultant for the Great Rivers Greenway Public Art Project, and co-chairing the Neighborhood Working Group for the Brickline Greenways Fairgrounds Park to Metrolink project, several projects we've talked about today. She is also the oldest daughter of Leo and Emma Conley, mother of Erica and Tracy, graduate of Vashon High School, official historian of the Greater Mount Carmel Baptist Church, and a former resident of the historic Mill Creek community. Peter Tao, which I love this shirt, is a founder and principal of Tao & Lee Associates, an award-winning St. Louis firm providing architectural planning, interiors, and creative design services. This firm was founded in 1995 after an already lengthy career in New York City and London. Peter has been recognized as a community leader, organizer, mentor, lecturer, storyteller, deeply engaged with the St. Louis and the Asian American Pacific Islander communities. Peter's interests focus on AAPI representation, multiculturalism, immigration, DEI representation, and architectural arts initiatives. He currently serves as the board president of OCA Asian Pacific American Advocates St. Louis, the board of St. Louis Mosaic Project, the Great Rivers Greenway Arts Advisory, and is chair of the Chinese American Advisory Group. He formerly served on the board of the International Institute of St. Louis, the Asian American Chamber of Commerce of St. Louis, the American Institute of Architects, and many other educational institutions. A Columbia University graduate, Peter was an executive producer of the award-winning documentary Day One that premiered in 2018. Welcome to Peter. Stephanie Whedon-Smith brings 20 years of professional experience as a community engagement strategist, serving at many different levels in nonprofits, from direct service to senior leadership. She currently serves as the director of the St. Louis Anchor Action Network. Before this assignment, she directed the strategy for the Gephardt Institute for Civic and Community Engagement here at WashU as the assistant director of community engagement. These efforts included creating programs, coalitions, and partnerships for the students, staff, and faculty with St. Louis community partners. She also served as program director at the Equity and Inclusion Organization NCCJ St. Louis and interim director at Teen Pregnancy Prevention Partnerships, directing programs that created spaces for dialogue across differences. And Aaron, who tried to sit as far away from me as possible, but I made him sit next to me. All right, Aaron Williams is deeply connected to the Ville, a historic African-American neighborhood located in North St. Louis with a rich history of African-American education, business, entertainment, and culture. He is chair for the board of directors for the Ville, Young Friends of the Ville, and the Ville Collaborative. Aaron is committed to educating the region about the Ville's era of Black excellence and the systemic inequities that disrupted it, and to cultivating the talent at large in the North Side. He combines his skills in creative thinking, innovation, graphic design, project management, and community organizing to raise awareness and resources. The work he does both in and outside of the Ville aims to create a more equitable St. Louis by strengthening and empowering the North Side. And Aaron is also a 2008 Bachelor of Arts in Architecture graduate of WashU and a 2019 recipient of the Rising Star in Community Building Award. He and his For the Ville team were among the principal organizers that assembled the Sumner Recovery Plan to prevent the closure of Sumner High School in 2021. So thank you all for joining us. We're going to go in the order that we are listed. So Lois is going to go first, and Lois has given us a video.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak on a topic that's deeply relevant to the history of St. Louis, the legacy of displacement and the critical role of community-driven development. As the founder and executive director of the Griot Museum of Black History, I'll share how displacement has shaped the lives of Black and Indigenous communities in St. Louis, from Mill Creek Valley to Pruitt-Igoe, the St. Louis Place community, and even the Osage Nation. I'll also explain how the Griot campus serves as a model for development that uplifts rather than displaces communities. First, let's look at Mill Creek Valley, once a thriving African-American neighborhood with over 20,000 residents, full of businesses, schools, and churches. In the 1950s, the city declared the area blighted and demolished it for urban renewal. This so-called renewal scattered the community, erased their cultural and social networks, and left them with little support. The destruction of Mill Creek wasn't just a physical displacement, it was a cultural erasure that mirrors a nationwide pattern of prioritizing development at the expense of marginalized communities. Next, many of the displaced from Mill Creek ended up in Pruitt-Igoe, a public housing project that soon became infamous. Built without considering the social and economic needs of its residents, it rapidly declined. By 1972, it was demolished, becoming a symbol of failed urban planning. Pruitt-Igoe serves as a powerful lesson on the dangers of imposing top-down projects without community input. These efforts didn't just displace people physically, they eroded social bonds, economic stability, and cultural practices. Fast forward to 2016, the pattern repeated when the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency built its facility in North St. Louis, displacing families and businesses in the St. Louis Place neighborhood. Although the project was framed as a step toward regional development, residents were forced to leave with little consideration for the emotional and community ties they were losing. The situation with the NGA raises critical questions about who benefits from these development projects and who pays the price. Displacement has a longer history in the region. Before the forced removal of Black communities, the land on which many of St. Louis's major institutions, including Washington University, now stand, belonged to the Osage Nation. In the 19th century, the Osage were systematically removed from their ancestral lands through treaties that ceded their land to the U.S. government, eventually pushing them to reservations in Oklahoma. This history reminds us that displacement is an ongoing issue, one that has disproportionately affected indigenous and marginalized communities for centuries. In contrast to these stories of displacement, the Griot campus offers a vision of what community-driven development can look like. Developed in partnership with local residents, the Griot campus is rooted in inclusivity, cultural preservation, and social equity. Our projects like Asase 3 and the Black Her Story Initiative not only honor Black history, but also foster public dialogue, education, and cultural engagement. These initiatives show that development can uplift communities without pushing them out, offering a path for cities to grow while preserving the social and cultural fabric of their neighborhoods. Thank you for your time, and feel free to visit us at thegriomuseum.com.
When I got this agenda title, I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to say, but I latched onto several things. One is, of course, we're talking about collective. I therefore thought collaborative. I thought more than just me. Design, I'm an architect, but I also thought I don't want to talk about architecture per se, but how can the process be part of what I can instill upon others. And then just the fact that as an architect, I think architects generally underrepresent their capabilities. I always enjoy architecture not for the final product, but for the process and problem solving. And I think we are greatly trained in that way, but often we kind of don't use it to the best of our abilities. So first, I just want to kind of, since we also want to step back and forth with history, what might you see in this particular image? Some may say, well, anyway, one may say on the photo on the left, there's one Asian guy in a room full of old white guys in what seems to be an office. And the other one is, it's a 1960s photo of the Pierre Laclede building, groundbreaking in Clayton. And in the very back, there's that same Asian guy. That's my dad. I'm a son of immigrants. He came in 1947. And so part of this is not talking about, oh, the poor Asian guy, because he didn't feel like the poor Asian guy. Part of this is just understanding the situation he was in. He was one of very, very few Asians in St. Louis in 1947. He actually immigrated to St. Louis to Washington University. We always are amazed that he found Washington University from China. But coming here, he tells about how welcoming, how he fell upon a bunch of welcoming people. Obviously, he fell upon challenges as well. So it's an inspiration to know he navigated through this towards his goal to be an engineer. Funny story that, again, I think it's important to overlay this lens. So the Board of Education job, he got a nighttime job when he was a graduate student here, and he got the introduction to the chair of the mechanical department at the time, and that's Raymond Tucker. So if people know who Raymond Tucker is, he would eventually become the 38th mayor of St. Louis. But Raymond Tucker was basically a mentor to my dad. That's all he saw him as. He introduced him to the Board of Education. He went down there at nighttime. He earned something like $3 an hour. And eventually got a letter of recommendation when he was trying to immigrate to the U.S. for naturalization. But he will always talk about how he got this opportunity. He'll also tell the story of he had to ride the bus down to the Board of Education. It's actually in Locust and 10th Street, right near my office by coincidence. And he would tell the story that he was sitting next, one story where he sat next to a guy, and the guy leaned to him, and he said, "Hi, what laundry do you work in?" So my father wasn't so attuned to all the laundry history at the time, so it wasn't quite as offensive, if you will. But anyway, so that's just kind of the climate. But it was, he had a welcoming environment. The Pierre Laclede building with, there's a gentleman in the front there somewhere, the Noonie Company, they gave his big break. And from there, from that moment, his firm would excel for multiple decades. But these are just the things that we may face. It doesn't mean if you're Chinese is just the actor. But these are the things that many of us may face as we navigate through the future. So since we're talking about collective and coming together and opportunity, this is the Jamai Birth Village project in Ferguson. And this is a birthing center by Okunsola Amandu, vision for her next stage of her birth village. She already has a small facility in Ferguson. But this is also a story about she found an architectural firm called Canon Design. Canon Design, as a firm, has a separate branch called Open Hand Studio. Open Hand Studio is simply a pro bono wing of theirs where they just felt they needed to be closer to the community in some way. It doesn't mean it's anything to do with any particular race. It can be anything. Some of them are healthcare oriented, or specific, non associated. But this one's particularly with black women that Okunsola is trying to address, and midwifery approach to birth, which is not anything that is addressed in mainstream medical world. So they came, they helped her renovate her initial space, and then it was great. It was a little doctor's office, and they helped, they jumped in, she eventually opened it. Well, then after she got established for a few years, and Helen is the one working on the project, leading the project over there, after she got her, established, she had a greater vision. And then what was great was the Open Hand Studio reached beyond just the client side of helping. They then reached out to the smaller businesses in the architectural design profession. So we happened to be collaborating or engaged with them. So a variety of consultants were brought together, minority businesses, women-owned businesses, but just small businesses, because these are opportunities that we might not even get. So this is an example of how they reached out. It became a collaborative effort. Together, we put together this scheme. We are on a pause, of course, because of money. So we're on a pause, but we have reached a point where, should that money come, we're ready to jump into the construction document phase. So that's just another interesting story of collectiveness, coming together, addressing needs in the community that typically aren't addressed. This is a fun project. Upper left is a little soccer field. This is in 2016. I'm on the St. Louis Mosaic Project, which is a city-county organization to help promote new growth of foreign-born. It's not a refugee program. It's just pure economics. Get people here to help us build our economy. So I had listened to a PRI radio show about these little kids in a New York elementary school, and the title was something how soccer broke the barrier or something like that. And what it was these little kids, new immigrants, were in this. They were the only they were the only immigrants in the school. And of course, as middle schoolers or elementary schoolers are, they were the oddity. So the oddity, who are these kids? Oh, they can't speak English very well, whatever. But that story went on to say when recreation time came and they went on the field, could they play soccer? And all of a sudden, everyone wanted them to be on their team, and it opened the eyes up to these other kids. And the story's great. It goes on to interviewing the parents. I went through my kids' backpack and I found an Arab dictionary, and I took the kid aside and said, "What's this?" And the kid just said, "I wanted to say hi." So it was about welcoming. So what happened was this woman had gotten this. I had circulated this little PRI show to the Mosaic people, but as things go around with emails, 6 months later I get this phone call. Mr. Peter? Yes. Hi, I'm Donnie Harris. I'm at the Nahed Chapman New American Academy. And if you don't know, the Nahed Chapman New American Academy is the transitional school for the St. Louis Public School for kids, new immigrants, and refugees who cannot place in the mainstream school, usually because of language, disrupted education, and PTSD. So then she explained to me, 85% of my kids have PTSD. And we need to get outside to exercise because it's a known way of accommodating that. And sadly, it's a St. Louis public school. She had a asphalt playground, or I wouldn't call it a playground. She just had an asphalt lot with craters in it. So I went out there. There's like yellow cones around, craters. They were trying to play. I had the phys ed teacher there telling me, yeah, we play here. We kind of can't go there. Every day I have to sweep away the rubble because of something else breaks off. So then I just said, oh, well, I'm an architect. I could probably find some contractors. So then we started getting together, and I reached out to the Construction Forum, which is a nonprofit. Together we formed the Gateway Welcome Project as a nonprofit. And then people just kept telling us, no, do more, go big. And we go, yeah, but we don't have any money. No, we'll figure it out. So ultimately, we built them a turf field. It's behind the old Gaudelet Center for the Deaf, which was part of the campus. They've since moved. There's a walking track behind. As we built up the coalition of collective of members, this little structure here is Chandler Aronson's, he was a professor here, design build studio. And I said, Chandler, get involved, do a project. We need something. And so he thought, oh, I could do a little shade structure, a little structure there. And what was great, his students used the students at the academy as their clients. So they went and interviewed, they did multiple projects, and then eventually this one was selected. Then they went and built it. And so it was built. It was almost $250,000 of in-kind services from the community. And then fast forward, I thought this was a great story. I reached out to a friend producer in LA who I knew, who I respected her documentaries. I said, Lori, got a great story for you. You got to do this on the soccer field. And we started talking. And then she said, oh, wait a minute. Your story's finished. And I go, well, yeah. Well, now we need to tell it. She goes, no, I don't do that. And it goes, oh, because she likes to do the process of documentary where you go and just navigate. But then she said, tell me about the school. And then we told her about it. This was when, we're in the same situation now. This was when banning of Muslims was out. Trump was doing his, there was that process. And she was so sad because her parents were Jewish immigrants, refugees. So then ultimately we just said, well, let's just see what happens. And she came out, and fast forward in 2018, we debuted as at the Newport Beach Film Festival. We had a good ride. PBS carried it, bought it, and now we don't promote it anymore, but it's out there for streaming. But that's just a story of all these paths, never know what's going on. We just kept being open to ideas, even with or without money, and then somehow things happen in a positive way here. And then finally, this is this little block towards the left. Those buildings, those are the last buildings standing in 1966 of downtown Chinatown. And just so, I always show this photo because the myth out there is Busch Stadium is built over Chinatown. It was not built over Chinatown. Chinatown was a victim of urban renewal. Because of the stadium project, that entire swatch, literally from the courthouse all the way west, there's some amazing aerial photos, was just made into parking lots. So I showed that part of because we're talking urban and all these agendas. I also talk about that because I am involved in the Missouri Historical Society, telling those stories, collecting those stories about the history of the Chinese American. And I'll just end with one thing. Going through the exhibit, it was really interesting to see Errol Saarinen winning plan. And he's the one of few who actually showed a little bit of a map of the downtown and his vision. And not that his vision was any good, because he had 3 major blocks that went on forever of just parking. It ringed the core of downtown. But what was interesting is the way he planned the parking lots, or parking, I don't know if they're structured or lots, it missed Chinatown. So somewhere along the way, the stadium came and must have just made everyone all confused, and then they shifted it 1 block, and then they wiped it out. So anyway, those are just my images and thoughts that I'm sharing.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Whedon-Smith. I'm the director of the St. Louis Anchor Action Network, and I'm so grateful to the team here and inviting me to this panel. Especially, I get to be around my friends, and this is going to be a similar picture that maybe will be seen later on. Aaron was so gracious to really show the history of the anchors and the Ville to our current anchors. But I want to begin, we're talking a lot about story, and I really believe that things don't happen by chance, that part of my story, all this work I've been doing in and out of community engagement, and had no really intention of leaving WashU, but an opportunity came for me to lead an effort of really building a coalition of anchor institutions. And I would say the story that really, I think, put me in a unique position to lead these efforts is I'm a native of Ferguson, Missouri. And Ferguson, Missouri means something now internationally of our work. I also told the story of my father who, by chance, was given an opportunity to work white collar position with associate degree. He was currently at that time working as a machinist at McDonald Douglas. And that opportunity not only changed his life, but changed the life for me. And so for me, the work of the St. Louis Anchor Action Network is really about possibilities. It's about uplifting and amplifying the voices of folks in the community and how we can continue to invest in those people in that community and invest in the communities that have been for far too long overlooked. So I just want to begin there. But for a lot of folks, when we talk about, and this is probably too small to see, so I'll walk us through it. The anchor work, field comes out of maybe late 90s, and the way that folks are really thinking about anchor work, especially in terms of what we affectionately call the eds and the meds, so your higher ed, your healthcare institutions, we're thinking about, hey, is the relationships that we have community, is it one that is mutually beneficial? Is it one that we're understanding who's around our community? And so they really started putting some efforts on how do we engage with our community. Later, folks were thinking, as they were thinking about this work, we could do it alone. Each of us anchor institutions could think about the challenges, the responsibility that we have community alone, but the work ahead of us, 100-year-old of inequities that we have in communities, will only be able to be resolved if we don't come together. And so work right after that started with folks thinking about collaboratives. How do these eds and meds in a community, and St. Louis is very unique in that we brought in public and private voice into that conversation along with community on how we can resolve some of the challenges of our community. But as we look at our history here at St. Louis, here are some of the things that really got us there. Of course, many folks might remember some conversations when Normandy lost their accreditation in 13. I think NPR did a lot of work on that. So that was one thing that really started folks having some conversations about this work and the responsibility of anchors. Especially the university that's closest there is the University of Missouri St. Louis, for which I still am housed within. Then, of course, we know 10 years ago, and we've all been still thinking about 10 years ago and the death of Michael Brown, that international spotlight on the work and the inequities of Ferguson, Missouri, that continued to bring more people together. I think people were very not only moved by the Ferguson Commission report and those recommendations, but not even 8-9 months earlier, we had For the Sake of All by Dr. Jason Purnell, and in terms of what work that needs to happen in terms of collectively looking at the disinvested of our communities. Then, of course, again, some universities continue to come together. And so we still have, KUMU is the leading association in terms of universities thinking about this work. And we also have the Healthcare Anchor Network that's also thinking about this work. But they started having more national conversations about how to do this work. UMSL started on their own, started thinking about, and I think what helps to lead this effort is data. We're really thinking about how we can see what is really happening and how that can guide us. And so UMSL started leading that way in terms of really being a part of a collaborative of having a dashboard of looking who's employed in certain areas, what are the businesses in those areas, and what ways can we really continue to think about investing in those areas. And so we come to 2020. We all know what happened in 2020. I think a lot of deep conversations were happening, but if there is a plus that came out of 2020, especially in terms of the St. Louis Anchor Action Network, folks saw that, and I'll be the first to say that collaborative work is not easy. It is really about building trust. It's a lot of relationship building. It is not one that is for the faint-hearted. But we saw in 2020 that people came together. People came together. Many of our healthcare institutions came together. Their competitors but came together. So I think it really gave us the fuel to think about how do we come together in terms of a collaborative, a coalition, thinking about this work more deeply. In 2021, we were very grateful for our friends of the Missouri Foundation for Health to provide an award to the University of Missouri St. Louis that brought me and took me away from WashU, but I get to still have lots of conversations, so I'm always really grateful for that. We continue to look more deeply on what this looks like for us. How do we continue to this work? So we've had our friends at PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, to help us to think about what are the things we're missing. And then our friends and our really good friend, Dr. Jason Purnell over James S. McDonald Foundation has given us some more funding to really think about what's next in terms of how we can think about moving forward in terms of this work. Here's what we ended up in terms of our mission statement. I think the only thing that I would highlight here, and you can always take a look at our website, one thing I would highlight in terms of this work, and is really the fuel for me, that it's sustained investment. My colleagues across the country, and it's one that I have to continue to share with our anchors, is this is generational work. This is not something that we'll be able to turn around. We have to continue to fortify ourselves on how we can continue to see, and people in communities that have been that see something different, that have a different hope. And the work that we're doing also is rooted in in terms of collective practice, since we have such a diverse anchor network, we really spend a lot of time just with our anchors on really sharing best practices. How are we thinking about this work? Our three main goals is about inclusive hiring. Who are we hiring? How the folks are hiring within a focused geography, 22 zip codes that we're looking at more deeply. How are they moving up and through these organizations? We know that those top C-suite positions are not very diverse. How do we make that very diverse? So we're learning from each other on how to make that happen. There's also in terms of small business, how do we know that, and for me growing up in Ferguson, knowing so many folks that had mom and pop shops, how that's a life changer for folks to be able to have businesses. How are we making those easier? How are we really helping the goods and services that folks have within our focus geography? How are they going to anchor institutions? Anchors have a big position to be able to buy from local first, and then just continued increase awareness. I think from the conversation last night, what I continue to find, we ask so much of community. They've been harmed. We ask, can you tell us how to? But it's really the responsibility of anchors to continue to be aware of what's going on in the community. I'm so grateful for Aaron to really leading our executives for them to understanding how we got here and how we're going to be able to move forward. And we can't do any of this work without truly finding a way where it's mutually beneficial. There's still, I would say, and it's still a journey that a lot of the work with our anchor institutions is about It's about what we think is going to be the best way forward, as opposed to really thinking about the width. And just so you can get to see who we've started this work with, here there are 16 institutions that have started this coalition building journey with me. We have 2 regional partners with the Greater St. Louis Inc., which is thinking about the regional efforts. Again, I'm looking at a much smaller footprint in terms of 22 zip codes. Our hope is that if we could really change the narrative, change the trajectory of those particular zip codes, that would be have effects for all of us in St. Louis. And then, of course, the Regional Business Council. Here's a few other things that we've done so far. Again, it's still a long, long journey. We're just at the beginnings. But I'll leave you with this. Again, what fuels me in terms of this work is that I'm continuing to find a way that everyone has more possibilities. Everyone has the opportunity to thrive. That there should be more stories like my dad, where he was given an opportunity, a possibility that he never thought he would have. So we continue to move away in partnership, coalition building forward.
All right. Can I get the clicker? I'm going to stand up. I've been talking a lot. Hope you guys stand up with me. I'll tell you when. Okay. First, who's heard of the Ville neighborhood before? Wow. I'm just going to venture to ask one person. Why? You want to answer why? Why? No, he doesn't. Who wants to tell me why they've heard of the Ville? He does. All right.
Last year I went on a field trip there in 2nd grade.
Did you go to Forsyth School? He went on my tour. That's why he knows. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Well, once again, I'm Aaron Williams. I am the president of For the Ville, an organization that I founded. Am I blocking your view? Blocking your view? No. An organization that I founded with 2 elder ladies from the Ville community. And I'm very specific about saying community too, because I have a little bit of a bad feeling about this whole concept of a neighborhood. But we'll get back to that. So, we're a community-based cultural organization working to safeguard the legacy of the Ville. Our mission is to share the history of the Ville and inspire reinvigorated ownership of the community. All right? Our body of work is such: cultural tourism, art and storytelling, preservation, and creative placekeeping. 4 things that we never put in one bucket. I am the messy table, literally, right? When I go talk to the preservationists, they're not thinking about placekeeping. They're not thinking about how you activate the public realm. When I talk to artists, they're not thinking about tourism. They're thinking about making art. Well, I'm here to say we're doing all of that because that's how you reclaim a narrative, right? I took that slide out. I do want to acknowledge our co-founders, Julia Allen and Thomasina Clark, both over the age of 65 years old, were born and raised in the Ville and are still living there. One of them in the same home that she was born in. That's how committed they are to the community. And when I met them, kid from Kansas City, Missouri, I'm not even from St. Louis, they wanted to put billboards up in their neighborhood to tell people about the history. That's it. And I was this kid graduated from Givens School of Architecture at the time. Now it's Sandfox School of Design, who felt like I understood the power of design to reimagine and reclaim space. I had traveled overseas for 3 years. I had seen villages and small towns and communities that were able to restore themselves through vernacular design and tourism. And I wanted to bring all that back. Of course, I was very naive and very ambitious in all the ways that a young creative person is. And then I met them, and all they wanted to do was put billboards up in their neighborhood. And I was like, all right, I hear you. Let's do that, and let's do more. That's how For the Ville came to be. And then I started asking them why they don't tell their stories. Well, we started giving tours to tell the story, and that grew into a whole division of our organization, of course. And after we started giving tours and telling stories, we got tired of pointing to places or pointing to things that were either falling apart or things that were already gone. So we started asking, well, how do we imbue this story into the fabric of our community? Well, that means we have to start actually shaping place, right? But we have to do it in a way that it also benefits the community. So we came up with the Cultural Boulevard Project. The Cultural Boulevard Project is an initiative to transform the main commercial corridor of the community, which is MLK Drive. And we want to do it through corridor activation, new vibrant public spaces, traffic calming and green infrastructure, district formation and management, storefront activation, and then art and storytelling. So it's a very comprehensive approach to this work. We're not trying to silo it into one thing, which oftentimes happens. Also, just the nature of our organization, right? Once again, creating something very messy and then spending a lot of time trying to explain to people how this all works is one thing. But we're doing it. And we're not the first people to do it. Some of you may have seen some of these projects before. Anybody ever heard of Destination Crenshaw in Los Angeles? Anybody ever heard of Los Angeles? Yeah? Crenshaw Boulevard? Who's heard of Nipsey Hussle? Okay. Who's heard of the TV series Insecure by Issa Rae? All these things are on Crenshaw Boulevard in LA, a community in Los Angeles where real estate is really expensive and land is hard to come by, a community that was falling apart. So the councilman there, who was from the community, decided if we want to reclaim and restore this community, let's start in the public right-of-way, and let's build from there. Same thing we're doing. They're just a few steps ahead of us. Comuna 13, who's been to Medellin, Colombia? Who's heard of Medellin? Who's heard of the graffiti walls in Medellin? All right. Well, you may have not known that that is in a community called Comuna 13, which was a highly impoverished community that used to be, that was overtaken and controlled by the cartels. And so the community used hip hop, graffiti, and breakdancing to take it back. They took back their community. They started using public art. And then the city government said, we should help them because they are an underinvested community. And they decided to do that through public transportation, public transit. And they said, we're not just going to give them some elevators, we're also going to make it cool to match their graffiti artwork. So now everybody knows Medellin, if you've been to Colombia, is a community that has the orange elevators that go down into the city center. Again, this was the creating a messy table to transform a community and empowering that community to own their own narrative. We did not make this up, and there are probably more examples of it. But we are going to do it here in St. Louis by transforming MLK. So this work has been in progress since about 2017. We've done a lot with WashU. We've created concepts of what can exist on MLK. We have added public art to the corridor. So that mural of Tina Turner was one we just finished, and we're going to do a dedication to next week. But again, the whole idea is if we want to reclaim our community and we want to reclaim our narrative and we want to do it in a way that's sustainable, then we have to affect the public realm. We have to catalyze economic development for the people that are there. All right. Otherwise, we're just collecting history and putting it in four walls. Otherwise, we're just putting public art up on a wall that's eventually going to fall down. That's not what we want to do. So that's what the Cultural Boulevard is all about. And we just began our master design and planning process. And once again, the community is always front of mind. The name of our organization is For the Ville for a reason, right? Oftentimes people, they approach me and they say, oh yeah, you lead that organization, the Ville, right? Because it's so easy to do that. But that was the intent of the name, right? By people hearing For the Ville all the time, they automatically start thinking about the community, and they essentially think, I just work for the community. I work for the Ville. I don't work for the Ville. That's intentional. With that in mind, we started this planning and design. No, this is next slide. With that in mind, we worked with WashU to start something that I think is very innovative. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Center for Humanities. Thanks, Laura. Oh, she already left. We started a community design lab, and Matt would probably call it something different if we asked him, inside of the high school in that neighborhood called Sumner Studio Lab. My intention was just to create a place where we can reimagine the future of this community on MLK inside the high school. And it breaks down to 3 basic programs: design courses for WashU students, internships for Sumner High School students, and workshops for the community that empower them to be the designers and the planners of their own space, something that African Americans were not and continue to not be afforded. But the biggest role of that space to me is community space. It's empty space that the community can use to organize and to dream however they want to. And I use it a lot for that reason. But from that, we have begun our master design and planning process. And of course, we're bringing that same energy into this process. It has to be community-centered in the way we approach it. So this master design and planning process will cover all these things. You can see it. I'm not going to say it. A typical planning and design process, right? But at the same time, we are layering it with things that the city is doing, things that our anchor institutions are doing, things that our civic leadership organizations are doing, like Greater St. Louis that Stephanie just mentioned. We all have a role in this process. And thanks to WashU, they created this nice visual for us to say that. But also, we intend to center the community in that entire process. So we have created this program called the Cultural Boulevard Liaisons, where we're empowering community members to guide our design consultant through the process, and they will be paid to do it. We also are creating a community planning storefront on MLK. So if you can't come to the workshops or the town halls to hear the updates, you can always pop into the storefront and see exactly where we are. And there will be a bottle of water and some snacks and hopefully somebody waiting for you to help you through that process. We also are going to have planning office hours at Studio Lab so that For the Ville, our consultants and our partners can pick a day or a few hours out of the week to actually office out of the community so community members can come to them and ask whatever questions or make whatever statements they need to make to them. And then last, through Studio Lab and our process, we will be holding capacity building workshops for our community members so that they can intelligently engage in this design and planning process over the next 12 months. These things aren't important, so I'm going to go fast. This is just the phase one of our implementation. This is MLK, of course, and Phillips is the north-south connector that's very important to us. Our pilot of the program will introduce a new pocket park to the community and then make improvements to the streetscape, of course, introducing all those things that I mentioned: traffic calming, more green infrastructure, and more activation of the corridor. And that's it. Now we're going to turn it over to the conversation. I didn't even make you stand up.
So before we open it up, I get to throw out a couple questions. It might feel obvious, but I'm gonna start with a kind of obvious question, which is, can we talk a little bit about the advantages of a collective design agenda and how you might define that collective design agenda compared to the sort of top-down design agendas that we were looking at in the exhibition, or even some of the design agendas that might have been presented at the first session, the municipal design agendas?
Well, I guess it's just like we've talked about earlier. I think it's critical that there is some collective work being done, that things aren't disjointed, that we aren't working in a silo. And I think for us, even at the GRIO, we find ourselves almost having to work collectively with other organizations, whether they are museums or whether they are soccer teams. Some of the most unlikely kind of collaborations. Of course, we've done things with WashU, with various departments, but you have to look for, I think, all of the ways that the work that you do also can intersect with the work that other people are doing in a way that it will build the community in general and not just specifically. So I think we all kind of share that together and work toward that. We worked really hard on, I guess, embedding ourselves in the community, first of all, making sure that the community accepts who we are and what we're doing, and that they understand that the work that we do is a mutual benefit. It's not just, it doesn't benefit the GRIO if the community doesn't support what we're doing. So we made sure that when we came into the community, the first thing we did was join the block unit some 30 years ago. And we've been doing that ever since. Every time there's a committee, we make sure we're on that committee. But we also get the community involved in the actual interpretation of all these stories we talk about, so that we create exhibits and interpretive exhibits, but we also have invited the community to create their own exhibits and to post them, to install them at the GRIO. So they're a part of the work that we do. We're not just saying, this is what we do, we're in your community, and like it or not, here's what you get. But you also are invited to bring in those things that are important and relevant to you as well. I guess we just feel like the more we are involved, the more the community is involved with the work we do, the more the mutual benefit is for all of us. So.
Yeah, and I think we don't celebrate that being a collective. First of all, a collective is probably, in my opinion, is going to result in something far greater than just my own little specific view. Because once you start bringing in all these other views and all these other efforts, it just, the result can be, in my opinion, so much greater. And therefore, it's also more fun than just thinking on your own. The other thing is that when you're as a collective, I think this is one of the problems that used to really be a bad problem with all these little organizations or little nonprofits, is you're always trying to do something on your own and you just don't have the capacity. So we're talking more about capacity of thought, perhaps. So when you're just doing everything on your own, first of all, it's harder. Second of all, you don't have as far a reach. And so if you can be this collective, it really, my idea now is planting and that, so it's just, it's a broader thing. It's an easier thing because I think you wind up not duplicating some things. And I don't know, I think it's a no-brainer. Yes.
I would just add that, my work with the anchor institutions, it's just better business. If we had, for all of the ills of our community, had really embedded ourselves, had listened to communities, we would be in a different place. I really believe that. So it's beyond like that. It's there's this long history of inequities, but it's just better business. And if we want to see or stop the bleed in terms of Black professionals leaving our community, of our population continuing to move down, then we're going to have to find a way to do this together.
The difference between a collective design agenda versus a top-down. One, I think, is approaching things from an asset-based mindset, right? Looking at the things that are already in a space, place, or community that are already working, even if they're working at a limited capacity, and building off of that. And also, I guess, as a design student, I grew to understand that the magic really happens at the intersection of like imagination and constraint, right? Frank Gehry is amazing because he's looking at the limitations of structure and he's pushing that limit, right? So I can't just use a regular steel beam that they make all the time and sell all across the globe. I'm going to make you design a different type of beam to fit my... It's not. But it's a strength that I've learned through design of that's where you're making the magic, right? At the intersection of these two things. Well, if you come into a community, you're not going to understand constraints, nor will you understand their imagination if you're not working with them, right? So if you're looking for the magic, you better get in there and identify the imagination and the constraints so that you can make the magic. I think that's what it boils down to for me.
So anchor institutions came up in this conversation a little bit, and I think that term means different things for different people, or maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know if you're using it the same way, Stephanie, that we might think about it within this institution. But to be a little bit provocative, what do you think the responsibilities of the anchor institutions might be in terms of helping to support? And clearly we do some of that here, our Office of Socially Engaged Practice, our Divided City grants, our Mellon Foundation. But maybe the better way to phrase it is, how could we better join in the collective design agendas as institutions that have a big footprint in the community?
Well, I was thinking about the conversation from last night, and what was brought up is that there's such apathy from young people to what would you want to happen, or but we've grown, especially I think anchor institutions, we've grown not to invite people to that conversation. We've grown to think that like, oh, well, they don't really know what, and so how do we, well, first of all, we need to repair a lot of the harm, the damage over years and years that folks have, and that kind of taking over kind of communities. I think that has to happen. I think there has to be this real invitation, a true, authentic invitation of community into this discussion. And I think it's a certain responsibility. I think, like when we brought our anchor executives to the Ville to have Aaron walk around, their hands are all over that. Like, part of how we got here is because of the success of some of our anchors is because they were able to kind of, take over communities. They were able to, put new highways, new things that were those communities weren't able to thrive. And so I really see it as a responsibility for us to again to change that narrative. I think it's it was interesting even that last panel, and I was really kind of taking that in. How do we also help anchors to see that members of community, they're anchors in that community. You know, and how do we have that kind of deference, that respect that people have lived their lives, have had families, businesses, and through that, you know, people have been able to move forward. So a real deference, a real kind of responsibility, a real sense of humility, I think, is the way forward for anchor institutions.
I think that anchor institutions need to, at large, seek more failure. Quit doing things the tried and true way, because you know it's going to have the positive impact on your bottom line. Come up with a different set of success measures and just go try some stuff with different people from who you usually work with. Try it, and try it in a way where you're not controlling everything. Like, give it up, take your hands off of it, and see what comes of it. Otherwise, I don't know, we're recycling the same things, right? This recycling the same thing is literally what controls our nonprofit industrial complex, how philanthropy is distributed, right? They want you to measure in 1,000 ways how you're having impact on what you're doing. When the people that are doing this work, like Lois, they just know innately that it's working. That's why she's been doing that. Now you're going to make her waste her time going to create 1,000 metrics just to prove why you gave her $500 or whatever the hell it is that you gave her. Like, just take more risks is what I think anchor institutions need to do.
I was thinking about that last session when someone asked the question about how do we, what do the institutions do? How do they help us do what we do? They just need to let us do it. You know, those people who have the resources, give it to those of us who are doing the work. We know what we need to do. We know what we need in our communities, and we know basically how to do it. Does not mean that we do not need your assistance, your advice, your guidance, but we need to be able to do it. And you have the resources that can get it done, but we can do it better. I mean, that's just how I feel. We can do it better, and so you need to get out of our way. Don't continue to put the barriers in place that prevent us from doing what we know we can do and what we know we can do well. And let us do it.
And since we are under the umbrella of design within a design institution and anchor, I would add that I think it's great that you have certain programs, but I think there needs to be, and people may not like this, but it was a few years ago where Helen and I were wondering, how come we haven't been invited to the architecture school? I used to come quite often. Helen used to come quite often with a certain professor. And, you know, it was this kind of, am I not good enough? And all this kind of stuff. Because if we're talking about what design isn't just the problem here, it's the problem out there, as we all know. So that became a real, it started my separation from the school, actually. Because I was told, and I can't believe it was told to me, it was in private conversation with a few of us, and that person's not here now, said, well, you're not on a jury because you're not published. And I said, what does that mean? And I said, I'm a practicing, I think, relatively, I mean, you don't have to invite me if you don't like me. That's fine, or if you don't think I'm bringing something to the table. But that was the measure. So is that a collective? Is that an interaction with the community? I'd say no. Did that person or professor know more than me? I would argue maybe not. But I actually said, you weren't invited because you're not published, and the professor who's giving the critique needs to have jury members who are shown to be published, so that that credibility of that one who's chairing the studio. Now, I don't know if that's true, But that was told to me. And then I just said, oh, that just, so all it brought to me, now we talk about the trust thing, right? We're talking about trust all the time. It brought to me the question, I don't know if I trust, even with this anchor, and how they're seeing my city. It's more my city than these student cities. So that really turned me off.
Well, I'm going to say welcome back. And we're glad to have you.
I'm an alum. No, I'm always engaged.
Helen, welcome back. And,
no, but I mean, that was something that I thought was so ironic about what we're trying to do, what we're trying to problem solve in the city, or these other, I get it if we're not have a project that's an urban high-rise project, of course, then it's a different model that you're going to reference. But it was just a representation, at least of that time. Matt's heard it from me, that, I thought that it was just ironic on how there wasn't that collective, we're just there to help. Anyway, so maybe I'm on the bad list now.
No, glad to have you. I didn't know you before, but now I do.
I'm just going to piggyback off Peter with, I guess, more design-oriented commentary around this. I think that our anchor institutions also need to do a better job of designing for the people. I think that when you sit in an ivory tower and you look down all the time, your ideas are disconnected. And sure, they have created some of St. Louis's most prized possessions, right? Eero Saarinen submitted the Arts Project because the barons of our city literally cleared St. Louis. Why? Because they were scared of sanitation issues. Why don't you just clean up the city, not tear it down, right? Chinatown, which is probably one of the most resilient things downtown, was torn down to create Bush Memorial. It's gone now. And as the past chair of Urban Land Institute, we were just hired by Greater St. Louis to fly people in and tell them how to recover downtown. Well, I got an idea. Don't tear down Chinatown. Then we will still have a thriving downtown. I think St. Louis has continued to make this mistake of designing for the aesthetics and designing to feel like this grand city instead of giving the people what they need and what they really use to thrive. And so part of that is gaining trust, getting back in conversation with people. But then once they tell you, like, you actually need to trust them and do that and protect the things that are valuable to them, even if it doesn't meet your metrics.
We're going to open it up for people who might have questions. Right here.
Thank you. Oh, that don't need it, but yes. Thank you so much for this wonderful seminar, workshop, whatever. As I look at my neighborhood, I'm one block from Delmar on Enright, and I'm trying to encourage my daughters to let's pool our resources and buy a smart house. And my daughters live in the county. They don't want to come to St. Louis. They don't want to come back to St. Louis because they believe that the housing stock, new construction, will not appreciate in value because St. Louis does, let's renovate this block. But there's no scenic ride home to that block. I got to go through derelict housing, whatever, to get to my block. And I find that the housing stock that was developed by Rankin Technical School, I don't think it's going to appreciate in value. So why would you buy new housing construction in the Ville, which was my where I grew up. I just don't. There's no scenic ride home to tell people that come visit from out of town how to get to my abode.
I think what you are, hey, Missy Lane. I think what you're referring to is actually complementary to what I was just speaking to, and it's this fear-based decision making that the barons of our region have continued to practice over the years, where for some reason they're just trying to put out fires that I don't even know are real, and it leads to half-baked decisions like not restoring housing in a community in a comprehensive way, right? But it's not just our city too. I mean, some of that's driven by the same practice of our federal government, right? So a lot of that is driven by the constraints of like low-income housing tax credit development, community development block grants that literally limit how much you can do at one time. So I don't know. There need to be some systematic changes, I guess, or we just imagined it in a completely different way. That's my direct response to you. I don't even know if it answers the question, but it is frustrating. And I do represent a housing organization that builds housing that I don't even like, that I wouldn't move into, literally because of the constraints of the funding mechanisms that we use.
I just have to say again, I think that is again where collective planning and design comes into play. And it's difficult. Collective anything is difficult. It's a challenge. Doing anything with more than one person is a challenge. But again, that's where I think it becomes really critical that we seek out those kinds of collaborations and collective working, so that things are developed systematically. There's not one house on a block, and then you got to go 4 more blocks before you see another one. Those are the kinds of things that I think collective design can affect. Also, I think as we think about design, we have to begin to think about the kind of housing and the kind of infrastructure that we do put in place in our neighborhoods. Not everything needs to be a high rise. Some people still like walkways. Some people still like, I would love to have a 1-story home in the city, because I hate where I live in the county now. But that's where I could find a 1-story home. So, I think all of those things are things that have to go into design planning when you're talking about reclaiming a community and making a community that's attractive to many people who have different kinds of needs.
And regarding the housing and how to promote that more, you could probably bring in the anchor institution that is called the bank. So they control a lot of what you might have access to. And if there's a great developer who's got a great idea, the cost is not going to be that different from the cost built out anywhere else, but it's tapping into the ability to trust that developer for the financing. And so I think financing is probably in there somewhere. I mean, I'm not a, lending knowledgeable person, but I do know when you just individually, when people try and get loans, sometimes it's like, where are you trying to do that? That kind of thing. But if you're doing it with a greater mission, I think there's got to be, some sort of arrangement or kind of a collective agreement made. And it's happened before, and with certain tax credits, and I guess U.S. Bank did their little tax credit side. But that's a big player because money, money talks to get those things built. It's not just about design.
Hi, thank you, everyone, just for the wonderful presentation. Just I'm a recent. My name is Shantel. I'm a recent graduate, young professional working in architecture designer. So I appreciate that you share in the past, also the ongoing things, and also the future or the vision of St. Louis. Because when I started out, when I graduated last year and started working on Aaron, you might know I work for Dwayne Thompson for the Care CL, the new care center in the Ville neighborhood, and also work on some housing project also in the Ville neighborhood in the North City. When I started doing practicing, I feel I'm lacking of the knowledge about the history about the contest. So even after graduation, I reach out to Eric to tell if you can tell me more about the history, can just fill me in and during the practice. So I think this is a great symposium and all the it's great exhibition. Just fill me the gap of the gap that I'm lack. And also like I remember like 3 years ago, right here in the same time, the designing the modern city symposium kind of also gave me like the idea of like urban planning. That was the time when I first came to St. Louis for my for my degree, because I was born and raised in China, in southern area. I was growing up in like an urban area, so the urban setting is kind of in my mindset. I just take it for granted, like, oh, it should be there, because I've never like studied abroad or even traveled less until I have my undergrad in the northern part of China, and finding out even though we are all Chinese, but we don't really speak the same language. The culture is totally different, and and I started as growing. I started to learning about like the urbanism is like the real stuff. What my parents and my grandparents telling me earlier was real, because they always telling me they were growing up in like a compound, like one stories, like a brick housing. But when I was growing up, they was all gone. I just recall me of the last panel, because like if there's nothing there, even the people tell you you don't see it. I have no idea what the last generation is talking about. I have no idea. And then so I started to rethink about like the urban planning, or all about that process, because in the hometown that I'm growing up, like it used to be less than 1 million people like decades ago, but just within a few decades now it's more than 10 million people. So how crazy is the development like going on? So yeah, and when I first get into St. Louis, actually I was sharing that with Shantel earlier, like when she gave us the first assignment for writing a paper about the Wayne Ryan building downtown. And I was there alone, like walking around, seeing this beautiful, amazing building here, but I can't find like people like foot traffic like in downtown area. It kind of made me feel a little bit sad. It's also very contrary with my idea about urban like a context. So just kind of started to get me thinking about that kid through learning through my master, and also through practicing here, and just want to thank you for all the things that you share. And also I always think about if there's like a Chinatown in St. Louis, because the one on Olive doesn't look like a Chinatown. It's not walkable. It's all yeah. So thank you, Peter, for sharing that. Yeah.
Before you design anything else in the Ville, call me. But Dwayne is a cool guy.
Hi again. Thank you all so much. Just has really been a treat to be able to listen from folks doing work in community. I've been thinking a lot about the themes from yesterday and today, especially with Tony's keynote, and sort of considering the ways in which, because of those areas of expertise, there's a fine balance of coming from an area of an expertise when you're going into community, and allowing community members to speak from their expertise. And so thinking about this idea of participatory futures and thinking of ourselves as community members as well as designers, if we identify as designers, are there ways in which designers, especially when you're considering histories of redlining and loan forgiveness and all of these policy questions that come alongside community development, can designers also serve as public advocates? And in what ways? And maybe if there are examples that you have seen.
So we've heard a couple people phrase this in different ways, but I feel like one of our jobs is to provide visions of what is possible as opposed to what is probable. Because I think often, we've been hearing about a lot of restrictions, and in some cases, those restrictions are sparking creativity because we're pushing up against them. But in some ways, they are limitations that haven't been challenged in a way that breaks that paradigm. So I do believe that one of our jobs is the ability to show what is possible rather than what's probable, so that people don't rely on the status quo because it's what they know.
One interesting thing that's been going on, and we've also been talking about stories or telling the story of even something that might have been lost. So I think what's interesting is, and there's some very active things going right now, not that I'm a Chinatown guy, but specifically Philadelphia is battling right now against the Philadelphia Sixers development to build a stadium, an arena right next to Chinatown. They're not wiping it out, but it's right next, but it's going to disrupt everything about how that urban fabric works. So as an example, since the Chinese American Collecting Initiative started, we only started in 2021, and only now are we telling stories. And now we're telling stories that we think are being very impactful. And we're telling stories even about Chinatown that are giving people thought about, helping you think about that urban situation. Talking about preservation is not just about buildings. It's about the community. It's about people. Had we started our initiative when maybe, and it didn't resonate with me either, so had we started our initiative when the Historical Society actually said, yeah, that's a great idea in 2017, let's think about 2017, had we been telling stories, messaging, and then as designers, possibly advocating a little bit. Look what happened in 2018 or a little bit later in the decision for the development on Olive and 170. There were a lot of communities, Black and Asian, a lot of Asian. There was an incredibly diverse diversity of stores and restaurants. There was the neighborhood behind that was predominantly Black. But there was very few who were aware of that, and therefore there was the handful of people who tried to fight it, but already it had gone too far. And so that's just an example of, we just lost an entire community there, and look what we got. It's nothing different than anything else, and anywhere you go, it's just phenomenal when you go there. It's every fast food place that you can imagine. To have a Chick-fil-A across from Cane's, they're right across the street. Anyway, so I think the messaging and storytelling and why history does matter. We're not going to, no one should shove it down someone's throat, but bringing that history and bring it to a relevant application possibly at least could have helped the community be a little bit more together when that developer and the U City councils were coming together to craft that beautiful development that we have now.
I say this to Matt all the time, that there's always work for designers just in articulating what a community wants, right? Because by articulating it in a prettier way, then you are validating them. I oftentimes refer back to with the Cultural Boulevard project, 2018. I went to Don Rose, like, man, you got to do a plan for the Ville, right? We need to restore MLK. Like, what does it take? I know you're talking about doing this. What does it take? Because you're saying the Ville's not on the priority list. He turned around to me. He just said, "Give me a rendering." That's all he said. Give me a rendering. It didn't matter what was in the rendering. He was simply saying, if you give me a pretty picture that I can show to the decision makers, then for some reason, they feel like it's merited. So if as a designer, you can come into a community, hear what they're saying, hear what they're asking for, and then give them back some visual representation of that, they can use that to advocate for themselves when they go into conversation with developers or with the government, city government, to say, this is what we want, right? It just feels more legitimate when they say, this is what we want with a picture, versus stumbling over their words trying to explain what they want.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for just sharing your experiences and, so many just facts that you guys are putting out there. Like Aaron, you were talking about the foundation community, and I want to bring that back up because these are generational, Stephanie, thank you, generational impacts that we're talking about. And we can't fix it, as nonprofits in 2 years. It's going to take generations, as you mentioned, but those who have the greatest amount of resources to take the risk are the ones who are the most risk averse. So I just wondered, Stephanie, if you have ideas, as somebody who's working with many large institutions that may be quite risk averse, how are you helping them to understand that they are the ones that should be taking the risk with their multi-million-dollar endowments?
So, yeah, $1 billion for some folks. I would say, in terms of this work, part of how we're offering for folks to be less risk adverse and, to lowest point, letting folks do what they do, is partly hearing the stories. Some of you would think, but some of our anchor members, I didn't know this. I've never been to this part of St. Louis. I didn't know this is what folks are doing. Folks are doing these amazing things in the Ville, and and continuing to hear that, and to continue to hear the constraints of what folks are trying to do, I think is one way forward. I mean, I've seen slow, but there's change where many of our anchors are like, yeah, we just need to do this. We just need to, provide some more support here and there. And so I think, to Peter's point, we got to tell the story. Folks that are in power and access, they need to tell the story. They need to bring folks to the table to tell the story and to be a part of it. I think I'm very intentional in that I have many sessions with anchors alone, and I hear what their challenges are, but I really create an environment that you are also always going to have to hear from people in the community. You're going to hear from folks that are supporting, they're on the ground in the community. I think that's the way that we're starting to see, and you'll see from James S. McDonald Foundation, you'll see from a community foundation that they're coming out like, hey, this is not going to be a quick fix. That we were wrong. It's not going to be a quick fix. So, a long journey, but I if we're going to go back to optimism, that's one that I'm seeing that folks are kind of turning the page on.
Again, thank you all for all the work that you all are doing. I was getting at that idea of optimism and thinking about also the idea of hope, and how you guys look at this idea, again, back to the messy table and making sure that all folks are at that table, as it relates to maybe the single mother who works 2 jobs or the dad who's working a 16-hour shift, and making sure, like, how do you instill them to want to be a part of this initiatives that you all are collectively doing?
I just had a phone conversation with a resident of Kingsway East neighborhood, which I consider part of the Ville. I was trying to convince first his wife and then him to be a liaison. First thing he said was, "Well, I don't know if I can do what you want me to do." And then he started talking about what he could do. And I could tell that he thought I was asking him to come work. And I was like, no, I'm not asking you to do work. I'll do the work. I just want you to come tell me what you want and hold us to account. That's it. And I'll pay you to do that. And he was like, well, I don't have the time. And he went into this long spiel about the meetings are going to be in the evenings. I try not to go out in the evenings because I'm a recovering alcoholic, and the evenings seem like they will trigger me. And then he said, so can I just call you like in the morning every now and then and just tell you what I want? I was like, hell yeah. Like, that is exactly what I'm asking for, you know? So I think that as the practitioners, we just have to be flexible enough to bend to whatever they need, they being the community at large need, and sometimes want us to do to realize their vision. Even if we do create what we imagine to be the perfect structure for them to engage, if it doesn't work, okay, figure out how to make an exception. Always. We are so industrialized in the way we think in America, right? Because that's what has brought America success. You create the system, you get the system started going, you oil it up so that you don't have to keep adjusting it, and voila, it's going to print all the money you want and produce all the widgets you want. That is not human at all. Human is messy and complicated and frustrating. And if you are not willing to wade through that or navigate through that, then honestly, this is not the work for you. I think, you should remove yourself because I think you're causing harm.
I would just add that I think it has to get back to that issue of trust. When that man pours his heart out to you and says, I'm scared to go out at night because I might start to drink, I mean, you've got to respect that, but you've also got to respect that what he tells you he wants, he's got to see it. It's got to happen. And that's just, it becomes then a snowball. Everybody begins to understand that what you say, your word is bond, and that they appreciate that you're honest, and they will begin to trust. I think that's key to anything we do.
Thank you all very much. It's been wonderful discussions. I just want to just mention leading by example, anchor institutions, putting their financial might behind their communities. And I give a shout out to UMSL in that when they need to procure something, they look to their local neighborhoods and zip code to see if they can acquire that there, and that raises all the boats equally. So thank you for that.
A shout out to UMSL. I think all of us in some way work with UMSL and appreciate the collaborations we have with them.
I want to make sure we got one more here. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I've really enjoyed listening to all of your presentations. My question is, how do you combat the big commercial developer? I live in the neighborhood you described near 170, between Del Mar and Olive. And I moved to that community a couple of years ago for a number of reasons, but one of which was because they had mid-rise buildings. They have 8+ units with no more than maybe 8 units in it, sometimes 6, sometimes 4, 2 stories at best, and there are a lot of them around there, which I love. But now, here come the cereal boxes full of people. The density is growing by leaps and bounds. The traffic in that intersection at Del Mar and I-70 is a nightmare. There's a walkway that's parallel to what am I? The Greenway. Yeah, the Greenway is right next to I-170, but it's so much noise. I never go on it because even if I have earplugs in my ear, I'm hearing trucks and cars, and so I'm thinking, how did this happen? So my guess is that the local government acquiesced to the big developers. How do you get them to be in control, I guess? How do you control them is what my real question is. Because it's like, well, if the developer doesn't make money, we'll all just, die. No, we don't need to worry about them. They'll get theirs. Yeah, and that's the work that I see that you all are doing. But it gets back to government in some way. Why do they have the last word? And different, even in the city, the new bill that I see are all, I'm sorry, I call them cereal boxes because that's what they look like to me, with balconies. And someone on Facebook described them as dorms for adults. But where do the families go? They leave. And so you got this huge wealth gap as these new developers come in to build, nice places around the university areas. The other side of it is like a seesaw. The other side loses value as the other side gains value. And it's this constant, inequity. So it kind of fuels more people to leave, or only the very wealthy can come in. And then that gets messed up, as in the case, I think, of the Central West End. I was in my 20s during the Central West End when it was beginning to be, fun to go to. And then here come the developers again. Now it's all commercialized. And now they even have empty spaces there because it's right next to an area that is much less advantaged. And so you've got this tension between the two. I don't get it. I don't understand why, people, the big guys, you call them anchors, but why don't they see that this dysfunction is going to grow as long as you have these two different worlds? And they keep letting big developers come in. They're out to make money. I get it. That's their job, to build 400 square foot units that cost $2,000. You get 200 to 300 people in them, and there you have your next new billionaire. But the cost of that to the rest of the community is horrible. I don't like what is happening to the area that I live in. I'm seeing more and more cars. It's getting to be just less than what it used to be. And what we want storefront confectionaries where you can walk down the block and get a loaf of bread and come home with it, and you don't have to drive, and you don't have to, there's no parking lot. You just walk to it. And neighborhood schools, oh God, we were never unfit because we walked to school, we came home for lunch, we went back, we walked, so all of that we had all that stuff. And so anyway, I'm sorry, didn't mean to rant here.
I don't have an answer. I just was going to say you just gave a whole dissertation on urban planning. That's where urban planning started, but I think it's trying to make a turn now to plan first instead of plan to develop.
And I'll add, so we started with the municipal session today, and you heard some of that. Well, I'll just say we started with the municipal session, and I think one thing we're seeing, we did a design studio where we went to our planning office here and then went to the planning office in Detroit, and that was when we had 1.5 planners on staff here, and they had close to 40. And so our planning office now is building momentum and growing, and they recognize the challenge ahead in terms of, they talked about their new land use plan. They're getting ready to write a sustainability plan. We are backlogged in terms of the kinds of you know, these are some top-down things, but some of the regulations and vision and collaborative community neighborhood building things that oftentimes city governments help put in place by putting controls on developers. And one of the things that has to happen to get to that vision, and I've used this phrase before, is the city has to move from what I call from desperate to desirable, right? So if they're making deals with people because they feel like you just said there's no other option, then they make some bad deals. But if they get prepared to make good deals and feel like the future they're planning for is this optimistic future for everyone, then they can be more selective and specific about where investment happens and how. And so I agree with Aaron. There's a turn happening. It's not fast because nothing is. But
and one of the other things to think about, and that would be more for those who are in planning and architecture here. So the bigger cities, they might have staff, and they might have people who can help those others within the council, et cetera, understand the ramifications of things. A lot of these little municipalities, the number of people on these boards who, you know, they're not paid either, the council members or whatever, who have zero clue on planning and development and design. There's a big gap there. And a lot of architects serve on various committees. Too often they serve just on the architectural review board committee. So when you go up as an architect, they seem to be designing for you, you know, going back and forth. But there needs to be some who are, it would be great to have more embedded. And this means just taking more time. It's generally volunteer time, but taking time to be in these cities where they can advise and be part of a smaller committee that's helping them, you know, understand the ramifications of some of these decisions. When, like U City, they just wanted to increase their taxes, right? Yeah. That was the obvious reason they were getting commercial taxes.
I will respond to you and say too that commercial developers are not bad. Unhinged commercial developers are bad, and believe it or not, most commercial developers would like things to be as clear and as narrow as possible. In the ideal world for commercial developers, they're just responding to RFPs. RFPs to develop something with requests for proposals, with the rules completely spelled out. Because when it's gray, it costs them more money, it takes them more time, and everybody loses. So the way that we control them is more civic engagement and more education to the constituents of communities so that they can speak the same language. So I put that slide back up there because that's why I shared that, because that's what we're trying to do with the community members in the Ville as we go through this planning and design process. We don't want to just do a plan and design and then go find developers. We want to empower the people that are there to go find the developers so that they can state very clearly and succinctly what they want and what they don't want. I think that's your best tool, is to get educated about the process and join boards and commissions so that you can write the rules that they play by.
And I'll just add that I think we are where we are right now. So we have to try to remedy where we are. And that's a hard process. But it seems to me that there's something systemic that needs to be changed. So when you go through a curriculum program at WashU, that seems to me to be where the change has to begin. The thought process has to be passed on to students that this is a different way to approach planning and design and whatever the particular area of discipline is. If it doesn't start there, by the time you get through a graduate program and a doctoral program and you're a practice, you've already got it in your brain that you're going to operate a certain way. And then you got to try to undo it, which is what we're trying to do now. We're trying to undo it and make a difference. So I think we got to step back a little bit and begin to think about where the change really needs to start.
Last two words I have as I was thinking about this is both and. You know, how do we live in a space of both and? We get so much of like, okay, we're going to put all our eggs in this basket and do this is the mentality of St. Louis, but what about a both and? What if like if we do this, these folks are going to be affected, and how we think about something for all of us. So that's what I was really left with in this, and so thank you.
Thank you to the panel. Another wonderful way to close out the day. What a robust day. Better, I think, than we maybe even had in our minds. It's been an amazing. I can't even really attempt to try and summarize. That would be a disservice to all the panelists who have said so many amazing things. But I will leave you with, I guess, two things. One is that all of these will be on the website. Give us a little bit of time to process them, but they will be made available back to you. Please make sure that if you didn't register or sign in, that you leave us with your email so that we can make sure to let you know when they're available. And I hope that this is, again, a continuation of a dialogue. And things that resonated with me is that there's a place for design, there's a place for people to be in it, and a large place to continue narratives. So thank you on behalf of all the people who have been involved. A special thank you to Meredith, who we've been co-organizing, I think, for about a year. And thank you all for being here and participating in such a full day. Okay, thank you.